House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 18th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Carol D. Miller to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Lord our God, in this time of year when many faith traditions celebrate the gift of divine light in a world of darkness, may we each come to acknowledge that you alone are the source of all light. At creation, when the world was without form and empty of life, when darkness had dominion over the deep, your Spirit hovered over the waters, and you allowed your light to break through the darkness and give us life. Try as we may to shed our own light on the issues that trouble us or to dispel the darkness of our disagreements, it is only your truth that can illuminate our lives and enlighten the way ahead. When we imagine it is our power that shapes the future, or our knowledge that grants us direction, remind us that it is only by your blessing that anything we attempt will endure. Enter our lives this day and bring the light of your salvation into our world in this season. Grant us a renewed awareness that you are the one true light who comes from above and is above all. Humble us that you would increase and we would decrease, so that your light would shine unheeded and we might receive your hope and guidance this day and always. In your eternal name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Union County West End Fire Company for 75 years of dedicated service to the community. Founded in 1950, the Union County West End Fire Company has been answering the call to serve the community and protect their neighbors in times of need. Our volunteer firefighters provide fire, rescue, and EMS services, often balancing it with day jobs and family commitments. These professionally trained volunteers are the backbone of fire protection and emergency response, especially in our rural communities. They are there in emergency situations like fires, car accidents, medical calls, and disaster response. Their commitment to service and teamwork is second to none. The Union County West End Fire Company gives back throughout the year, whether it's delivering turkeys to families during the holidays or escorting local sports teams to the final round of playoff games or celebrating championship wins. They truly are the heart of the community. Madam Speaker, I congratulate the Union County West End Fire Company on 75 years of outstanding service. Congratulations, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Illinois. For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to honor Carl Rosen, one of the legendary architects of working class power in Chicago. As president of the United Electrical Workers, Carl has always understood that power is never given. It is organized, disciplined, and won. From the shop floor to the ballot box, he has been instrumental in building real power for working class communities. A master tactician and negotiator, he knows when to apply pressure, when to build alliances, and when to move decisively. From the Republic Windows fight to other moments that shaped Chicago's political order, Carl has been a steady presence, helping working people secure monumental victories. I'm proud to call Carl a friend and one of my closest and most trusted advisors. To some, he's a strategist. To some, an organizer. I think he's a faithful interpreter of working class power and a whisperer of the proletariat. Thank you, Carl. Here is to our legacy years. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today with a profound sense of loss. Sergeant William Nathaniel Howard of Marshalltown and Sergeant Edgar Brian Torres Tobar of Des Moines were killed in action by ISIS terrorists while serving on a counterterrorism mission in Syria. Yesterday, I had the solemn honor of attending the dignified transfer of these fallen heroes. No words can fully capture the weight of that moment or the depth of gratitude that we owe these families, these heroes. Mothers and fathers should never have to bury their children. Our hearts are broken for these Gold Star families. My husband Matt and I are mourning alongside you, and we join Americans across the country asking our Lord to hold close the families of the fallen, watch over our troops, and bless our military families. Sergeant Howard and Sergeant Torres Tovar represent the very best of Iowa, and they will forever be remembered as heroes. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I rise to pay tribute to my dear friend and South Florida icon, the legendary John Footy Cross, who we lost on December 13th, 2025. Footy helped wake up South Florida for more than 30 years on the Y100 morning show, and his commitment to community was second to none. He was a mainstay in the South Florida community, a passionate anti-drug crusader, and an incurable chicken wing junkie. Originally, he created Footy's Wing Ding, a chicken wing eating competition, as a fundraiser to aid Here's Help, a not-for-profit organization that assists adults and children with substance abuse addictions. Although the event began mainly as a competition to crown the maker of South Florida's best chicken wings, it evolved over the years into a popular spot for pop music's hottest stars. Each year, Footy's Wing Ding brought a host of celebrities to South Florida to raise thousands of dollars for charity, from Here's Help to the Sun Sentinel, WB Television Channel 39 Children's Fund, and many others. It is my privilege to honor his life and service to our community. There was no one with a better humor or good nature than Footy. I know I speak for countless South Floridians when I say I will miss his friendship, voice, and advocacy. May his memory be for a blessing. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Florida is. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address this body for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, throughout history, Vikings were known as fearless explorers and warriors who never backed down from a challenge. That same spirit lives on in Jacksonville, Florida, where Raines High School Vikings have written their own chapter of triumph by capturing Florida's Class 3A state football championship in dramatic fashion in a thrilling 23-22 comeback victory over Miami Northwestern. The Vikings showed resilience, sealing the win, get this, Madam Speaker, with a touchdown pass with just 10 seconds to spare. This remarkable finish marks the fourth state football title program in the proud history of Raines football high school history. The victory is a testament to the hard work and fighting spirit of these student athletes. Unlike the Vikings of old, they emerged triumphant through teamwork, preparation, and heart. Congratulations, Raines High School. Jacksonville is very proud. I yield back.
The Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the unanimous consent to address the House and to rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to warn my colleagues of the pending health care crisis that Congress is allowing to happen. And as Sergeant Friday used to say, just the facts, ma'am. Well, I'm speaking on behalf of the facts that are impacting the people of the San Joaquin Valley in California, the breadbasket that puts food on America's dinner table every night. Yesterday, my colleagues on the other side passed a partisan bill that fails to renew the Affordable Care Act's enhanced premium tax credits that help over 24 million American families afford coverage. In my district, over 65,000 families risk losing Medicaid, and another 22,000 families face higher premiums and out-of-pocket costs. This also impacts the hospitals and healthcare clinics which provide that important care, especially in rural areas. And by the way, that's also jobs. Congress has a responsibility to prevent families from being priced out of the health care market. That's the bottom line. There's a bipartisan solution ready to go, and instead we're going home for the holidays. We're not addressing the issue.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Madam Speaker, I would not be leaving town until we bring this measure to the floor. Every American deserves reliable, affordable health care.
Gentleman's-
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from, for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today we remember Coach Dan Hooks, a legend in Texas high school football and a man who just meant so much more to his community than just wins and trophies. For nearly 30 years at West Orange Stark High School, Coach Hooks showed up every single day for his players. He pushed them, he believed in them, held them to a higher standard. Yes, there were championships and unforgettable Friday night lights, but what really mattered happened beyond the scoreboard. The lessons about teamwork, discipline, and doing things the right way. Coach Hooks wasn't just preparing young men for football games, he was preparing them for life. Long after the cheers faded and the stadium lights went dark, those lessons stayed with them and carried on to generations to come. His influence, Madam Speaker, reached far beyond the field, and why this community will always carry his name with pride. Coach Dan Hooks built men, built a program, and built a legacy that will live on in West Orange for generations. And Madam Speaker, I yield back.
And yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, this week I introduced the FEMA Administrative Reform Act to accelerate the delivery of federal disaster recovery aid to Western North Carolina. All year, President Trump and his administration have continued to withhold aid and politicize disaster relief. In June, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem implemented a policy requiring her personal approval of any contract above $100,000, including FEMA disaster aid reimbursement. This result has been delay after delay, and local communities waiting endlessly for the aid they desperately need. My bill would reverse this disastrous policy and speed up the flow of federal dollars to Western North Carolina and communities across the country. It is clear that Congress needs to take action. Our people need the relief that Congress approved over a year ago. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a truly special public servant from New York's Southern Tier, Sharon Murphy of Horseheads, New York. For more than 15 years, Sharon served the people of New York's 23rd Congressional District with professionalism, compassion, and a genuine heart for service. She was a steady presence in our community, serving 3 consecutive members of Congress and always putting the people first. Known for her kindness and reliability, Sharon often worked behind the scenes to help families through their most difficult moments. She took great pride in managing our Service Academy nominations, helping young men and women take their first steps towards a career serving this nation. As Sharon Murphy enters her retirement, I will miss having her on my staff. I will miss her. My staff will miss her, and our community will miss her. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in thanking Sharon Murphy for her outstanding service and wishing her every happiness in this next chapter of her life. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I try to slow down at this time of the year, a season of giving thanks, coming together and counting blessings, a season regardless of one's faith, maybe really because of all of our faith traditions, to celebrate light over darkness. For 75 years, my community of Abington, Pennsylvania has hosted an interfaith Thanksgiving service. This year, hundreds gathered at Temple Beth Am, warmly welcomed by Rabbi Robert Lieb. Pastors and priests, rabbis and imam, we were young and old, faith leaders, civic leaders. And what was clear from the readings and beautiful song is our different faiths have so much more in common. A common call to lift one another, welcome the stranger, feed the hungry, mourn with those who mourn, to love one another, to prize peace over conflict, tikkun olam, repair the world, and to recognize our common humanity. So this season, as we've come by a way we did not know to the end of another year, I'm counting blessings and focusing on the light. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized.
I rise today to honor a member of the Grijalva team that has served this great institution since 2003. Glenn Miller was a trusted source of wisdom, institutional knowledge, and a sounding board to my father, Congressman Raul Grijalva. Throughout his more than 2 decades of public service in Washington, Glenn brought a mix that's hard to find: brutal honesty and unrelenting compassion. His frank insight was instrumental for the House Natural Resources Committee, including flagship efforts such as the Donald McKeachin Environmental Justice for All Act and the Baj Nawe Jo Eta Kuk Vene Ancestral Footprints of the Grand Canyon National Monument. During complex negotiations, Glenn was the reason every voice was heard. His leadership produced enduring reforms that will impact generations and continue to inspire federal policies that promise a cleaner, fairer future where every community enjoys clean air, clean water, open space, and economic opportunity. Thank you, Glenn, for standing by my dad's side for 37 years and for all you've done for me and my entire family. We love you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 4776.
Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Resolution 951 and Rule 18, the chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4776. The chair appoints the gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
This is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 4776, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969 to clarify ambiguous provisions and facilitate a more efficient, effective, and timely environmental review process.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Madam Chair, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 4776, the Standardizing Permitting and Expediting Economic Development Act. The SPEED Act is a focused, bipartisan effort to restore common sense and accountability to federal permitting by reforming the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. When Congress passed NEPA in 1969, it did so with the best of intentions. It directed federal agencies to consider the environmental impacts of major federal actions. Unfortunately, what was meant to facilitate responsible development has been twisted into a bureaucratic bottleneck that delays investments in the infrastructure and technologies that make our country run. The first Trump administration found that the average NEPA environmental impact statement between 2013 and 2018 totaled 575 pages and took 4.7 years to complete. A quarter of them took 6 years or more, a glacial pace that cost the economy more than $100 billion a year. And what reward do project sponsors get for persevering through this slog? Too often, a gauntlet of premeditated, predatory lawsuits. Nationally, NEPA is the most litigated environmental statute. And according to the Breakthrough Institute, just 10 environmental organizations are responsible for 35% of all NEPA lawsuits. On average, it takes over 4 years to resolve NEPA-related litigation on EISs. I doubt there is a single member of the House who has not heard of a NEPA horror story from a family construction company or a local official back home. Today, the word NEPA is more synonymous with red tape and waste than genuine environmental protection. The SPEED Act would restore NEPA to its original aim of intentional, sustainable economic development. The legislation fixes 3 major problems that over the decades have turned NEPA into a bureaucratic black hole. First, it restricts NEPA lawsuits to parties that are actually impacted by a project, aligning judicial remedies with the procedural nature of NEPA while establishing reasonable filing deadlines to prevent litigation from being used as an indefinite delay tactic. Second, it clarifies what projects must go through NEPA, ensuring that only projects with significant federal involvement trigger review. And third, it codifies and strengthens key aspects of the Supreme Court's 7-county decision from this past May, clarifying the scope of environmental review under NEPA. The SPEED Act is project neutral. Its reforms will ensure a fair, predictable process and a level playing field for federal projects across all agencies and industries. It's also timely. U.S. energy demand is projected to rise by 35% to 50% by 2040. Data centers alone could see their energy consumption triple in the next 5 years. The electricity we will need to power AI computing for civilian and military use is a national imperative. Every day, NEPA red tape is becoming more and more of an obstacle to American security and prosperity. By restoring NEPA to its original intent, the SPEED Act will expedite infrastructure projects, bring down prices, and help Americans realize the energy dominance and mineral abundance our natural resources promise. That's why a coalition of more than 300 industry associations, businesses, and trade groups from all 50 states and Puerto Rico support this legislation. They know the SPEED Act means jobs, fairness, growth, and a safer, more affordable future. I want to thank the gentleman from Maine, Mr. Golden, for his partnership in this effort. I would also like to thank the many members from across the aisle who have engaged in a productive manner to develop and improve this legislation. Madam Chair, the SPEED Act will deliver the energy and infrastructure Americans need. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is our last day in session before Republicans close up shop and send everyone home for a couple of weeks. The majority could be using this time to do something, provide actual solutions to the health care cliff the country is about to go off, address the affordable cost of all manner of goods and utilities that have been set in motion by their wrong-headed policies. But no, instead of doing anything to help Americans make ends meet, we are here on the floor giving more gifts to big oil, multi-billion-dollar foreign mining corporations and special interests like the NRA. So I guess Merry Christmas to all of them and a big lump of coal for everyone else. To no one's surprise, Republicans have been working all year on handouts to big oil that were written for and by the oil and gas industry. The first bill up on our Christmas list is for polluters. It has been at the top of their wish list for as long as I've been in this Congress. It is the SPEED Act, which is being sold to us as permitting reform, and a spoiler alert, it is not permitting reform. The bill takes a sledgehammer to the National Environmental Policy Act, one of our foundational environmental laws. NEPA was enacted in 1970 on a bipartisan basis to require federal agencies to do something that seems very basic, to understand the consequences of their actions and to listen to the affected American communities before approving major proposed projects. It's often described as telling agencies that they need to look before they leap. Now, I'm not opposed to reforms to make NEPA and other laws work better, to make them more efficient, especially for the build-out of the stuff we need, clean energy and essential infrastructure. But we can do that while maintaining appropriate environmental protections, respecting tribal consultation, and protecting community input. The SPEED Act does great damage to all of those things. Instead, it abandons transparency and accountability while ignoring the single biggest permitting problem facing the energy sector right now, the Trump administration's all-out war against wind and solar, which includes a total refusal to permit these projects. Now, from the beginning, Democrats across Capitol Hill have expressed a willingness to negotiate on permitting reform, including changes to NEPA. But the first thing we needed to see was an end to the crazy, arbitrary war on clean energy that is needlessly driving up energy costs for millions of Americans. And I hope you'll just take a look at this spaghetti mess behind me, because this is what Republicans have done to the permitting process for wind and solar projects. On July 15th, Secretary of Interior Doug Burgum signed a memo listing 69 individual actions that require his personal sign-off. Of course, this requirement only applies to wind and solar projects, not to fossil fuels. But I'll name just a few of the things that now require Secretary Burgum to pause his global tour promoting fossil fuels all over the world and give personal sign-off. If you need a temporary use permit for anything, if you need a national trails system impact evaluation, if you need visual impact analysis, the Secretary of Interior himself has to take a look at what you're proposing and sign off 69 times if you want to actually get a permit for a wind and solar project. This is madness. And since the memo's enactment, there has been only one single solar project all year long that has been approved. It was just yesterday, and it happened only after heavy lobbying from the Republican governor of Nevada, who told the Interior Department that it wasn't just that project. There are actually 33 gigawatts of solar and storage projects that are in limbo right now because of this logjam that they have created. And they're going to be key to supplying affordable, reliable energy to meet increased load growth. So to be clear, this is just one project that has made it through the gauntlet, and it was fully approved, by the way, under the Biden administration, but then the Trump folks came along and put the brakes on that project. That's where we are. That is the context for this conversation where my friends across the aisle claim to care so much about an efficient permitting process. I think most Republicans would agree that, at least privately, I think they would agree, that wind and solar are essential parts of the energy mix, despite the president's war against them. And that is why at markup, Chair Westerman did incorporate a few Democratic ideas that at least attempted to provide some permitting certainty for projects of all kinds. Now, those amendments didn't come anywhere close to actually providing certainty for wind and solar projects in the face of the administration's crazy war on clean energy. The amendment would not get clean energy permits moving again, and it did nothing to help projects that the administration had already pulled the plug on. But even that largely cosmetic step was too much for the Freedom Caucus, and so they struck again. They demanded that the Rules Committee attach language to further stall clean energy permitting and to make it even easier for the Trump administration to continue blocking wind and solar projects in order to bring the SPEED Act to the floor today. That was the condition for our being here debating this bill on the floor right now. So a bad bill got worse. So bad that the American Clean Power Association pulled its support, joining the Solar Energy Industries Association in opposing the bill. And for months, we heard from Chair Westerman, Exhibit A for why Democrats should feel comfortable supporting this bill. The American Clean Power Association supports it. Well, that support has now curdled into opposition. But you know who still supports it? The American Petroleum Institute and the Koch-backed Americans for Prosperity, who put out a statement immediately after the Freedom Caucus made the bill worse to announce their great affection and support for this bill. The bill has lost any claim for advancing tech-neutral energy policy, if it ever had one. And trust me when I say that even if the House passes this bill today, it is going nowhere in the Senate. What a missed opportunity to tackle a serious issue that Democrats were very interested in working in good faith to find some solutions on. I strongly oppose this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad my colleague across the aisle is so good at reading the mind of the Senate, but I know this legislation has bipartisan support in the House and the Senate, and we've got over 375 organizations from all industries and all 50 states that support this legislation. And also, I think my friend made the case for why we need the SPEED Act. If we want to stop administrative ping pong, then Congress has to act. And the SPEED Act is the bill to give us permit certainty so that we can build all across our countries in all different segments. One area of the country that's been adversely affected by bad permitting is my friend from northern Minnesota, the gentleman, Mr. Stauber, whose district has a lot of mining resources that can't be tapped because of permitting restraints and administrative ping pong. And I yield the gentleman who is the chair of the Subcommittee on Energy and Minerals 3 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 4776, which I am proud to co-sponsor. I want to begin by commending two of my good friends, Republican Chairman Bruce Westerman of the Natural Resources Committee and Democrat Representative Jared Golden, for their work in developing a sensible, bipartisan, and balanced permitting reform package that will allow us to build all kinds of important projects around this great country. Our permitting system is broken and has been broken for a long while. It's almost as if our current permitting system is designed to block projects rather than build them. This is something that all of us on both sides of the aisle should be able to agree on. The bill before us today is not designed to cut corners or weaken our permitting system. It doesn't weaken environmental standards like the Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, or Endangered Species Act, which are the basis of our environmental protection here in the United States. This legislation is simply meant to address NEPA, which I would like to remind my colleagues is a process statute. NEPA has been weaponized for over a half a century, virtually from day one. In fact, the first lawsuit utilized to block a project under NEPA was filed a mere weeks after the statute was signed into law. And since then, NEPA has created a cottage industry for attorneys who have made a living suing to block good projects. The bill before us today is meant to streamline the NEPA process and close the loopholes that are constantly used to block good projects. Projects that we need to modernize our infrastructure, ensure we have clean water, generate the energy that drives our economy, access to critical minerals we need to compete on the world stage, and so much more. Thanks to NEPA, our broken permitting system, it takes 29 years on average to permit and build a new mine in the United States. That's not okay. I don't think a day goes by where I don't hear from a constituent about their permitting woes, and I figure that's the case for most of my colleagues in this chamber on both sides of the aisle. In northern Minnesota, the issue of permitting is particularly acute. Not only is our broken permitting system used to block important critical mining projects like Twin Metals, New Range, and Talon, but it's used to block simple core infrastructure projects that we can all agree on, like water infrastructure or roads or bridges. In northern Minnesota, our cold winters lead us to having a short construction window, much shorter than the rest of the country. When a water infrastructure project or road or bridge project gets delayed and they miss that construction window, it delays the projects months and adds hundreds of thousands of dollars to the project. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? You know who pays for those costs? The local taxpayer. Not those who are weaponizing loopholes in our permitting system to block these necessary projects. Our constituents have to deal with the shortfalls of our broken permitting system far too long, and it's about time we address it. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I need to provide some translation services for those who may not be fluent in Orwellian distortion. When my colleague says that this legislation only deals with NEPA, that it doesn't touch the Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, or Endangered Species Act, what that really means is that within the four corners of this particular bill, they're not gutting those other laws, but rest assured, they're working separately to gut those other laws. In fact, just last week, Republicans attacked longstanding Clean Water Act protections, and just yesterday, Natural Resources Committee had a markup that advanced their legislation to gut the Endangered Species Act. So for those who want to see a complete annihilation of environmental protections across the board, rest assured our Republican friends are doing that, just not all of it within the four corners of this bill. There's another translation I think that's needed. That you heard from my friend from Arkansas that they want to end the administrative ping pong process. What they really mean by that, if you actually read this bill, is that they want the 69 individual steps that Secretary Burgum has imposed on all solar and wind projects to remain in place. I guess that's not administrative ping pong, but I think it's an important part of the translation. And then finally, we heard that this legislation is about restoring NEPA's original intent to just be a procedure bill. It's important to understand that NEPA does require procedure, but it requires meaningful procedure for a very important purpose, making sure that government actions consider the impacts of what they're doing and include communities with transparency and accountability so we can protect the environment and so we can actually protect human health and other values. When you strip all of that out and leave NEPA as a box-checking exercise, which is what this bill does, that is not preserving the original intent of NEPA. With that, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Randall.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Because of the Trump administration's policies, families in my district and districts across the country are struggling to afford their heating and electricity bills. Yes, we need more transmission and clean energy projects, and it's true that the permitting process is making that more difficult. But how can anyone think that this administration, the Trump administration, is a good faith partner in permitting reform. They've fired federal workers and illegally canceled funding Congress already approved, including over $1 billion for clean energy projects in Washington state that had strong community support, a long-anticipated hydrogen hub in the South Sound, solar projects across the state and the country, and freight and drayage improvements in the trucking industry that would lower the cost of goods and decrease our environmental impact. We could have been lowering costs, and we could have done it in partnership with environmental leaders, community leaders, and the leaders of tribal nations. Tribes deserve to be meaningfully consulted on projects that affect their lands, water, and resources, no exception. That's why I offered 2 amendments. One, to give tribes sufficient time to engage in the permitting process, and another, to ensure the offshore oil and gas drilling projects rubber stamped by H.R. 1, July's big ugly law, still have to consider community feedback. But Republicans blocked my amendments, which is why I'm voting no on the SPEED Act, a bill that doesn't address the challenges my neighbors are experiencing. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of process is to create a predictable sequence of steps to achieve an outcome consistent with substantive law. When process is allowed to intrude, the purpose of the law itself is perverted. As philosopher Franz Kafka described it, the process becomes punishment. You aren't guilty or innocent yet. You are simply processed until you run out of money, time, or sanity. Procedure exists to serve substantive rights, not to supplant them. As the Supreme Court stated in the 7-county case, NEPA is a purely procedural statute, not a mandate for a particular result. This bill, H.R. 4776, is designed to create sideboards on process so that rote compliance is no longer the purpose of what we're about, but instead we focus on progress for this nation. I urge support of this bill. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan.
The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 4776, the SPEED Act. For more than 50 years, the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, as it's called, has been the bedrock of conservation law and preserved the environment, human health, and the people's voice in policy decisions. The SPEED Act would limit the public review process and, quite frankly, would undermine the original intent of NEPA. I do understand the need to complete permitting and federal decision-making process more quickly than is happening. But we cannot do so at the cost of public input and transparency. I happen to have lived with the original author of NEPA. And what he did when this was passed, and this is called the Magna Carta of environmental laws around the world, is make sure that when something is going into someone's community, the public has a right to input. Now, I said yesterday, I told my chair, this isn't the 10 Commandments. We should work together. But try to help make it better, but not at the expense of the public. One of the most significant causes of permitting delays is limited capacity at the agencies that handles NEPA reviews. The SPEED Act does nothing to address recent cuts to staffing and funding at these agencies, which is going to further slow down project permitting. I remain open to working on a bipartisan permitting reform, but it must be done to protect the original intent of NEPA. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 476. And, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the Majority Leader, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of the SPEED Act and the work that Chairman Westerman and a bipartisan coalition of members of Congress have done to bring a bill to the floor that actually focuses on letting us build things in America again. And by the way, to lower the cost of those projects that we want to bring. In the past, you would see in years recently, it takes 10 years or longer to build things that used to take only 2 years. Why? Not because of trying to push things to the side. This bill still requires, by the way, Mr. Speaker, that we comply with all the state and local laws that are in place. We still would have to comply with federal laws that are in place. But what it does is it finally brings common sense by cutting red tape, Mr. Speaker. Red tape that dramatically increases the cost, in some cases just makes it economically unfeasible to do projects, to build roads, to build bridges, to build pipelines, to move energy, to lower costs for families, to build housing. This bill will allow us to bring more affordable housing to the marketplace in an environmentally protected way, by the way. Those laws are still in place, but they just can't be abused as has been the case over decades. When the law was created in the 1960s, the intent was never that NEPA would be used to stop projects. It would be that you would review these projects like you review any other laws. Endangered Species Act, which unfortunately has been heavily abused too. And we're going to reform that as well. All the other laws that are so abused to stop projects from being built in America. Some people say, why can some of these other countries build a road or a bridge in 16 months and it takes us 10 years to do it in America? It's because we have allowed these laws like NEPA to become so heavily abused, where people that have no relation to the project can file lawsuit after lawsuit that have nothing to do with the project. They just want to slow down and stop the project. How about we bring common sense back into permitting? That's what the SPEED Act does. Again, do these people not trust the states that still have to permit at the local and state level, along with all the other federal permits that need to take place? You know, we used to build things in America at rapid speed. We can do it again, and we will do it again with the SPEED Act. Let's allow America to do all the great innovative things it used to do. Look at AI, what artificial intelligence is allowing us to bring. But we need to upgrade our electricity system. We need to build more power plants, not just for families, but for innovation. And it's almost impossible to do if we don't reform some of these outdated regulations that have been abused. Everybody knows they've been abused. And until we update our laws, we're not going to be able to build things again in America in a timely way. Let's get things done in 2 years, not 10 years, or never. Many of these projects get shelved, just never get built. Really, they do get built. They get built in other countries because our laws haven't been updated the way they need to allow us to build things again in an economical way. Lower the cost of building houses in America. Lower the cost of building roads and bridges in America. Lower the cost of building energy projects in America while still respecting environmental laws, but just removing the red tape that are killing our ability to innovate. This is a great bill that needs to happen. I'm so glad Chairman Westerman did the work to build a bipartisan coalition to get things done in America again. Let's get the SPEED Act passed, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from San Diego, Mr. Peters.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For nearly 20 years, electricity demand in the U.S. has barely moved, but that era is over. Today, we're facing the potential for electricity demand to grow up to fivefold. Meeting this energy demand will be a challenge, and the environmental laws of the 1970s were built for defense. But the environmental imperative of today is to build, and that's why we need permitting reform. But that doesn't just mean building pipelines and gas plants, but also wind, utility-scale solar, and interregional high-voltage electric transmission. All of the above, like President Obama used to say, all of the above, like my Republican colleagues used to openly say, at least before November of last year. I was glad to see Chair Westerman introduce and advance the SPEED Act, because reforming NEPA, the most litigated environmental law in the books, is necessary if we're going to make America competitive and if we're going to protect our environment. And there are many important reforms in this bill, and I want to note that. That's why earlier this month, I led a letter with 30 of my Democratic colleagues, outnumbering the members of the Freedom Caucus we saw on the floor this week, but explaining our support for reform and exactly what we needed to get more Democrats to yes on speed. At the top of that list is permit certainty, which the ranking member has already mentioned. If you apply for a permit for a project that complies with the law, you should be able to get that permit and you should be able to rely on it. Thoughtful permitting reforms, many of which are in the SPEED Act, are meaningless if the executive branch is allowed to revoke issued permits for no good reason, or if the permitting process can be subjected to political gamesmanship. The language added to the SPEED Act at markup would have restricted some of the political interference with issued permits, and that was a great start to solving the problem. It wasn't everything we needed, but it was a lot, and I was confident that a bipartisan bill was well within reach. And I was really disappointed this week that some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, after seeing that good bipartisan progress, decided to force this bill in the other direction this week to satisfy grievances and score political points instead of what's best for the country. And all of the above energy strategy is what we were after. That took a big hit this week. Giving Donald Trump or any president the ability to decide what gets permitting reform, which would be the effect of the partisan amendment added to the SPEED Act, behind closed doors, significantly reduces certainty for investment in America. That provision codifies a broken permitting status quo instead of setting a level playing field for everyone. Energy producers, investors, and communities want to know that investment in America, regardless of the electrons powering that investment, is safe from the swing of the political pendulum. And unfortunately, that goal has not yet been achieved. We need to get permitting reform done in this Congress. I look forward to working with my colleagues across the aisle in the Senate to craft a bipartisan product that can become law. This is not the final draft, and there's more work to do. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I recognize the gentleman from Michigan who's on the Natural Resources Committee and also the chair of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Walberg, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman. As the member who represents half of NEPA's original authors district, I rise in strong support of the SPEED Act. This bipartisan common sense legislation will streamline our permitting process, making it faster, more predictable, and more accountable. Currently, our broken permitting process delays critical energy, infrastructure, and manufacturing projects for years. This not only hurts workers, but raises costs for hardworking families and makes us more dependent on foreign countries, including our adversaries. In Michigan, we need access to reliable energy to meet our growing demands, increase affordability, and help us compete. However, these essential projects can't move forward if our permitting process is holding us back. The SPEED Act addresses these issues by streamlining reviews, setting clear timelines, and improving coordination across agencies. Mr. Speaker, this legislation helps us build again in this country, from energy projects to manufacturing facilities. America is entering a golden age of energy dominance thanks to President Trump's policies and the working families tax cuts that Republicans passed earlier this year. The SPEED Act builds on this progress by cutting bureaucratic red tape, bringing back good-paying jobs, and revitalizing our infrastructure and our energy sectors. We must restore common sense to our permitting process so we can unleash American energy and lower costs for hardworking Michiganders. For all those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Michigan will thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. DeGette.
The gentlelady from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm a strong proponent of elimination of unnecessary regulations and a permitting reform. But this bill doesn't streamline permitting. It blindfolds the agencies meant to protect us and our natural resources. Under this legislation, the agencies could not consider new science, even for the project applicant, conduct new environmental reviews, or assess indirect, let alone cumulative impacts. This anti-fact, anti-science administration would rather live in denial than understand the full impact that these projects could have on our health. Earlier this year, the Supreme Court ruled on a case in my home state of Colorado. A 100-mile crude oil train route along the Colorado River was approved despite local objections and federal estimates that spills would occur once every 5 years. The court said agencies did not need to consider these downstream impacts. The ruling alone is alarming, but the bill goes farther by outright preventing agencies from considering those factors. This law says ignorance is bliss. That's why I offered an amendment to widen the scope of review to ensure that agencies weigh all relevant facts and subsequent consequences. If we have information, we should use it. Republicans refused to accept that amendment in the Rules Committee. Rather than supporting agencies with the funding and staffing they need to process applications faster, Republicans just want them to look the other way. Most Americans believe any job worth doing is worth doing right, even if it takes a little more time. But cutting corners today means we're going to have to clean up disasters tomorrow. And those costs won't fall on us, Mr. Chairman. They'll fall on the communities we're supposed to protect. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The committee will rise informally to receive a message.
The House will be in order. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has agreed to the House amendment to the bill S-1071, an act to require the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to disinter the remains of Fernando V. Cotta from Fort Sam Houston National Cemetery, Texas, and for other purposes.
The committee will resume its sitting.
Committee will be in order. The gentleman from Arkansas will be recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Utah, Ms. Malloy.
The gentlelady from Utah is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 4776, the Standardizing Permitting and Expediting Economic Development Act, known as the SPEED Act, introduced by my colleague from Arkansas, Chairman Westerman. Federal permitting under NEPA has strangled economic development and delayed critical projects. What should take months takes years. What should be straightforward becomes a bureaucratic maze. The core purposes of this bill are to restore NEPA to its original purpose as a procedural statute intended to ensure agencies look at alternatives, focus on real, proximate environmental effects rather than speculative, politically motivated hypotheticals. And the key reforms that help bring that about are that it prevents completed environmental reports from being undone without a court order. It creates litigation timelines and requires substantive public comment in order to establish standing for litigation. The way NEPA is being implemented now and has been implemented for the last several years wastes taxpayer time and money. What was intended to make sure federal agencies are being thoughtful and looking at multiple alternatives before they make important decisions on behalf of the American people has turned into a bureaucratic boondoggle that isn't serving the American people. These reforms are especially critical for rural states with a large federal footprint like Utah. It rebalances the scales in favor of local voices, working families, and economic opportunities. These changes help all Americans. All Americans are going to be benefited by upgraded infrastructure, increased energy production, and less wasted time and money. This isn't about lowering environmental standards, but it is about eliminating redundancy and bureaucratic paralysis. It represents reforms Americans have been demanding, practical solutions that cut red tape while maintaining environmental protections that we all appreciate. It's time for some predictability, consistency, and efficiency in government decisions. Mr. Chairman, thank you for meeting the need of our time, which is a need for speed. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation The time for action is now, and we must give the American people the effective government that we all deserve. And with that, I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Hurd.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the SPEED Act because it fixes something that people back home understand instinctively. It takes too long to build anything in this country. Water infrastructure, roads, power lines, housing, energy projects. When it takes just a decade to get a permit, families pay more and America falls behind. NEPA was meant to ensure that agencies look before they act, not to function as a litigation strategy to stop reasonable projects. But today, it too often stalls projects and advantages competitors like China. The SPEED Act restores common sense. It focuses on real impacts, ends endless delays, and brings predictability back to permitting. Just as important for me as chairman of the Subcommittee on Indian and Insular Affairs, it respects tribal reviews and was developed with tribal consultation to ensure that NEPA does not block tribal economic development. This isn't about weakening environmental protections, it's about ending unreasonable delays so America can build again. We can lower energy costs, build reliable infrastructure, and compete globally. The SPEED Act is balanced reform, and it's long overdue. I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have heard over and over again in this debate that this bill is not about lowering environmental standards. And this is another one of those rather remarkable inversions when you actually look at what the bill does. Entire classes of projects are simply eliminated from environmental review. Entire classes of impacts no longer count in an environmental review under this proposed legislation. Certain types of comments that allow people to take part in the public review process and potentially challenge a project are no longer qualifying for them to be part of the public review and legal challenge process. If that is not lowering environmental standards, I don't know what is. But another aspect of this bill should be considered specifically, allowing broad exemptions for grants, loans, and other financial assistance, which this bill does, means that large federally backed projects could avoid triggering a NEPA review, even when those impacts could be very significant. And this includes projects like many federal highways, which were one of the reasons, the original reasons that NEPA was passed, because they often ran right through disadvantaged communities, and those communities didn't even know about the proposed projects, let alone have an ability to require consideration of environmental impacts. So if you just take a look at this image here, this is what happens to transportation projects without NEPA. And so when we hear that this is not about lowering environmental standards, I think it's important to bring it back to the reality of what this bill would do. This is what this bill would do. No environmental review process at all for many of these projects. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chair, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman.
The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong support of modernizing our permitting system through the SPEED Act. While other nations are rushing to win the AI race, build out energy generation, and modernize infrastructure, America is stuck in the 20th century. Our nation's permitting process has been corrupted, morphing from what NEPA was crafted to do into a leviathan designed to do what activists and courts want it to do, transforming from a procedural statute into a hammer to block development and innovation. The resulting lawlessness in the permitting system finally culminated in the 7 counties Supreme Court decision, which provided much-needed relief. Simply stated, and as the court found, there is no reason a rail project should fail because project opponents don't like the commodity that will be shipped on that rail line. An examination of other lawsuits filed under NEPA confirms the frivolous nature of many of them. In the last decade, circuit courts witnessed a 56% increase in NEPA appeals. NGOs instigated over 70% of these challenges, with just 10 organizations filing many of those cases. In these cases, agencies won roughly 80% of the challenges to both environmental assessments and EISs. In other words, agencies are seldom faulted for inadequate environmental review, yet NGOs capitalize on the 6-year statute of limitations to file a lawsuit to slow projects down, increase costs, and finance their organizations through EAJA funds. In recognition of this reality and in line with the 7 counties' decision, this bill clarifies the role of the court over this purely procedural statute and places shot clocks on when lawsuits must be filed and decided. The SPEED Act is project agnostic, which I believe is well reflected in its bipartisan nature, and I am proud to be one of its co-sponsors. Permitting impacts every aspect of our economy. When the system is broken, it is broken for everyone. The SPEED Act will provide the certainty that the system currently lacks and which American industries need. Thank you, Chairman Westerman, for your strong leadership on this crucial piece of legislation. I urge all my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We hear it over and over again from the other side. NEPA should just be a purely procedural law. Well, a lot of really important things are procedural. MRIs, X-rays, any number of things. Those are procedures, but you don't turn the power off and reduce that very important procedure to a meaningless exercise. That's what this legislation would do. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Lee.
The gentlelady from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Nevada, the sun shines more than 300 days a year, and solar is among the cheapest and most abundant sources of energy, not only in my state, but around the country. That's why I'm leading 30 of my colleagues in championing the most supported amendment to the SPEED Act by far to save solar and wind from this administration's war on clean energy. On July 15th, President Trump's Interior Department actively chose to wrap the biggest piece of permitting red tape around the neck of renewable energy sector that we've ever seen, directing the Interior Secretary to personally sign off on every permit to solar and wind energy. In just one example from my state, what would have been the largest solar facility in North America, the administration is making that project jump through 69 hoops 7 times. That's the opposite of efficient. Even my state's Republican governor has said that these actions, quote, have not only stopped solar development on federal lands in Nevada, but also on private land where federal approvals are required. More broadly, the administration's attack on solar energy and storage industry are threatening over 500 projects that could be powering 16 million homes. Together, these projects represent half of all new plant capacity in the United States. And for this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to the committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with my important amendment to this bill. Quite simply, my amendment to the SPEED Act would put an end to this nonsensical political tit-for-tat and ensure equal treatment for all energy sources as part of the DOI permitting process moving forward. If we're going to bring down energy bills for everyone, the path forward is obvious. Solar and wind are the clear cheapest choice. Republicans in Congress are more interested in getting retribution for their corporate donors than bringing down the costs for American families. And let's be clear, they know this isn't right. Even my colleagues who represent states like Texas and Arizona, where energy projects are being held up, are refusing to speak up. They would rather let this reckless administration put its finger on the scale, jack up prices for their constituents, than stand up to this president. Already, families across the country are seeing their electric bills increase by an average of 13%. In states like Florida, that's an average annual increase of about $400. Every day, more Americans are concerned.
The gentlelady is
Every
recognized.
day, more Americans are concerned about huge data centers causing their electric prices to spiral even further out of control, and it doesn't have to be this way. We need to provide real permitting certainty and permitting fairness and let investors, not Washington, pick winners and losers, because under this approach, Americans will be paying their electric bills each month, and they'll be the ones who are really losing. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of my amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit.
The
I
gentlelady's
yield
time
back.
has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chair, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crank.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the SPEED Act. America's permitting system is broken, and today an estimated $1.5 trillion in economic value is tied up in projects waiting for approval, costing our economy roughly $140 billion every year in lost growth. Instead of encouraging responsible development, our system too often rewards bad actors driven by ideology rather than legitimate concerns. Endless litigations become the single biggest obstacle to building energy, infrastructure, and critical projects in this country. At the same time, energy demands is projected to grow by 50% by 2050. The question's simple: will we rise to meet that demand? Not with our current permitting process. The SPEED Act brings common sense reform. It limits judicial review under NEPA to 150 days. It directs stakeholders to engage during the public comment process and tightens the scope of review so agencies take a hard look at expected impacts. Permitting reform unleashes American energy.
Yield the gentleman 30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. The bill allows America to build again, produce energy again, and stop being held hostage by litigious groups content to see jobs and investment move overseas. Permitting reform unleashes American energy and the American economy. I urge my colleagues to support the SPEED Act, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am glad to hear the gentleman's concern for projects that are awaiting approval, but for the past year, we have seen huge projects that were already approved, that were under construction. In one case, the Revolution Wind project in Rhode Island that was 80% complete, thousands of jobs, some of the cheapest electricity that New England would see to bring down these soaring utility bills, and President Trump stepped in and stopped it. They had to go to court to get a court to release the hostage, to allow this already approved project to simply move forward. So I'm always grateful to hear concern for projects awaiting approval. What this bill does, though, unfortunately, is nothing at all to end the crazy war on clean energy that's killing off projects that have already been approved. Our colleagues really should care about that, too. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chair, if we want to talk about projects that have been killed by an administration, let's go back to the Biden administration, go back to the Obama administration. Let's look at projects like the Resolution Copper Mine in Superior, Arizona, where they got a permit, they spent $2 billion, and they've yet to mine an ounce of copper because of NEPA holdups. Let's look at the Twin Metals project in northern Minnesota, where we have one of the largest deposits of copper, nickel, cobalt, platinum, and palladium, all things that we need, that has been going back and forth from one administration to the next. Let's look at the Keystone XL pipeline that was stopped after billions of dollars were spent and not one drop of oil went through it. My colleagues are making the case for permitting reform. It just happens to be that we're in a Republican administration now, and they turned a blind eye to what was happening during a Democrat administration. This is why we need permitting reform, and I'm glad to yield 1 minute to my friend from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 4776, the SPEED Act. Mr. Speaker, regardless of what sector our economy you're talking about, whether it be healthcare, technology, energy, it's always the same when groups come into my office. Permitting, regulations, crushing us, crushing us. The SPEED Act is a critical step towards unleashing American energy dominance, bringing supply chains home, and much more. The National Environmental Policy Act is a well-intentioned piece of legislation, but it's created a costly, cumbersome process that has crippled our permitting system. The SPEED Act will modernize NEPA, and it will help permitting in the U.S. return to what it was originally intended to be. The SPEED Act will establish permitting timelines, and it will cut down on frivolous litigation that is simply meant to delay projects. Under SPEED, American development will no longer be held hostage by activist environmental groups simply seeking to profit off of lawsuits. America needs to update its infrastructure, create new sources of energy, and deploy more broadband and transmission lines. The SPEED Act will help power a new generation of growth in our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge the passage of this legislation, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We just heard a list of projects that were allegedly halted by frivolous litigation, a case study for the SPEED Act. Well, in fact, many of these are really bad projects, and the examples are often examples of the environmental review process working to protect the environment and protect people. The Dakota Access Pipeline decision was challenged by the Standing Rock Sioux tribe, who won in court because the Army Corps of Engineers had failed to consider the impact of catastrophic oil spills on the tribe's water supply and culturally sacred sites. The Resolution Copper Mine was delayed because the proposed mine would in fact destroy Oak Flat, the most sacred site for the San Carlos Apache tribe. Micron chose to build its semiconductor manufacturing facility near federally regulated wetlands and endangered bat habitat. So I think what we're hearing, unfortunately, is that permitting reform, to my friends across the aisle, means a green light even for bad and destructive projects. That's not something the American people want to see. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chairman, how about the last runway that was built at the Atlanta airport? It only took 11 years to build it. Actually, only took 18 months. It took 9.5 years to go through the NEPA permitting process. These are the kinds of projects we're talking about all across the country. They're being adversely affected by a cumbersome permitting process. It's not doing anything extra to help the environment or protect our resources. It's just simply a way to stop progress and stop projects from happening. I'm glad to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Evans.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to support the bipartisan SPEED Act today, of which I'm a co-sponsor, because in part my home state of Colorado is the 6th most heavily regulated state in the country. From affordable housing to affordable energy, it has become virtually impossible to build anything, and the overburdensome federal permitting process layered with state regulations passes on extraordinary costs to Coloradans by adding years of unnecessary delays and millions of dollars to new projects that communities need. In fact, many of the projects require more money to navigate the bureaucratic permitting process than they do for actual construction. Today, the House will change that and take a significant step toward comprehensive permitting reform by passing this bill. Americans who are worried about the high cost of living should pay attention. And if my colleagues are serious about lowering the cost for their constituents, they should support the SPEED Act. Thank you. Yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chair, what about the $12 billion we put in the reconciliation bill to upgrade our air traffic control system? We're not talking about just permitting energy, we're talking about permitting safety. Look at how long it takes to build interstate highways and bridges and the safety effects that happen because those projects are drug out for so long and they cost so much more money, and it creates congestion, it creates all kinds of problems that if we could just move the permitting process more quickly, we could benefit not only the cost of energy, the cost of transmission, the cost of raw materials that we can be mining, but we could also improve the safety of our country. We've allocated $12 billion to upgrade the air traffic control system. The Department of Transportation tells me the problem is they can't get a NEPA permit to put fiber optics cables in air traffic control towers. That's insane when something like an outdated air traffic control system that has funding can't be implemented because we can't get through the NEPA process to run a fiber optics cable. Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a balance of time?
The gentleman has 4 minutes.
4 minutes?
In Arkansas.
Yeah. Okay.
And the gentleman from Arkansas has 7 minutes.
Thank you. I'm prepared to close. Yeah.
The gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, a lot of numbers have been thrown around on how NEPA takes so very, very long. Much of this is looking deep into the past and extrapolating from that. I want to correct the record because as of January 2025, $1 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act for permitting was actually doing its job quite well. It had helped reduce the median time it takes to complete an environmental impact statement, the most complex environmental review, by 28%, and that's compared to times under the first Trump administration. The time was down to a little over 2 years in 2024 compared to over 3.5 in 2019. That is a year and a half of improvement, and unfortunately, these steps forward have been taken away by our friends across the aisle. We are going in the wrong direction. So, Mr. Chairman, in closing, the majority had a great opportunity here. Democrats were ready to work with them on meaningful bipartisan permitting reform, and they chose to reject our efforts to engage in good faith. And instead, what we have here is another Christmas giveaway to the wealthiest, most powerful people and companies in the country. These are, I guess this is the golden age. These are wonderful times. You can throw great Gatsby parties if you're a billionaire, if you're one of these very, very rich interest groups. But we should be thinking about everyday Americans right now. Many overburdened communities that are saddled with significant pollution. We should be thinking about helping them instead of making it harder for them to challenge projects that threaten their health and environmental damage visited upon their community. We should also be thinking about rising utility bills, something we're hearing more and more about in this affordability crisis driven by Republican policies. And yet our friends across the aisle look the other way as President Trump's crazy war on clean energy drives utility bills higher and higher. We should be working towards a level playing field for clean energy instead of another handout for big oil. Now, the American Clean Power Association has pulled its support for this legislation. The bill is opposed by the Solar Industry Association and, of course, countless environmental and environmental justice organizations who know that this bill will take a wrecking ball to government transparency, to community engagement, and to health and environmental protections. It didn't have to be this way. This was a terrible missed opportunity, but a bad bill has actually gotten worse through the process, not better. I strongly oppose the SPEED Act, and I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, regardless of whether you may have supported this in the past, the bill has gotten worse. I urge everyone to vote no, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Chairman, permitting reform in the SPEED Act will help every American by lowering cost and increasing affordability. That's a word that's talked about a lot today, but I think we sometimes forget the question, why are things not affordable? You know, when we have to import all of our products, when we can't build new energy plants, when we can't build public infrastructure projects on budget and on time, things become unaffordable. Now is the time for Congress not just to talk about how we need permitting reform, but to actually walk the walk when it comes to helping the families in their districts keep the lights on. An analysis by Common Good showed that a 6-year delay in construction on public projects like building roads, something I think we all can agree on, costs the U.S. economy $3.7 trillion. The SPEED Act is supported by over 375 industry leaders ranging from utility companies and energy producers to home builders and domestic manufacturers. These are the industries that will lower everyday costs if we simply allow them to build here in America again. A vote for the SPEED Act is a vote for affordability. As we close, I want to return to the core principle at the heart of this debate and this legislation. The federal permitting process should serve our natural interest, not obstruct them. Let me say that again. Permitting should serve our natural interest, not obstruct our national interest. NEPA no longer passes the test. It is currently a source of waste, abuse, and predatory litigation. Its unpredictability is fundamentally unfair to the local communities, to working families, and to taxpayers who depend on the infrastructure projects that NEPA obstructs. This has never been more true than today when demand for energy is dramatically spiking. America is blessed with resources we need for a future of energy dominance and critical mineral abundance. God has blessed America with minerals and with energy. We're just refusing to use them. Mr. Chairman, we are dependent on China for 90% of our rare earths and critical minerals. That's not just economic insecurity, that's a national defense issue. They mine 70% of those around the world and process and control 90% of them. We have all of them here in America, but we refuse to do the permitting, not just to build mines, but to build refineries that will create jobs for Americans. When we take mined materials out of the ground and we process them and put them into manufactured goods, there's a multiplier effect by 28. It's what USGS and the Department of Commerce says, that we multiply that value by 28. Think of the jobs Americans could have, good paying jobs, if we not only mined here in America, but if we refined and manufactured products from those things that we mine. The SPEED Act is a targeted, bipartisan solution that will restore balance and accountability to the federal permitting process. It will streamline administrative review and curtail open-ended dilatory litigation. These are practical, common-sense reforms that, again, I will say, have garnered the support of more than 375 business, labor, and nonprofit groups from across the country, from all 50 states and Puerto Rico. And Mr. Speaker, we're at a critical point in our country. America has always been a place where we have a can-do attitude. We've always been able to succeed. I like to say we're Americans. We're not Americans, but the current permitting laws are telling Americans they can't. You can't be innovative. You can't develop. You can't build here. You have to be dependent on somebody else, somewhere else. You can't have the jobs to earn good wages. You can't grow your rural communities because we can't get through the bureaucratic red tape and permitting. The SPEED Act is the first step in doing that. We have to pass this bill. We have to get it to the Senate. We have to work with our Senate colleagues because this is an important time in our country, and this is an important piece of legislation. It's an important issue that affects every American, and today's the day to pass the SPEED Act. I urge my colleagues to support the SPEED Act to get ourselves building again, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources printed in the bill, and the further amendment specified in Section 5 of House Resolution 953 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in House Report 119-410. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1, printed in House Report 119-410. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 119-410, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 951, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment to H.R. 4776, the SPEED Act, which will improve the bill's judicial standing provision to limit frivolous lawsuits and ensure projects are not delayed by radical activist groups without actual material harm to themselves. This amendment makes a simple but important clarification. It ensures that only material, physical, or property harm, not purely aesthetic, recreational, or emotional interests, qualifies someone to challenge a federal agency action under NEPA. As established by the bill we are considering today, NEPA is a procedural statute. Its purpose is to require federal agencies to disclose and consider environmental effects before taking major actions, not to confer substantive environmental rights or to serve as a tool for endless litigation. The amendment aligns NEPA's judicial review provisions with that core purpose by anchoring standing in concrete, legally cognizant harms rather than subjective or generalized interests. By focusing standing on tangible harms, this amendment helps prevent NEPA from being used as a delay tactic in every dispute over administrative decisions, a tactic that too often slows necessary infrastructure and energy projects without materially improving environmental protection. It ensures that courts remain a venue for adjudicating real disputes where plaintiffs have demonstrable stakes while preserving agency and judicial resources for the most serious and legally grounded claims. At the same time, this amendment does not eliminate judicial review or impede legitimate challenges where there are real impacts. Stakeholders with substantive claims under existing environmental and land management statutes will continue to have full recourse to the courts under those laws. What this amendment does is reinforce NEPA's role as the procedural check that it was intended to be. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to bring greater clarity and balance to NEPA standing and to promote a more efficient and predictable permitting process consistent with both environmental disclosure and responsible development. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a pretty good example of how even when Team Extreme puts together the most dramatic rollback of America's most important, yes.
Bend. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I was saying, this is a perfect example of how even when Team Extreme puts together the most dramatic rollback of America's most important bedrock environmental law, it's not enough for some factions within the Republican conference. Now, I do oppose this amendment because at its core, it is built on a tired trope. The trope that NEPA litigation is some huge driver of frivolous litigation, and an argument that we hear all too often to justify more and more limits on judicial review to make it harder and harder for the public to participate in the review process and to help oil and gas and other polluting projects. But the facts do not back up this story that we keep hearing. One recent study from the University of Utah found only 1 out of every 450 actions subject to NEPA are ever even litigated. That amounts to 0.23%. And according to a recent Congressional Research Service report, and I quote, historically fewer than 1% of federal actions subject to NEPA have been litigated. So that's important context. The idea behind this amendment that we need to keep layering on more and more restrictions to shut out the public, to eliminate legal challenges, to stop frivolous litigation is overblown, especially in the context of an underlying bill which already imposes dramatic new barriers that make it almost impossible to bring a case to court. Among other hurdles, the underlying bill says you have to have commented during a comment period, even as the Trump administration is restricting the opportunity to comment. It also requires that your comment has to be unique. Now, this is a new term of art. It doesn't exist in current law. We don't even know what it really means. But presumably, if anyone else has submitted the same comment, has flagged the same problem with a federal action, you're out because your comment is no longer unique. And to add a cherry on top of all of that, even if you get into court, the SPEED Act would bind judges, forcing them to allow even dangerous and illegal projects to proceed, making the judicial review process extremely hollow. So judicial review is a cornerstone of democracy, Mr. Chairman. When the government makes a bad decision or an illegal decision, I would hope we could all agree there are times, because the government doesn't get everything just right, that citizens need to be able to challenge that action and hold the government accountable to make sure the law is followed. Access to the courts is a backstop for communities who are left out of the NEPA process to make their concerns heard and to ensure that federal government actions properly consider environmental impacts. And though we've heard a lot of fear-mongering about frivolous lawsuits, there are already effective safeguards in place. All plaintiffs have to demonstrate they've actually been harmed by a project to have standing, and NEPA will be meaningless unless there is a way to enforce it when the government does something harmful or illegal. That's what this is all about. I urge a no on this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, any frivolous lawsuits is one frivolous lawsuit too many. It's just not appropriate when we have legitimate actions to improve our economy and to make sure that America moves forward. You know, Chairman Westerman mentioned the 11 years that it took to build the Atlanta airport in my home state. You know, really 18 months to actually break ground and build the airfield, but 9.5 years for permitting. You know, that's just not acceptable. The Pentagon was built in just a little over a year, all right? That could never happen today simply because of the permitting process. And I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we've found some common ground. I hear that any frivolous lawsuit is one too many, so I just want to remind the gentleman that maybe one of the most prolific frivolous litigators in history is in the White House right now. I want to remind him about the raft of frivolous lawsuits challenging the 2020 election results, resulting in many cases not just in losses in court, but in the disbarment of some of the Republican luminary lawyers like Rudy Giuliani. So, you know, if we pretend to care about frivolous lawsuits, I know consistency's out of fashion these days, but we should really mean it. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think the Keystone XL pipeline is another example of frivolous lawsuits and the years upon years it took, and yet that pipeline still is not functional in its entirety. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm prepared to close, and I simply want to read what my amendment says. Page 26, line 8, insert, which shall not include aesthetic, recreational, or emotional interests unaccompanied by material, physical, or property harm after final agency action. That's concrete, and that's what, and therefore I encourage all my colleagues to vote for my amendment, and I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We should be against all truly frivolous things, not just frivolous lawsuits, frivolous legislation masquerading as permitting reform, frivolous amendments, frivolous distractions at the end of probably the most unproductive Congress in American history this year at a time when the American people are struggling. That's what's truly frivolous. I oppose this amendment, urge a no vote, and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia will be postponed. The chair understands that Amendments 2, 3, and 4, printed in House Report 119-410, will not be offered. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 5, printed in House Report 119-410. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I rise as the designee for the gentleman from Pennsylvania who has an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 119-410, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 951, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank the chair. This amendment revises the scope of review clause within the bill and strengthens the codification of the Supreme Court's 7 counties decision issued earlier this year. Now, my friend from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, is the author of this amendment, and I'm offering it for him because he is in committee business. And he was offering this amendment to further improve the bill and limit agencies from taking into consideration factors which are not within their authority to regulate. This is the core issue at the heart of what was going on in the 7 counties decision. Congress should continue to build upon that unanimous decision. Let me be very clear that the 7 county decision was unanimous, and further improve NEPA, which this bill that the chairman has brought here to the floor takes significant strides in improving NEPA, and that improve upon it by limiting what agencies can regulate to what they already can by law, by ensuring that the scope of review is conducted within the sole legal purview of each federal agency. We can drastically improve the current landscape of drawn-out, ineffective permitting. With that, I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The majority has suggested that the underlying bill's changes to NEPA on the scope of review simply codify the Supreme Court's 7 county decision, but the Speed Act actually goes much further than that court decision. The court left broad discretion for agencies to determine what impacts are relevant and how far the environmental analysis should go. 7 counties allows agencies to analyze environmental impacts when those impacts are reasonably foreseeable, although the court did limit what agencies are required to review. But the underlying bill and this amendment do something entirely different. They strip agencies of their discretion to consider a broad range of environmental impacts. This could have far-reaching consequences for communities, the environment, and public health, even when the science is clear and the consequences are very real. So the bill would prevent agencies from examining the harms that communities across the country are living with right now. A perfect example is Louisiana's Cancer Alley, where predominantly black neighborhoods face some of the highest pollution-related cancer risks in the nation, and those risks come from cumulative emissions from many facilities that have been built over decades, and impacts that are well documented and directly tied to federal permitting decisions. Under this bill, agencies would largely be prohibited from considering any cumulative effects, anything that worsens that pre-existing problem. That's not streamlining. That is telling federal agencies to look the other way in the face of obvious foreseeable harm. NEPA's strength has always been its requirement that agencies take a hard look at the real-world consequences of their actions. That is how agencies avoid unintended harm. It's how the public stays informed, and it's how federal decisions remain accountable and transparent. The language in this bill dismantles that approach, and this amendment takes it even further by continuing to strip away what courts have left in terms of discretion for agencies to consider. This will result in more harm to many American communities, including some of our most vulnerable communities that are already overburdened with pollution. I oppose the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chair. This amendment would insert federal agencies may consider only those effects over which the lead agency or cooperating federal agencies have jurisdiction by law and share a reasonably close causal relationship to and are proximately caused by the immediate project or action under consideration. There shouldn't be anything objectionable in that common sense application, that common sense phrasing. It is a common sense change that strengthens the bill by narrowing the scope of NEPA by impacts that federal agencies have the legal authority to regulate. It's pretty simple. It avoids time-consuming review of impacts from paleontology to traffic patterns that agencies cannot even control. By ensuring that the scope of review is conducted within the sole legal purview of each federal agency, we can drastically improve the current landscape of drawn-out, ineffective permitting. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think common sense is that if an agency is proposing or is considering a project that would be the tipping point for a community that's already overburdened by pollution, that would dramatically increase a problem like Cancer Alley in Louisiana, they ought to be able to consider those cumulative impacts. I would call that common sense, and with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Right. The goal of this amendment is in keeping with the unanimous Supreme Court decision in which the court jumped in and reversed the D.C. Circuit, and the D.C. Circuit had said, well, we're not going to allow this to proceed despite, you had this 3,600-page report, environmental impact statement, gone through public state comment, et cetera. Everything had been approved. And then the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals invalidated that approval, finding that the environmental review overlooked a various number of impacts. And the Supreme Court came in and said, no, let's reverse that. You've gone through the process, and what we're trying to do is codify that which would enable us to avoid the kinds of delays that have been hampering our ability to have energy projects. There's a reason everybody's utility bills are up, energy costs are high. It's because we've constrained the ability of our states, our communities, businesses to be able to create and provide the ability for us to have power without getting hamstrung into decades-long disputes and fights, going through all of the back channels of a maze of bureaucracy. This is a simple common sense amendment to try to streamline that. I yield. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, if this amendment is simply about codifying the Supreme Court's decision, why doesn't it say what the Supreme Court said? The Supreme Court said that agencies would be able to have discretion to consider cumulative impacts, traffic patterns, and other things in circumstances where those were very compelling factors. And this amendment says, no, you can't consider any of that. So let's not kid ourselves. This is not codifying the Supreme Court's decision. This is taking it much, much further. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Of course they maintain discretion. Agencies will have full discretion if we adopt this language, but discretion to consider the effects over which that agency or the cooperating federal agencies have jurisdiction. That's it. What we're saying is we shouldn't have courts making stuff up, and we shouldn't have agencies making stuff up. That's all we're trying to say. Let's get everybody in their lanes, let's get the agencies in their lanes, and then let's allow the American people to do what they do best. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I urge adoption of this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Urge opposition to the amendment and yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 6, printed in House Report 119-410. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in House Report number 119-410, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 951, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Chair. My amendment shores up and strengthens the definition of what triggers an environmental impact statement. I offer this amendment to further improve the bill and prevent agencies from keeping projects in permitting limbo. I mean, again, the driving force here is to try to free up the American people and free up free enterprise to be able to produce adequate and abundant energy for the American people, to be able to produce and create and develop projects that create and provide jobs, and to be able to make sure the American people can prosper without being hamstrung by the bureaucracy of a federal government that has been limiting our ability to keep up and produce. While the base text of the bill makes a great effort to reduce the length of NEPA review by placing caps on all parts of the process, further defining what constitutes a significant effect that triggers an environmental impact statement will make the bill stronger. Performing an environmental impact statement is the lengthiest and most expensive part of the permitting process. The Government Accountability Office estimates the lengthy EIS process costs between $250,000 and $2 million every time there's a project. My amendment inserts common sense language that requires at least one significant effect be triggered before an agency subjects a project to the lengthy EIS process. Specifically, my amendment defines a significant effect as having, quote, a proximate and concrete harm that is directly caused by the proposed agency action and that materially impairs human health or property, end quote. By adopting this amendment, House Republicans can actually demonstrate their promise to get Washington's bureaucracies out of the way of progress and fulfill, I think, the great intent of this legislation that the chairman has put together and my colleagues on the committee have brought to the floor. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly oppose this amendment. It is one more attempt to restrict what the government can consider in an environmental review and to turn NEPA into nothing more than a box-checking exercise. You get all of the bureaucracy, but none of the benefits under this approach. The amendment would add a narrow definition of significant effects on the human environment in order to limit which projects get a closer look under NEPA. And it's important to recognize that we already have a high standard for which projects get that closer look. Only proposed actions that are anticipated to have a significant effect on the environment undergo an environmental impact statement, or EIS, which is the most thorough form of NEPA review. Agencies don't do EISs willy-nilly. Only about 1% of all projects go through this process. And these are the types of large-scale, complex projects that can have serious, long-lasting impacts on the environment. Things like mines that remove entire mountaintops. Things like the construction of a new nuclear power plant. Exactly the type of things that should get close scrutiny and that the public deserves to have a chance to weigh in on. Now, this amendment redefines significant effect on the environment to mean only concrete harms that are directly caused by the proposed agency action and materially impair human health or property. That is a drastic narrowing of how we think about the impacts of federal actions. And to use a public lands example, I will just quote from the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976. It says, quote, "The policy of the United States is to manage public lands in a manner that will protect the quality of scientific, scenic, historic, ecological, environmental, air and atmospheric, water resources, and archaeological values. Now, the courts have backed up this spectrum of values for decades. The Supreme Court has held that NEPA should analyze a broad range of harms, including recreational and aesthetic enjoyment of the environment. Who here really thinks that there's no significant effect on the environment of a proposed refinery that would only light up a protected dark sky all night, every night, next to a neighborhood? Or is there really no significant effect on the environment if a pipeline would disrupt big game migrations that hunters depend on to feed their families? And of course, this definition means no amount of climate changing emissions that could be considered to have a significant effect on the environment would ever be considered. The American people deserve the full picture of a proposed action and its significant effects on the environment. This amendment puts the blinders on, even more than the underlying bill, which already goes too far in that direction. I urge a no on the amendment and reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank the chair. And the reason we're here, the reason that we have this legislation on the floor, is that NEPA is egregiously broken. Speed, which has been brought to the floor by the chairman, places common sense caps on how long an EIS can take, and this amendment goes further to restrict what triggers this lengthy, onerous process. Under the current runaway practice, NEPA reviews delay reliable energy projects by 3.9 years. Think about that. You want to know why we have a difficulty in getting affordable energy? All of these reviews, all of this cumbersome process has delayed the ability for people to come together and produce energy for themselves. The energy that allows us to be in a heated facility and lit and living and have the benefits of modern life and have hospitals powered and have cars that function and homes that are heated and cooled. And you add this 4-year lengthy addition with an EIS and an environmental impact statement, and you make it more difficult. America must be able to get energy projects up and running and on the grid if we're going to compete on the global stage and be able to continue to live the benefits of modern life. This amendment addresses the most onerous part of the currently bloated NEPA process. I reserve.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we have a major disagreement on what common sense means in this Congress. To me, and I think really to most Americans, it's just common sense that you have a project that would destroy hunting access to some vital part of our public lands that generations have depended on. If you have a project that would cause a sacred tribal site to no longer be enjoyed by folks who've depended on it for millennia, that should undergo an environmental review. That seems like common sense to most people, but in this strange Congress, I guess common sense means just do those projects anyway and don't even consider alternatives, don't even consider the impacts. That's why I oppose this amendment and reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, I'll remind my colleagues that what this amendment does is defines a significant effect as having, quote, a proximate and concrete harm that is directly caused by the proposed agency action and that materially impairs human health or property. Fairly common sense. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas.
Prepare to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
I'm going to take 30 seconds, a point of personal privilege here, to respond to something that the gentleman alluded to earlier in another exchange with another member, talking about so-called frivolous litigation by our current president. I find it absolutely extraordinary that in the same week that we found out that the FBI literally told higher-ups at the Department of Justice and the White House that there was not probable cause to engage in a raid at Mar-a-Lago on the former president of the United States, that we are somehow going to enter that fray and not acknowledge the extent to which the abuse of power the abuse of authority by the Biden administration and by his Department of Justice was extraordinary, historic, corrupt, and worthy of note. And that if my colleagues want to venture into a debate about lawfare, we will be happy to talk about the Manhattan DA. We'll be happy to talk about Fani Willis. We'll be happy to talk about Jack Smith. We will be happy to talk about Arctic Frost, not because we're happy that they occurred, because the American people are offended at the assault on President Trump, on the members of this body, and on the people of the United States. I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I thought we were debating a bill that proposes permitting reform. And of course, we have lots of disagreements about how it impacts our bedrock environmental laws. But I guess we never want to miss an opportunity to go into the fever swamp of conspiracism that is the Cash Patel FBI these days. I will bring it back to the subject at hand. This is a bad amendment. I urge my colleagues to oppose it, and I yield back.
The gentleman has yielded. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Request to record a vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Resolution 951, I call up H.R.
The gentleman will suspend. Does the gentleman have a motion?
The committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 4776, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that committee has had under consideration H.R. 4776 and has come to no resolution thereon.
What purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 951, I call up H.R. 1366 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 336, H.R. 1366, a bill to provide for the location of multiple hard rock mining mill sites to establish the Abandoned Hard Rock Mine Fund and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 951, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources, printed in the bill, is adopted, and the bill, as amended, is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1366.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 1366 to restore clarity and stability to mining operations and support reclamation of abandoned hard rock mine lands. First, I'd like to thank my colleague from Nevada, Representative Amadei, for his work on this bipartisan legislation. In 2022, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals revoked an approved mine plan of operation for the Rosemont copper mine in Arizona. The ruling, known as the Rosemont decision, limited the Forest Service's ability to approve support activities necessary for conducting mining operations on federal land. This decision upended over 40 years of regulatory and legal precedent. Before developing a mine on federal lands, an operator must obtain a mine plan of operations from the Forest Service or the Bureau of Land Management. This plan must detail the intended uses of the surface of the mining claim, including waste rock placement, mills, offices, and roads. Under the Rosemont decision, however, operators must prove the existence of a commercially developable deposit on a claim before a plan of operations can be approved. This obvious problem is that the economic viability of a site cannot be determined until after the mine plan of operations is approved by the federal government. The ramifications of the Ninth Circuit's decision are substantial. Although the Rosemont decision involved Forest Service lands, it has prompted multiple lawsuits targeting projects on BLM lands based on similar regulations. If allowed to stand, the Rosemont decision will thwart hard rock mining projects across federal lands, further jeopardizing domestic mineral supply chains, energy security, and national security. Mr. Amadei's bill provides needed regulatory clarity by creating a new category of mill sites for activities ancillary to mining that operators can include within the boundaries of an approved plan of operations. The legislation also creates an abandoned hard rock mine fund to support the reclamation program by using claim maintenance fees to inventory, assess, and remediate abandoned hard rock mines. Simply put, our reliance on foreign critical minerals is one of the greatest strategic vulnerabilities facing our nation today. America has been truly blessed with vast natural resources. This bill will create the regulatory clarity and stability that companies need to attract investment and responsibly develop these resources. With mineral demand expected to grow exponentially in the coming decades, Congress must safeguard and defend the country's ability to access its own resources. Again, I applaud my colleague, Mr. Amadei, for this common sense but urgently needed bill. I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I want to remind everyone that we're at the end of this year. We're running out of time to fix the healthcare crisis that Republicans have created. Christmas break is right around the corner, and hardworking Americans are struggling. They are being crushed under the weight of rising costs. And what do our Republican friends have us voting on? Well, the next bill that we have up today, H.R. 1366, the so-called Mining Regulatory Clarity Act, is just a gift for folks who really ought to be on the naughty list this time of year, foreign mining companies. I strongly oppose this bill. According to its sponsors, it is a legislative fix to the Rosemont court decision, a court case that determined that a mining company was not allowed to dump its toxic mine waste on public lands based on an invalid mining claim. You see, for years, mining companies were allowed to dump their waste wherever they wanted, without paying fair market value for that land, without public land managers having any real option to say no, regardless of which precious public lands might be destroyed forever. But in the Rosemont decision, the court held that under current law, a mining claim is only valid when it actually contains valuable minerals. That makes sense. That's common sense, if we want some common sense. But the mining industry didn't like that. They were not happy that they could no longer dump their toxic waste on phony, invalid claims anymore. And so here we are today, passing a so-called fix for the industry. Now let's remember that enormous benefit is stacked on another one. Mining companies don't pay back the American people a cent in royalties for the minerals that belong to the people of the United States. The Antiquated Mining Act of 1872 essentially gives away America's valuable mineral resources for free, often to foreign-owned mining companies, even companies controlled by our adversaries. Even so, the industry calls the Rosemont decision an existential threat. Give me a break. You know what happened to the Rosemont mine after that court decision came down? The next day, the company paid for private lands for its waste disposal. Zero problem. The mine wasn't stopped. It's just the industry would prefer to use the public lands, your lands, and to be able to dump for free. Industry argues that this bill would provide certainty and clarity for mining and exploration. In practice, this fix would just allow mining companies to use a different type of claim called a mill site for unlimited mine waste dumping. They could use it for pipelines and processing, whatever else they would like, again, at cut rate prices. And for the record, I have found no evidence that any mines are currently being held up because of the Rosemont decision. Anywhere in America, this is a solution in search of a problem. Time and time again, Democrats have raised legitimate concerns with this legislation, and we've offered good faith amendments to address those concerns. I offered an amendment to strike the broad definition of operations in the bill, which effectively means that mining operations don't need a mining claim at all. Representative Susie Lee of Nevada offered an amendment to clarify that mining companies should only use the public lands that are actually necessary for their operations, and that to make clear that nothing in the bill limits the rights to regulate mining and related activities on federal lands. Representative Ledger Fernandez offered an amendment to exempt companies that are owned and controlled by our adversaries from these incredible benefits under this bill. All of these amendments were very straightforward. None of the issues raised should be a surprise to the majority. They have had time to work with us, but they chose not to. They rejected all of these amendments. I guess they would rather let foreign mining companies controlled by our adversaries pillage our public lands for cheap or even for free. Noted. Again, I strongly oppose this legislation and reserve the balance of time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, the Subcommittee Chair on Energy and Mineral Resources of the Natural Resources Committee, Mr. Stauber.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 1366, the bipartisan bicameral Mining Regulatory Clarity Act, offered by my good friend from Nevada, Representative Amodei. The bill before us is simple. It restores long-standing interpretation of agency regulations governing hard rock mining policy on federal lands that were upended by the courts in May of 2022 in what is known as the Rosemont decision. At the time, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit issued a decision that upended decades of settled law when it affirmed a lower court's decision revoking an approved mine plan for the Rosemont copper mining project. The decision limited the ability of the Forest Service to approve necessary mining support facilities and activity known as ancillary uses, which are necessary to conduct mining operations. This decision from the Ninth Circuit puts virtually every new domestic mining project on federal lands in jeopardy. This decision from the Ninth Circuit puts us at odds with what we need to succeed in a 21st century economy, based on anticipated increases in demand for metals and minerals for everything from energy and infrastructure to manufacturing and national security needs. We require new domestic mining operations to provide essential mineral supply chains. During the previous administration, the Department of the Interior issued an opinion that provided a temporary fix known as the Rosemont fix. This provides a path forward for mining projects, but it can be reversed with the stroke of a pen. Domestic mining projects are multi-decade investments. Mining companies that invest hundreds of millions of dollars in a project require regulatory certainty and clarity. Mr. Speaker, considering this, why would a mining company invest here in the United States without this certainty? They will actually be able to develop the project. That's why the bicameral, bipartisan Mining Regulatory Clarity Act is necessary. The only way to fix the 2022 court decision is to codify the fix in law. This legislation, contrary to what some of my colleagues will argue, doesn't create new domestic mining policy. It simply builds regulatory certainty and reinstates the longstanding interpretation of the mining law and the agency regulations that will allow the land before being misinterpreted by the courts. Mr. Speaker, if we can't mine these minerals domestically, thanks in part to the Rosemont decision blocking new domestic mines, where do the opponents of this bipartisan bill expect needed minerals to come from? The only answer I can think of is from China. Continued lack of clarity resulting from the court's decision is not a benefit to the American people, but a benefit to the Chinese Communist Party. The answer is clear. You can either support domestic mining with the strictest environmental and labor standards here in the United States of America, or you can continue to export your environmental guilt and support importing minerals from countries that have zero environmental standards and utilize child and forced slave labor to mine these minerals. I urge my colleagues to support the bill. And when we talk about domestic mining, we are richly blessed, Mr. Speaker. The good Lord has blessed this country with the natural resources that we need for our everyday lives. I want the American industry, the American workers, the American communities to be able to mine these minerals that we are richly blessed with. I do not want another Biden administration supporting memorandums of understanding with third world countries to get these minerals and then import them to the United States so we can put them in our technology, our vehicles, our phones, our cell phones, our computers, our medical instrument that we manufacture. I would much rather mine these critical minerals here under our environmental and our labor standards. We can lead the world. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, we also need to process these here in the United States. And that's why our permitting reform is so important. This can be a win-win. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, as long as we don't mine here, as long as we put up every single roadblock, they're happy. They'll sit at this in this House of Representatives and say, we support mining, so long as it never happens, so long as the bureaucratic nightmare, the blue tape continues where we can't mine here. Enough is enough. The American people have seen enough. And we're going to mine not only in Minnesota, we're going to mine in North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, Nevada, California, Arizona, Washington. We're going to mine in Pennsylvania. We're going to mine in Texas. We have to do it. I support this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for speakers. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend from Minnesota for listing all of those states and places because it is important for the American people to know that if this becomes law, a free toxic dump site on your public lands is on its way in all of those places. That's what this is about. One of the cynical euphemisms we keep hearing is regulatory certainty. So let's talk about what that really means. Mining permitting has continued after the Rosemont decision. The Rosemont mine itself proceeded. It wasn't impacted. There is no legislative fix needed to this fake problem. This bill would codify only the most industry-friendly interpretations of the mining law and introduce additional uncertainty around the government's ability to enact basic common sense regulations on mining on public lands. To expand on that, the bill's current definition says that mining operations include, and I quote, all functions, work, facilities, and activities in connection with the prospecting, development, extraction, and processing of mineral deposits and all uses reasonably incident to, including the construction and maintenance of means of access, whether the operations take place on or off the claim. This is sweeping. Effectively, this means that mining operations don't need a mining claim at all to conduct operations on your public lands. And while this definition is currently in regulation. The Interior Department and the leading public land law treatise have found that off-site mining activities do not currently get the same rights and priority use as mining claims. So that is what is at stake in this legislation. Permanently codifying this into law would further put mining over other uses of our public lands, doing an end run around the multiple use balancing requirements that are foundational to public land management. While our land managers have limited discretion right now to deny a mine on public lands, they do at least have some authority over their roads, pipelines, and toxic waste dumping. That would all be taken away by this legislation. This is not regulatory clarity. It is regulatory charity to an industry that has already gotten 150 years of giveaway. I urge my colleagues to vote no and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter a letter of opposition into the record from 189 organizations, tribes, companies, and local elected officials.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The signers of this letter express their strong opposition to this bill. Specifically, they argue that it would weaken the already outdated 1872 mining law and give the mining industry even more control over our public lands. They note that mining in the United States is already governed under a law that is 150 years old, enacted under President Ulysses S. Grant. These organizations, tribes, and leaders remind us that the 1872 law has no environmental guardrails, that the mining industry is already the only industry that doesn't have to pay any royalty when it extracts our minerals on public lands, and that 40% of headwaters and 50% of lakes have been polluted by mining activity. They also raise specific concerns within the Mining Regulatory Clarity Act. First, the bill would allow multinational companies to claim an indefinite number of mill sites to permanently dump toxic waste on our public lands for free. Second, it could block renewable energy development, recreation, other uses of our public lands by allowing mining companies to build roads, pipelines, and other infrastructure by right and without any permits as long as they are connected to a plan of operations. And finally, the bill could be read to eliminate the requirement that mining companies prove that there are even some valuable minerals to validate their claims on the vast majority of our public lands. The letter urges us to enact real reforms to the 1872 mining law that would improve environmental safeguards for communities, ecosystems impacted by mining, give federal land managers a say in deciding where mining is and is not appropriate, and close loopholes that allow foreign companies to exploit our public lands. And on that latter point, I would like to yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico who has shown great leadership on this seemingly common sense need to put some guardrails in place to make sure that foreign-owned mining companies, including those owned and controlled by our adversaries, don't have the benefit of all these lavish giveaways. I yield the gentlelady 3 minutes.
The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. Mr. Speaker, mining corporations, including foreign-owned, pay nothing in royalties when they take our publicly owned minerals on our federal lands. The American people get nada, zero, for our copper or gold or critical minerals. H.R. 1366, the Mining Regulatory Clarity Act, is yet another giveaway to big mining companies by making it easier for them to dump their waste on more of our public lands. At the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an amendment to prevent mining projects from qualifying for the expanded public lands access if the project is owned or operated by a foreign entity of concern, like China, or one of its subsidiaries. Why should we let the Chinese Communist Party take advantage of the copper, gold, and critical minerals on our federal land? Chairman Molinar of the Select Committee on the on the Communist Chinese Party offered a similar amendment to the Rules Committee last Congress on the same bill. Republicans refused to make it in order. I don't know why Republicans are afraid to limit China's access to America's critical minerals. If we're not going to make international mining companies pay for our precious minerals they take from us, the least we could do is to stop foreign adversaries like China from dumping mine waste on our public land. We should not treat our public land like a big trash pile available to international mining corporations. Republicans should focus on making life more affordable for Americans, not giving away more land, not making those big international companies even richer. Focus on bringing down the cost for Americans, not giving the big giveaway to the big corporations. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment.
Without objection.
I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit and to stop letting China and its adversaries use our public lands like their big trash dump. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from
Mr.
California.
Speaker, I'll go ahead and close. This bill is another unnecessary giveaway to the mining industry. It lets literally anyone, including foreign mining companies controlled by our adversaries, claim as much of our nation's public land as they want for next to nothing, and then extract our publicly owned minerals without paying a cent in royalties back to the American people, and then permanently bury public lands in toxic mining waste. Our mining laws need reform. They don't need this. With bipartisan interest in securing our critical mineral supply chain, we actually do have an opportunity to create modern mineral policies that would empower American innovators to recover the minerals we need while honoring indigenous sovereignty, protecting the environment, making sure American workers and communities share in the benefits, and also American taxpayers. But instead, the majority is doubling down on the extraction above all land grab from the gold rush, back when we codified this 1872 mining law. They refused to engage with Democrats to include even common sense safeguards against letting foreign adversaries take our public minerals for free. They refused to limit the industry's waste dump mill sites to only the public lands necessary for their operations. And ominously, they refused to clarify that this bill does not affect the federal government's ability to regulate mining on public lands, which the unnecessary savings clause in this bill calls into question. It bears repeating, the mining industry already has a sweetheart deal on our public lands. We are the only industrialized nation that lets anyone claim whatever they want on public lands and extract public minerals for free. This bill is no minor technical fix to overturn a court decision. It's a massive giveaway of public lands to an industry afraid that one of those many giveaways that they've had for all of this time was about to be challenged. I urge opposition to the bill and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about some of the issues that were just brought up. First, the foreign entity of concern restrictions. Now, I agree, and I think everybody would agree, that we should scrutinize foreign direct investment to ensure that it does not pose a threat to the United States. We have programs to do that, programs that possibly should be strengthened. But imposing arbitrary standards could prevent publicly traded non-Chinese companies from mining domestically. Doing what? It would force a continued reliance on China. We all know that China is already doing whatever they can to prevent us from building out secure domestic supplies of critical minerals. The CCP has repeatedly used its dominant market position to strategically flood markets and make U.S. projects uneconomic. When they see a project announced in the United States, they dump product on the global market, lowering the prices and making our mining operations uneconomic to investors. If we create an arbitrary standard, they'll continue to play even more dirty. They will the CCP will simply buy shares of publicly traded companies to disqualify the companies from mining on federal lands. We're being naive if we think that China won't use any tool and loophole at their disposal to stop mining in the U.S. In any event, this bill is about regulatory certainty so that we can start mining again in America. Now, I've already mentioned this, but we are blessed with resources here in America. And we have a lot of those resources are on federal lands. And this issue's come up about royalties. It continually comes up, and people say this bill would allow mining companies to extract valuable public assets without paying any royalties to Americans. I want to remind everybody of something. U.S. mining companies already pay between 40 and 50% of earnings in federal, state, and local taxes and other fees. These taxes are vital to funding school systems, roads, and other infrastructure projects, especially in rural communities. And now, thanks to the Rosemont decision, on top of paying those taxes, companies must pay millions more dollars in litigation. Developers would be required to pay fees for any mill sites established under this bill. These fees would go towards remediating abandoned hard rock mine lands, something that my Democrat colleagues have repeatedly pushed for. If we want to encourage investment in safe, responsible, and cutting-edge mining practices that provide billions to the public's coffers and essential materials to the American people, then we need to support H.R. 1366. I also want to call attention to a letter we received signed by 28 organizations from A to Z, literally from A to Z, starting with A, the Alaska Miners Association, the American Critical Minerals Association, American Exploration and Mining Association, Bipartisan Policy Center Action, Battery Materials and Technology Coalition, Colorado Mining Association, National Mining Association, U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Women's Mining Coalition, Wyoming Mining Association, and to round it out with Z, the Zero Emission Transportation Association. These organizations stress the importance of Congress enacting this bipartisan legislation, and they stated, and I quote, "This legislation will ensure the U.S. can utilize its vast domestic resources to build essential mineral supply chains. Your efforts to enhance mineral supply chain security while upholding our leading safety and environmental standards are crucial. The passage of H.R. 1366 will support the trajectory of innovation in the U.S. and maintain the nation's economic leadership," end quote. Mr. Speaker, this bill is common sense, supporting American industries that are working to bolster our domestic mineral supplies. I also want to draw attention to a letter we received from Nevada Democratic Governor Joe Lombardo in support of the Mining Regulatory Clarity Act. And his letter states, quote, "Advancement of this bipartisan bicameral legislation is indispensable to the long-term economic resilience of our rural communities and Nevada's ability to help achieve domestic mineral security." Again, this bill is common sense, it's bipartisan, it's bicameral, it supports a key industry for states like Nevada, and it should be strongly bipartisan. When we look at the abundant minerals that we're blessed with across the United States, I think of the claim that our colleague, Mr. Begich from Alaska, also says when he talks about the Ambler Road District. And of 50 things listed on the U.S. critical minerals list, he says that in the Ambler District, 49 of those exist in abundant capacity to develop and process and mine, yet we're yet to be able to get a road into this area to process these materials. When I look at my home state of Arkansas, we have the largest deposit of lithium possibly in the world. At least 15% of the world's lithium is in brine water on public land in the great state of Arkansas. We have all these minerals available all across the country, but according to the 2025 Mineral Commodity Summary from the U.S. Geological Survey, the U.S. is 100% dependent on imports for 14 critical minerals, many from China and Russia. Mr. Speaker, I've met with the Navajo Nation. They've got abundant deposits of uranium that they could recover from former mining operations. We are so dependent on uranium imports. The last number I saw, we produce only 0.5% of the uranium we use for fuel in U.S. reactors. You know where most of that comes from? Russia and Kazakhstan. These are the kinds of minerals that we're dependent on foreign actors for. If you support growing our domestic supplies of critical minerals, this bill provides the regulatory certainty necessary to strengthen domestic mineral supply chains. If you support weakening China's global control over minerals, join us in voting for Mining Regulatory Clarity Act. And let's talk a little bit more about China. We need to do not only more mining here in America, we need to do more processing and refining in the U.S. to meet our energy, infrastructure, and national security and defense needs. The Mining Regulatory Clarity Act will help strengthen domestic mineral supply chains. I have a chart here that shows where we're at with China on rare earth and their monopoly. They control 70% of the mining in the world. It's not in China, it's all over the world. My colleague mentioned child slave labor being used to extract cobalt in Africa. It's atrocious where they go and mine these materials and the lack of standards that they have, both environmental, human health, human safety, and human rights that are violated in the mining. They take that back to China and they process 90% of it in China. This is all of the world's critical minerals. And then they manufacture 93% of the things that are manufactured with critical minerals. If you want to help China maintain their stranglehold over our critical mineral supply chains, then you should oppose this bill. Look no further than the chart behind me, and you will see that we can't continue to allow China to have the monopoly and the stranglehold on our economy and on our defense that they currently have through the critical mineral supply chain. I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. I again appreciate my colleague, Mr. Amadei from Nevada, for bringing it to the floor, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 951, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to provide for the location of multiple hard rock mining mill sites to establish the abandoned hard rock mine fund and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Ledger-Fernandez moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1366 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 951, I call up H.R. 845 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 285, H.R. 845, a bill to require the Secretary of the Interior to reissue regulations removing the gray wolf from the list of endangered and threatened wildlife under the Endangered Species Act of 1973.
Pursuant to House Resolution 951, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources, printed in the bill, is adopted, and the bill, as amended, is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designee. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 845.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as we're getting close to breaking for the Christmas holiday, I'm glad that this last bill the Natural Resources Committee will offer is one that we will have a debate on that resolves an issue that has united the Bush, Obama, Biden, and Trump administrations alike. Not sure there's another issue like that out there, but this is one of them. Because each of those administrations has agreed that the gray wolf is a recovered species and should be removed from the Endangered Species Act, or ESA protection. H.R. 845, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act, sponsored by Representatives Boebert and Tiffany, instructs the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to reissue its 2020 final rule that delisted the gray wolf from the list of threatened and endangered species in the entire lower 48 states. Recovery of the gray wolf is a true ESA success story, and there aren't a lot of them. In the 1970s, the species was at risk in the lower 48 states. Today, the gray wolf numbers in the thousands across the Great Lakes and Rocky Mountains, with each of these populations being connected to tens of thousands of wolves in Canada. The first Trump administration recognized the successful recovery and issued a delisting rule for gray wolves in the lower 48 states. Unfortunately, this rule was vacated by a federal judge in California in a blatant instance of judicial activism. But don't just take my word for it. The Biden administration appealed the California judge's vacature of the 2020 Trump rule, arguing, and I quote, "The district court misunderstood the ESA's clear mandate and compounded that error by imposing its own review of the science," end quote. By every sensible definition, the gray wolf is a recovered species, and that recovery should be celebrated as a success of the ESA. Gray wolf populations are healthy and thriving in every region in which they are found. The Great Lakes region has the largest concentration of gray wolves in the lower 48 states, with approximately 4,200 wolves inhabiting Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. Moreover, this population is connected to at least 12,000 to 14,000 wolves in central Canada. The western United States is also home to roughly 2,500 wolves, including already delisted populations in Montana, Idaho, Washington, Oregon, and Wyoming. This population is connected to over 15,000 wolves in western Canada. The Biden administration's own science determined that wolves in the western United States had a healthy abundance, retained genetic diversity, could respond to high mortality events, and maintained adaptive capacity. Most of these wolves reside in states where they have already been delisted. The science is clear. Gray wolves have recovered in the lower 48 states, and it's time to return their management to the states which have managed and will continue to manage wolf populations responsibly. I encourage my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're here in D.C. during the final week before the holidays. Families back home are struggling with the increasing costs of groceries, housing affordability, natural disaster recovery, and health care. That's what we should be working on. Instead, what is Republican leadership scheduled this week? A bill that's routinely used in Congress to kill time on the floor and that will go nowhere in the Senate. H.R. 845, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act, would strip federal endangered species protection from gray wolves and block courts from reviewing that decision. This bill would force the Interior Department to reissue a 2020 Trump rule to delist the gray wolves that was struck down by a federal court in 2022. Why was it struck down? Because a Republican-appointed judge found it failed to use the best available science, didn't consider threats to wolves outside core populations, and ignored the needs across their entire range, all in violation of the Endangered Species Act. Instead of accepting that decision, this bill doubles down on bad science and even prevents courts from weighing in. If you're sure wolves have recovered, then there's no need to block judicial review. But that's not the case here. Instead, my colleagues want to remove endangered species protections because of politics instead of science, and that's not how the Endangered Species Act works. Wolves are an Endangered Species Act success story. Their population has increased from fewer than 1,000 animals to over 6,000 today, but recovery remains fragile and incomplete. Wildlife management should be based on science and collaboration. Our natural heritage and the health of our ecosystems are worth protecting for future generations. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I'm looking forward to hearing further discussions from my colleagues. And I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Colorado, the lead sponsor of this legislation, Ms. Boebert.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for helping lead on this issue. And I want to say thank you to my colleague, Representative Tom Tiffany, who has also been instrumental in this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, Colorado is at the center of our nation for wolf battles. That's why Congressman Tom Tiffany and I introduced H.R. 845, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act. My bill delists the gray wolf from the federal endangered species list and returns the issue of wolf management to the states and tribal wildlife agencies. This doesn't mean that wolves will not be managed. It just means that the federal government will step aside and we will have proper state management. I think we believe in federalism here in the 10th Amendment and trust our states to do the right thing. Leftists want to eliminate hunting, lock up our lands, further restrict gun rights, and pander to the interests of extreme environmentalists who don't understand our rural way of life. In 2020, in Colorado, Denver and Boulder voted to reintroduce gray wolves west of the Continental Divide. This ballot box biology has led Colorado to rush through the importation of Canadian gray wolves and has set them loose in our state despite numerous protests and questions about the legality of this dysfunctional and chaotic approach, putting predators over people. And these predators do not obey arbitrary boundaries. Sure, Colorado may say they will be introduced west of the Continental Divide, but that doesn't keep them west, and that doesn't necessarily keep them in Colorado either, as we have seen. Importing foreign predators into our state has received pushback from our tribes, energy operators, and our farmers and ranchers. ESA restrictions prohibit ranchers and pet owners from protecting their livestock and pets, as ranchers who shoot at, injure, or kill protected wolves stalking sheep or cattle face potential prosecution. Unfortunately, wolves, again, don't see state lines. They don't know the difference between state, federal, tribal, or private land. It's in their nature to travel great distances in pursuit of prey, whether that's deer, elk, sheep, cattle, or even our pets. And it's been well documented that wolves don't only hunt to satisfy their need, to satisfy their hunger. They also hunt for sport. In March of this year, one of the Canadian wolves attacked and killed a working cattle dog in Jackson County, Colorado, neighboring one of the counties that I represent in my district. Last year, a gray wolf from the Great Lakes region was found over 1,000 miles away in Elbert County, east of the Continental Divide, in Colorado's 4th District, where I represent. Colorado's agricultural producers have lost $580,000 in just 1 year from wolves already introduced. We should listen to our farmers and ranchers and finally delist the gray wolf. Gray wolves were first listed under the ESA in 1967. That's 58 years ago. Since then, delisting the gray wolves has been supported by the Obama, Trump, and even Biden administrations. In November 2020, scientists and nonpartisan career employees at the Department of Interior once again found gray wolves were fully recovered and once again issued a rule that returned management of the gray wolf populations to state and tribal wildlife agencies, as it should be. Unfortunately, frivolous litigation was filed by environmental extremists, and an activist California judge pandered to them by vacating the 2020 rule and unilaterally relisting the gray wolf by judicial fiat. Mr. Speaker, the science is crystal clear on this issue. Gray wolves should no longer be on the endangered species list. We can no longer put farmers, ranchers, and even our pets in harm's way by using taxpayer dollars to protect a species that has been fully recovered. It's time for the federal government to get out of the way and allow the state and tribal wildlife agencies to manage this species. Again, just as my colleague on the other side of the aisle agrees, this is an Endangered Species Act success story, and I urge support in my bill. I yield.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman reserves. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
Senate 1071, an act to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2026 for military activities of the Department of Defense, for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When my colleagues say an activist judge overturned this, it was a Republican-appointed judge that found, again, that it failed to use the best available science. I also want to say that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service just canceled the first ever nationwide gray wolf recovery plan, which was due this month. This comprehensive science-based plan would have finally provided a holistic approach to wolf recovery with all stakeholders at the table. This is the type of solution that the courts have been seeking after invalidating 5 of the 6 previous attempts to delist wolves. Unfortunately, H.R. 845 is part of a pattern. Instead of investing time and money into supporting proven paths of success, we're voting on far-reaching and unscientific proposals that don't actually solve the problem and won't make it into law. H.R. 845 would also fragment and make wolf management harder. So with that, I would like to yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan.
The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are witnessing an unprecedented extinction crisis with 1 million species at risk of disappearing forever in coming decades. As the co-chair of the Endangered Species Act, protecting our nation's wildlife is one of my top priorities. I am deeply concerned that the provisions included in this bill will cause our country to backtrack on the progress we made, and that's why I have to be opposed today to the bill on the floor, the so-called Pet and Livestock Protection Act. There's been a lot of discussion about the gray wolf. Well, let's talk about the delisting of the gray wolf under the Endangered Species Act. While progress has been made in certain regions, the reality is clear. Gray wolves have not yet achieved full recovery, and removing federal protections would be premature and dangerous. Today, wolves occupy only a fraction of their historic range. Large areas of suitable habitat remain unoccupied, and many existing populations are small, isolated, and genetically vulnerable. True recovery under the Endangered Species Act requires not just survival in a few regions, but long-term security across a significant portion of the species range. We also know from experience what happens when protections are lifted too soon. After previous delisting efforts, several states moved quickly to authorize aggressive hunting and trapping seasons. And in some cases, wolf populations declined sharply within one single year. These setbacks erase decades of conservation progress and create instability rather than sound wildlife management. Gray wolves play a vital role in maintaining healthy ecosystems. As apex predators, they help regulate prey populations, they reduce overgrazing, and promote the recovery of forests and watersheds. These ecological benefits support biodiversity and contribute to healthier landscapes that benefit hunters, farmers, outdoor recreation, and rural communities alike. Some argue that delisting is necessary to address conflicts with livestock and local communities, but science tells a different story. Broad lethal control does not reliably reduce livestock losses and can actually increase conflicts by disrupting pack structure. Non-lethal tools such as range riders, flattery, improved husbandry practices, and fair compensation programs have proven to be far more effective and deserve continued investment. The Endangered Species Act is one of the most successful conservation laws in our nation's history. It sets clear, science-based standards for recovery and requires that threats be adequately addressed before protections are removed. Delisting gray wolves without enforceable, science-based state management plans undermines both the intent of the law and public trust. And this decision is about more than one species. It's about whether we let politics override science, or whether we uphold our responsibility to protect wildlife for future generations. Until gray wolves are truly recovered, connected across the range, and protected by durable management plans, federal protections must remain in place. That's why attempts to delist the gray wolves through congressional action are opposed by scientists, conservation groups, and the majority of Americans across the political spectrum. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose delisting and to stand with science, conservation, and the rule of law.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
I yield back.
Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to state again, the gray wolf is an ESA recovery success story. We should be celebrating this. Now, while gray wolves might not currently occupy all of their historic range, they do not meet the criteria for listing under the ESA. This was confirmed by the Biden administration, as with previous administrations before. Now, most species are not found throughout their historic range. Elk and black bears, for example, are still absent from much of their historic range, but they are not listed under the ESA. According to my colleague's argument, the wolf can't be recovered until it's back into its entire historic range. Mr. Speaker, the Northeast United States is part of the historic range of the gray wolf. If what I'm hearing right is correct, are we promoting restoring the wolf to the northeastern United States with the metropolitan and suburban areas where packs of wolves can range 100 miles a day? Is that what we want to make the criteria before we say gray wolves are recovered? The scientists at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in the Biden administration, along with the ones in the Trump administration, the Obama administration, and the Bush administration, have said the gray wolf is recovered. This is just another push to continue a top-down federal approach to wildlife management that does little to actually help wildlife. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to suggest to the gentle lady from Michigan, if she wants to do a ride-along with me and deliver wolves to Madison, Wisconsin, part of their previous range, I would be happy to do that if she would join along in that process. I just want to address one thing in regards to the gentle lady from Oregon. We've got really good news, what she talked about in regards to inflation. I urge her to watch CNN this morning with the inflation numbers that have come out that are the lowest since 2021. Good news as we end 2025, and it is really good news as we go into 2026 that the Pet and Livestock Protection Act is going to pass out of the House of Representatives today. Federal protections were established a couple decades ago, and there were hundreds of wolves in Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan. Now there are over 4,000 wolves. Talk about inflation. It has hit the wolf population. Also, if you go back to 2015, 26 of the most eminent wildlife biologists in the upper Midwest urged these judges to delist the wolf, take them off the Endangered Species Act because the wolf is recovered, as the data has shown. Populations have been bouncing back and forth between being listed and delisted, and this bill provides a permanent solution, returning the population management back to the states. As everyone in Wisconsin knows, this is something we've seen far too often. Most recently, when the judge in Oakland, California, vacated the 2020 delisting rule and unilaterally put it back on the ESA list by judicial fiat. Wisconsinites know best when it comes to managing Wisconsin's wolf population, and it's long past time we empowered Wisconsinites to be able to manage the gray wolf population once again. The chairman handled it in a very positive manner. This is a recovery success under the Endangered Species Act. This is the graphic representation of what is happening, the carnage that is happening across our states in rural areas where pets and livestock are being slaughtered because the wolf is not being managed. You talk to any sportsman, and they will tell you the wolf belongs on the landscape. But when you do not manage a wildlife population, this is what happens. The slaughter continues of people's pets and livestock. Gray wolf delisting has been supported by 4 presidents. Even the Biden administration's Fish and Wildlife Service asked a federal appeals court last fall to reinstate the rule. The gray wolf has been the latest recovery success, with significant populations in the Rocky Mountains and Western Great Lakes. There's something else we should all remember. When a species is removed from the ESA list, it's something we should celebrate. From farmers to pet owners to sportsmen and women, delisting the great wolf is of paramount importance to rural America and maintain.
30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In order to maintain our rural way of life, the wolf needs to be delisted. It's past time to return management to the states. This is a legislative fix we can do. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I urge the United States Senate to pass this bill when it comes over to them, and I yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the words of my good friend from Wisconsin. I invite him to come to my district, where the manufacturers of my district are paying more for goods that they have to import to build things in the U.S., and my farmers and wine producers and exporters are losing their markets, so have less money to pay for the things where the prices have risen for their Thanksgiving, Christmas dinner, and presents. But you are welcome to come. Also, the issue with H.R. 45, after the 2020 delisting, in Wisconsin, 30% of its wolf population was killed in just 4 days. Idaho passed a law allowing the killing of up to 90% of wolves, including the pups. Montana removed wolf protections around Yellowstone, raising bag limits and expanded trapping, killing many of the beloved wolves that tourists travel from around the world to see. And the ecological consequences matter. Wolves are a keystone species critical to healthy ecosystems. When reintroduced to Yellowstone in 1995, they provided benefits throughout the entire ecosystem. Wolves changed elk behavior, allowing willows and aspens to recover. They brought back beaver, whose dams created habitats for fish, amphibians, and birds. One study found a 1,500% increase in the willow growth, surpassing 82% of tropic cascades in global analysis. And recently, we've seen evidence that wolves are helping to protect deer and elk populations from the spread of chronic wasting disease, a horrifying neurological disease rampaging through the states and causing real problems for hunters. The state of Oregon has worked to lead the way in wolf recovery, but there's only so much we can do if neighboring wolf populations are wiped out. We want to see recovery, get the environmental benefits, and also make sure that our ranchers are compensated for any losses that occur. And with that, I would like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, my good friend, Representative Beyer.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. As co-chair of this House Endangered Species Caucus, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 845. This bill, formerly called the Trust in Science Act, has gone under a rebrand since the best available science contradicts this politically motivated bill. I'm here to remind the American people of some key facts underlying this bill. First, a small reminder, people are predators too. In fact, we're the most successful apex predator of all time. This has the deeply unpopular Project 2025's name all over this. Look at page 534, Part 3, Section 16, where delisting the gray wolf is listed as the second highest priority for the Department of Interior, just behind delisting the grizzly bear. Despite the Trump administration's incompetence and chaos, we have not forgotten about the direction coming from Project 2025 and the damage already done to our country. Second, this bill fails to recognize the status of gray wolves today, taking us back to an outdated rulemaking that didn't hold up in court. It's important to recognize state-by-state differences in wolf recovery, but also in state-sanctioned predation. What does the best available recovery science say today? That's what we should be supporting. Gray wolf recovery goals are outdated, and they need to be updated. And that's what we should be working on instead of this extinction effort. And that's what this is. Permission to once again reduce wolf population in the lowest 48 to 0. And we know that premature delisting hinders the ability of gray wolves to be delisted legitimately. Today, wolves continue to face ongoing serious threats to their survival, including poaching, habitat loss, and a patchwork of inconsistent state mismanagement. The protections of the ESA have allowed gray wolf populations across the country to stabilize and regain strength. If delisted nationally, gray wolves will once again be hunted and trapped to the point of extinction. If we actually wanted to trust the science, we see that the gray wolf has made progress in their recovery, but also that wolves in the northern Rocky Mountains are being killed in dramatic numbers, even the celebrated Yellowstone National Park's gray wolves. The Biden administration recognized this and put forth a national wolf recovery plan that was supposed to be released last week on December 12th. This highly anticipated plan would have developed a comprehensive nationwide recovery plan that would have engaged the public to help develop a unified recovery approach based on scientific evidence, but unfortunately, the Trump administration hastily announced its cancellation last November. By the way, the only recent Canadian wolves were necessary because we had killed every last lower 48 wolf. And finally, I have to address the spurious argument that protecting pets and livestock somehow is ample justification for delisting the wolves. In Montana, Mr. Speaker, fewer than 60 livestock out of almost 3 million are killed every year by wolves. That's a loss of one loss for every 50,000 cows or sheep. That is a very tiny loss ratio compared to deaths by accident, lightning, freezing temperature, and all the other natural hazards that come from living outside 365 days a year. Not to mention that most of these animals are being raised to be slaughtered. The numbers don't look much different in Wyoming or Idaho. And ranchers are compensated very generously for losses related to wolves, always more than market value, sometimes 3 times the value of the animal lost. Mr. Speaker, State Farm reported that 93,000 dogs, not 5 or 10, 93,000 were hit by cars in 2022, yet no one has suggested banishing automobiles. I love dogs. Most of us do. We know how smart and complicated and ferociously loyal they are. They are just wolves we have tamed. And there's abundant evidence that wolf families are more like human families than any other species. Wolves and men have evolved together over the millennia. One reason wolves show up in all our most important stories, poems, and songs. When we kill all the wolves, we kill something in our own humanity. When we deny our connection to nature and to what is beautiful and glorious. How can we proclaim the wonder of existence, the generosity of a loving God, and then hate the charismatic creatures he has also given to this world? I urge my colleagues to kill this bill. Thank you.
The gentlelady from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the whole state of Virginia was at one time gray wolf habitat. Washington, D.C. had gray wolves. When are we going to turn them loose here on the Mall or in Old Town or whatever part of Virginia? This is a problem that seems to get exported to rural areas, and people turn a blind eye to what happens in the rural areas. Also, there's a difference between desiring fewer wolves and desiring no wolves. States where wolves have already been delisted have a proven track record of success, which has been confirmed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This bill does not prohibit the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service from listing the wolf in the future if it determines a listing is warranted. However, as the service has confirmed multiple times, the gray wolf currently does not meet those criteria. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of the newly formed Follow the Science Caucus, I rise today in strong support of a bill I am proud to co-sponsor, H.R. 845, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act. It's been proven time and time again that the gray wolf is not endangered and, in fact, has fully recovered. When the gray wolf was listed as threatened in Minnesota under the Endangered Species Act in 1978, a recovery goal of 1,250 to 1,400 wolves was set. Today, according to data from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, we have over 2,700 wolves in Minnesota. But, as my constituents would tell you, Mr. Chair, that is a severe undercount. It's more like 5,000 to 7,000 in Minnesota. Over half of the gray wolves across the lower 48 are in Minnesota, and most of them can be found in my district. The gray wolf might be one of the greatest success stories of the ESA, and one that should be celebrated. Now that the species has recovered, it's time to delist. But that's just not my opinion. It's a bipartisan view that's been held by several presidential administrations on both sides of the aisle. In 2009, the Bush administration delisted the gray wolves. Activist groups sued to relist. In 2013, the Obama administration delisted the gray wolves. Activist groups sued to relist. In 2020, the Trump administration delisted gray wolves. Activist groups sued to relist. And just last year, the Biden administration even agreed when they chose to defend the Trump administration's 2020 delisting rule. Presidents Bush, Obama, Trump, and even Biden trusted the science and sought to do the right thing. It's activist groups, with the help of activist judges, who continue to choose to disregard the science and fight to keep these unnecessary protections in place. As a result, my constituents have to face growing wolf populations in their backyards each and every day. Look at this photo right here to my right. Just last month in Ely, Minnesota, a wolf was seen in a school parking lot in the middle of the day, just feet from the schoolhouse door. And because of the gray wolf's listing status, nothing could be done to protect the lives of the students there. The broken ESA is putting my constituents' lives at risk. Simply said, it's beyond time that the gray wolf is delisted under the ESA. Unfortunately, as long as activists are willing to abuse our federal court system to weaponize the ESA, I'm afraid an administrative delisting will never be possible. There's only one alternative, Mr. Chair. Congress needs to act and finally vote in legislation to delist the gray wolves. You know, as a hunter in northern Minnesota, last year I held several town halls on the gray wolf and the concerns of delisting. Hunters for Hunters, Hunter Nation, other pro-hunting groups supported this endeavor. If you look at trail cams, for example, you'll see a nice, beautiful, in this case, 8-point buck. 10 minutes later, on the same trail cam, comes the wolf. Who knows what happened to that big, beautiful buck? The fact of the matter is we should celebrate the ESA, the accomplishment. The gray wolf has recovered. Let the states manage it. They can be more nimble than the federal government. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of this important piece of legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas
reserves.
The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, look, I want to acknowledge that wolf livestock conflicts do happen, and ranchers deserve to be support when there's wolf problem. And we already have tools that work to address these conflicts, but this bill does nothing to improve them or to help our ranchers. H.R. 845 has no funding for conflict mitigation, no support for non-lethal deterrence, no additional compensation from losses. And if we want to delist wolves responsibly, we need to give Fish and Wildlife Service the resources and direction it needs to work collaboratively, respond to science, and invest in conflict prevention. And with that, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from California, the ranking member, Representative Huffman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the gentlelady from Oregon. The gentlelady is right. If we want to talk about the occasional conflicts that exist between livestock and pets and any predators, that's a legitimate conversation. But what we are hearing from across the aisle is really jumping the shark, if you'll forgive another predator metaphor. We are being led to believe that packs of wolves are about to descend on urban areas in New England and Madison, Wisconsin, and that they are looming outside of schools. And you know, I think my colleagues across the aisle need to understand the American people are a little smarter than that. They're kind of going to see through this Little Red Riding Hood meets Chupacabra narrative that you were trying to spin to scare people about wolves. But let me tell you the way it actually works. The Endangered Species Act does not prevent wildlife managers from intervening anytime a wolf or any other predator threatens property or human beings. In fact, just a few weeks ago in Northern California, I believe it was the Sierra Valley, a pack of wolves from one of our packs there had begun preying on cattle in an area where they're concentrated because of the way they move through the state. And the California Department of Fish and Wildlife came in and took some. I think they took 5 or 6 of them, killed them. There was no ESA lawsuit. There was no violation of the law. So a little reality check on what we just heard from my colleague from Minnesota, that there was nothing anyone could do about this scary Chupacabra wolf in the school parking lot. That's nonsense. That's not the way the ESA works. Now, let's be clear. This bill is not it's not about protecting pets or livestock. It's about politics overriding science. And the consequences of doing that are disastrous. The precedent set by this bill would be very troubling. It would tell wildlife scientists that their expertise doesn't matter. It tells tribal nations that their voices can be ignored, and it tells the American people they no longer have the right to challenge unlawful government actions. The ESA is simple and effective. It ensures decisions are grounded in science. That's the heart of it. And this bill throws that principle out the window. It mandates a nationwide delisting of gray wolves and explicitly blocks judicial review. It would prevent courts from doing their job to determine whether a government action even complies with the law. Now, we don't have to speculate about what happens when protections for gray wolves are lifted, because we've seen it play out in the state of Wisconsin, where hunters like the group Hunter Nation, which is led by Ted Nugent and Don Jr. on the board, swept in as soon as the wolf hunting season was open. Quickly, they did that despite objections from tribes in the region, and the result was devastating. 218 wolves, about 20% of the state's population, were wiped out. And by the end of the season, 30% were killed, nearly twice as many wolves as the state had authorized. And over the course of about 60 hours, thousands of hunters, including some unlicensed hunters, participated in coordinating hunting groups. They engaged in a dangerous, terrorizing campaign against the wolves using bait and wolf calls. They hunted at night. They used dogs. 188 wolves were taken by dogs. They killed 130 wolf pups that were less than 2 years old. This is not thoughtful, science-based management of the state's wolf population. This is not celebrating the recovery of the wolf, as we keep hearing in this debate. This week, we received a letter from the Wisconsin tribes who had sued to try to stop that hunt. And in the letter, they object to this bill today. They point out the inadequacy of existing state-level regulatory mechanisms that led to that disaster in Wisconsin. I ask unanimous consent to enter that letter into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tribes support continued protection for wolves. 78% of Americans support continued protection for wolves. They want to see living wolf pups in Yellowstone, not news stories about tortured wolves in bars or wolf hunts with dogs. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. And I would also like to just move to some additional remarks that are part of our motion to recommit. The entire debate so far has shown why members of Congress have no business in listing and delisting decisions. We are not scientific experts. We are not objective scientists tasked with assessing population numbers, recovery goals, and continued threats to the species, and that is why the ESA properly leaves those questions to actual experts, not politicians. For that reason, we shouldn't be passing this bill at all, but if Republicans are going to go down this road, then there should at least be some guardrails in place that are based on actual science. So for this reason, at the appropriate time, I'll offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee, and if the House rules permitted, I would have offered this motion with an important amendment to this bill. We were not allowed to do that. My amendment is straightforward. The NRA gets to have this bill and its little hunting spree, but if Ted Nugent and Don Jr. and all the other folks who need to do this to prove their manhood actually go where scientists have warned us about and take the wolf population down below science-based recovery standards, then the Secretary of Interior would have to issue an emergency regulation temporarily restoring federal protection in that instance. So this would provide a necessary backstop if Congress legislatively delists the gray wolf and it careens right back toward extinction again, which we know it would. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the text of this amendment. Hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit in a few moments and keeping a modicum of actual science in the Endangered Species Act. I yield back.
Without objection, the motion is agreed to. The gentlelady reserves from Oregon. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question. Which will it be? What's the good science? As I've mentioned before, the Obama administration, the Bush administration, the first Trump administration, the Biden administration, all said the wolf has been recovered. The experts, the scientists at U.S. Fish and Wildlife have said it's been recovered. Yet my friends argue it's not been recovered because there's some places where its native range is that the wolf is not there. I remind everyone, we are in gray wolf territory, historical gray wolf territory. Now, Mr. Speaker, like many, like you probably and myself, I've walked around D.C. at night, and this is a rat-infested city. I think there would be at least a little bit of food for the wolves if we were to turn a pack loose on the mall. But what happens when they eat all the rats? What do they go after next? Now, this is a preposterous situation because I don't think anybody really wants a pack of wolves on the mall. But if you go down the logic trail that my colleagues are making, the wolf is not recovered until it's back in its historic range. So why do we want to say sit in a big city where wolves once were and say, we want wolves just not in our backyard. We want them out in the Midwest or the West where it's somebody else's problem, but we don't want those problems here because it makes no sense to put wolves back here in the big cities and across the Northeast. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California where they have a lot of wolves, Mr. LaMalfa.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, my colleague from Arkansas. It's amazing here. I represent the northeast corner of California where the wolves are being inflicted upon the people and the wildlife of that area. And the stuff I hear coming from the other side of the aisle about recovering the wolves and even the mocking, yes, it's real. There's wolves that are encroaching on elementary schools in Siskiyou County, the Little Shasta Elementary School. This isn't some Little Red Riding Hood story. This isn't some made-up deal. It's very real. And they're coming closer and closer to town all over the northeast part of California. So my colleague from the North Coast, when he mocks us like that, I'm wondering if this Proposition 50 in California kicks in, and he ends up representing my constituents up there that are fighting against this, and I'm their only voice in that echo chamber of California against this. Are you going to have town halls up there? Are you going to go into Modoc County, Siskiyou County, Sierra Valley, and tell them this is a Red Riding Hood story about the wolves devouring their livestock, eating up all their wildlife? It's the mocking. Why is it you can't stand?
The gentleman will suspend. The House will be in order. The gentleman may continue.
Why is it you can't stand the people that produce the food, the lumber that come from my part of the state, from the West, from the rural parts of America? Is it you want all of your beef? I guess if you don't eat beef, you might be able to have this conversation. Do you want your beef to be imported from somewhere else? You don't want it not to be produced here under our standards? Why is it you hate my constituents that just try and provide the urban people with what they need? Because we don't need a hell of a lot just coming from the urban area, I'll tell you what. So if you want to cater only to Marin County and have this population continue to devastate our people up there and rein in just a little bit the misinterpretation of the Endangered Species Act over the 50 years, yeah, it was well-intentioned when it came out. It was a temporary tool, but it never was meant to be a life or even a death sentence for livestock and for people's livelihoods in this area of here or all over the West. So this is a clear example of how the ESD has drifted a long ways from that. And it's high time that people have tools, especially my home state of California, where they have no tools until the Fish and Game finally decides to come in and pretend to do something.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz.
The gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 845. The bill would address at least some of the injury and injustice being inflicted upon my state and my constituents by the inappropriate and unfair enforcement of the Endangered Species Act as it has been applied in the reintroduction of the gray wolf. This injustice is apparent in the federal government's inability to manage and control the killing, the maiming, and the terrorizing of thousands of head of livestock across my district, across the rest of the United States, and in the failure of the government to properly pay for the cost of its decision to reintroduce the wolf. I will address the lack of management first. Let me begin my discussion of failed management by showing several pictures which are graphic illustrations of the lurking reality that many of my ranching families must deal with every single day. As you can see, there's nothing refined about how a wolf goes about feeding itself. You can only imagine the feelings of the rancher when he or she finds their livestock torn apart or dying. You can try to imagine the anger they feel knowing that they are legally prevented from stopping that wolf before it causes this pain and horror to their cattle and calves, and stopping these animals from doing, the wolves, this over and over again and again. I've held meeting after meeting across my district listening over and over to stories about wolves attacking herds, scattering to the four winds terrified cattle and calves, and ignoring the sad hazing efforts that we heard about earlier from across the aisle that livestock owners are reduced to using under the law to try to protect their livelihoods. The fury, the anger, the frustration, the fear of wolf that may at some point attack a child, which it came close to doing earlier last year while children in my district were waiting for a school bus, is totally understandable, and why we're on this floor sharing the reality of the wolf in America today. If we're to protect those who are trying their best to feed this country, to make a living, to keep their communities viable and safe, to put out range fires, to pay their taxes, and continue to be productive parts of this nation, we must manage the wolf, and this means we must delist the wolf and move management of these creatures back to the states. Remember, this is exactly what the Democrat, Obama and Biden administration, and Republican, Bush and Trump administrations have agreed needed to be done literally years ago. The wolf listed status continues only because of judicial fiat. Let me turn to the actual cost of reintroduction of the wolf and the need for those who have created this cost to be responsible for paying for it. University studies show that the annual cost of the wolf to the cattle business as of a few years ago is estimated to be $128 million. That's each year. This number far higher now that cattle prices are higher. Many think the only cost of the wolf is the killing of the livestock. But the impact of the primal fear and terror cattle understandably feel when a wolf is near has dramatic and serious impacts on weight gain and on pregnancy rates. These losses in production are real and they are serious. In a time when even the president is concerned about beef prices, these losses affect everyone by causing a reduction in the size of America's cattle herd and, of course, their productivity. In recognition of this damage caused by the wolf, laws have been enacted some in the Big Beautiful Bill and some at the state level to try to bring at least some ESA reimbursement equity into play by providing some payment to the owners for the death of cattle caused by wolves. But these programs come nowhere close to offsetting the very real loss. And I can assure you, the rancher would be absolutely happier if he or she could completely avoid these losses that lead to asking for justice under these programs. If we are to properly and fairly and logically manage the wolf, we must pass Congresswoman Boebert's and Tom Tiffany's bill, H.R. 845, the Pet and Livestock Protection Act. This bill would federally delist the wolf and allow states to actually manage wolf populations, not exterminate, manage. And if we are to properly allocate responsibility for the monetary cost of the wolf, that is, for the cost of the Endangered Species Act, America itself must pay for the consequences of this law, and this means Congress must manage the problem and then appropriate dollars to pay for it. Let's begin by passing this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crane.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Pet and Livestock Protection Act, which I'm a co-sponsor of, led by my friends Representative Boebert and Representative Tiffany. The truth is, Congress should not have to step in to delist the gray wolf here, but here we are. That's because the Endangered Species Act listing process no longer works as it was intended to do. The gray wolf has exceeded recovery goals, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, under both Republican and Democrat administrations, has repeatedly concluded that the species should be delisted. Yet every time, radical groups, litigious groups, step in to block that decision. They ignore science, they ignore facts, and they ignore the law. They don't want recovery, they want permanent federal control. And meanwhile, wolves are wreaking unchecked havoc on ranchers, on farmers, on wildlife, and on rural communities who are paying the price. In the state of Wyoming, since they reintroduced the wolf, their moose population has decreased by 80%. So why are we choosing wolves over moose in the state of Wyoming? I spend more time in wolf country than probably many of the members on this House floor. The elk populations are being decimated. They're starved. They are, I hear my colleagues on the other side talking about in 4 days they killed 30 wolves. You know what? That's called wildlife management. You can do that. You know, when you have a hunting season for deer and you set a goal to kill 200 deer, there's 200 deer killed in a week. It's wildlife management. That's what we do. And that's what the professionals do and do exceedingly well. I find it interesting that it's the people in this chamber who don't have wolves in their district who want wolves in other people's districts. Thank you. I yield back. Thank you.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will just clarify, I said in 4 days, 30% of the wolf population was killed. 30%, not 30 wolves. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire of how much time we have remaining?
The gentleman from Arkansas has 3 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Hurd.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am an original co-sponsor of the Pet and Livestock Protection Act because it delists the gray wolf under the Endangered Species Act. This gives wildlife managers more control in states while protecting domestic animals from wolf attacks. For years, Republican and Democratic administrations alike under Presidents Bush, Obama, Trump, and Biden have all reached the same conclusion. The gray wolf population is healthy, has exceeded all recovery goals, and can sustain life from a variety of threats and should be delisted. The Endangered Species Act was never meant to be a permanent listing statute. It was designed to recover species, and once recovery is achieved, to step back. But that's not what's happening. Environmental groups have repeatedly run to courts to block delisting, ignoring the science, and overriding bipartisan agency findings. The cost is regulatory whiplash, uncertainty, and paralysis, while ranchers, landowners, and rural communities pay the price. Mr. Speaker, I want to respond to something that was said at the beginning of this debate. One of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle criticized this Congress for discussing wolves and said we should be focused on affordability. Well, first of all, we have been and are voting on bills that improve life and make it more affordable for every American. But here's the thing. For the ranchers and outfitters in rural Coloradans that I represent, this is affordability. This is their livelihood. This is how food gets to tables across America, whether you live in a small town or in the largest city. This is a way of life that America depends on, and it deserves respect, not dismissal. H.R. 845 is supported by science, it respects each state's circumstances, and it delivers protection for rural America. I urge support and yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlelady from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 845 delists the gray wolf across the United States and blocks judicial review of the delisting. This is an anti-science bill that prioritizes politics ahead of species conservation. This bill will result in hundreds of unnecessary and indiscriminate wolf kills while doing very little to address the legitimate conflicts between some wolves and livestock, and I'll work with anyone on addressing those legitimate conflicts. We have tools and funding available to address those concerns, not enough, but we have those, without undermining the progress we've made to recover this iconic species. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 845, and I yield back.
Does the gentlelady yield? Gentlelady reserves.
Yield.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, the facts and the science are clear. The gray wolf is a recovered species. It's time for America to celebrate that, and Congress needs to act to make that happen. By passing this bill, Congress would be celebrating an ESA success story and endorsing the bipartisan policy of 4 successive presidential administrations, namely to trust the science and delist the gray wolf. I again want to thank Congresswoman Boebert and Congressman Tiffany for their strong leadership on this important legislation. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 951, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on grossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading.
Union Calendar Number 285, H.R. 845, a bill to require the Secretary of the Interior to reissue regulations removing the gray wolf from the list of endangered and threatened wildlife under the Endangered Species Act of 1973.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Huffman of California moves to recommit the bill H.R. 845 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor of vote by yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 953, I call up Bill H.R. 498 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 498, a bill to amend Title 19 of the Social Security Act to prohibit federal Medicaid funding for gender transition procedures for minors.
Pursuant to House Resolution 953, the bill will be considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided, controlled by the chair and ranking minority of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, will each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I use unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and exert extraneous material on H.R. 498.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 498, the Do No Harm in Medicaid Act. This bill helps support our fellow hardworking Americans whose valuable and finite tax dollars should not continue to fund medically unnecessary care under the Medicaid program. It is our duties as members of Congress to focus hard-earned taxpayer dollars on care that is medically necessary to improve the health of Americans. The H.R. 498 Do No Harm in Medicaid Act does just that. It prohibits federal funding from dollars from going towards specified gender transition procedures for individuals under 18. My fellow House Republicans, particularly my colleagues on the Energy and Commerce Committee, have worked diligently this Congress to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid program and Working Families Tax Cut Act. Our goal is to eliminate unnecessary and improper procedures and strengthen Medicaid for expectant mothers of children, low-income seniors, individuals with disabilities. CBO estimates that this bill would save taxpayers $445 million over a decade. And I want to make it abundantly clear, it does no way prevents minors from accessing medical care that they truly need. It just simply prohibits the use of Medicaid funding on specified procedures that are medically unnecessary. This critical legislation builds upon our work in the Working Families Tax Act to create a more sustainable Medicaid program, and I ask my colleagues to support the bill, and I will reserve my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is shamelessly bold for Republicans to bring a bill to the floor called the Do No Harm in Medicaid Act. But that's today's Republican Party. They simply lack any shame, and I mean really, saying that they are doing no harm to Medicaid when their big ugly bill earlier this year cut nearly $1 trillion from the Medicaid program. That's a huge cut that will leave millions of low-income families without any health coverage at all. We're already seeing the devastating effects of their big ugly bill. States which are already facing budget shortfalls stare down a reduction of as many as 20% of their federal Medicaid funding. They're being left with an impossible challenge, and many have started cutting. We're seeing across-the-board cuts that are crippling hospitals, maternity units, home care providers, and clinics. We're seeing healthcare providers close their doors and cut their services. And we're seeing states scale back benefits, leaving even those who are able to keep their Medicaid coverage with less of the healthcare that they need. And now, even with all that, Republicans have the audacity to bring a bill to the floor that they claim is about doing no harm in Medicaid. That's not what this is about. H.R. 498 is an extreme attack on medically necessary health care for children. The bill bans Medicaid funding for gender-affirming care for minors and strips states of even more Medicaid funding if they choose to cover this medically necessary care with their own state dollars. Republicans, Mr. Speaker, are once again reaching into the doctor's office and taking deeply personal and private medical questions out of the hands of doctors, parents, and patients and putting it into their own hands, as if anyone wants politicians making medical decisions for them and their children. Now, as members of Congress, we ought to be focused on bringing down healthcare costs and ensuring people have access to the healthcare they need, not getting in the way of doctors and parents who know what's best for their patients and their children. The reality is this floor debate is nothing more than political theater aimed at distracting from the devastating healthcare crisis Republicans created and are making worse every day. They're trying to distract from the fact that their healthcare cuts are going to strip healthcare away from 15 million Americans and close hospitals all across the nation. They're trying to distract from the fact that they're letting the Affordable Care Act's enhanced premium tax credits expire on January 1st. The Republican inaction is driving up healthcare costs for more than 20 million Americans who are facing double, triple, or even quadruple premium increases. So, Mr. Speaker, Republicans can't distract from this cruelty. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. I also call on Speaker Johnson to immediately bring up the Jeffries discharge petition that now has the support of a majority of House members, and that would extend the ACA premium tax credits for 3 years. A majority of this House, Democrat and Republican, wants to act to extend these tax credits. It's time, Speaker Johnson, to bring that bill to the floor. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Illinois, Representative Miller.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 498, the Do No Harm in Medicaid Act. Medicaid was designed as a safety net to be used only by U.S. citizens when they fall into hard times and need medical support. It was never intended to bankroll irreversible, gender-mutilating surgeries on vulnerable children. Yet today, this program is being exploited by the far left, preying on young children to advance their radical trans agenda. Adolescence is a vulnerable time for boys and girls. They are growing into the young men and women that God intended them to be. What these children really need is love and wise counsel, not taxpayer-funded, permanent chemical sterilization, mutilating surgeries, or activists profiting from their confusion. The most egregious actor is none other than Planned Parenthood, the leading abortion provider in the nation and now the leading provider of these dangerous procedures. The Do No Harm in Medicaid Act shields innocent children from predatory companies and stops Medicaid from weaponizing against our next generation. The federal government has no business paying for the destruction of children's bodies, and the American people should never be complicit in it. Thank you to my colleagues for leading this bill, and I urge all to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, who is the chair of the Congressional Equality Caucus.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this hateful legislation. The so-called Do No Harm in Medicaid Act prohibits Medicaid from spending funds on medically necessary care, like puberty blockers and gender-affirming hormone treatments for transgender individuals under 18. This is Congress seeking to ban health care for the most vulnerable among us. Republicans are working to ban parents from providing their trans children on Medicaid with necessary health care. These types of decisions should be made between families and their physicians. Yet, here we are, having politicians in Washington, D.C. telling parents across America that they know how to raise their trans youth. Transgender people need consistent access to essential and medically necessary care like everyone else. And this care makes possible for transgender people to live safely and authentically as themselves. I've spoken with countless families about the impact of this life-saving care and what it has done for their children. I have also spoken with doctors that have provided this safe and effective care. The health care that trans youth receive is a decision that they should be able to make in consultation with their parents, therapists, doctors, not by politicians. Medical care for transgender youth is safe and effective and is supported by every major medical association representing more than 1.3 million U.S. doctors. The hypocrisy of this legislation is staggering. The bill bans Medicaid from covering medical care for transgender youth, but allows for the same exact care for non-transgender youth. The proof is here in black and white. Republicans are seeking specifically to target transgender youth, and trans people are less than 1% of the population. Republicans are targeting the wrong 1%. This is not the 1% that is trying to take away the health care of all Americans. So I call on the Speaker to bring the Affordable Care Act tax credits to the floor now, today, and save health care for 22 million Americans.
Gentleman's time expired. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 2 minutes to my friend from the state of Utah, Dr. Kennedy. 2 minutes to Dr. Kennedy.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Do No Harm in Medicaid Act, which will ensure taxpayer dollars are not funding the evil practice of transgender child mutilation. And I thank my colleagues from Texas and from Kentucky for sponsoring this important bill. As a father of 8 myself, I know we all want our children to grow up healthy, supported, and empowered. Children should not be subjected to a medical system that pushes life-altering medical procedures and hormone treatments that are incredibly harmful. As a family doctor for over 25 years, I took an oath to do no harm and provide my patients of all ages evidence-supported treatment plans. That is why, as a Utah State Senator, I led the way in 2023 by passing Utah's landmark legislation that banned transgender treatments and procedures for minors. As a result, I faced death threats and my house was vandalized by woke activists, as demonstrated to my left. I am not deterred. That is why I'm staunchly committed to getting this right and finding federal solutions, as I did in Utah, that will protect America's children. At the core of the practice of medicine is that we do not subject the patient to unnecessary and dangerous medical treatments. When it comes to gender transition interventions, puberty blockers, hormones like testosterone and estrogen, and surgical procedures, the evidence shows that this is the wrong approach to getting these kids the help they need. The most comprehensive and authoritative review of these practices was conducted in the United Kingdom by Dr. Hilary Cass. Her 2024 Cass review concluded that the scientific evidence supporting such interventions is remarkably weak. There is no strong, long-term evidence showing that puberty blockers and transgender surgeries improve long-term mental or physical health outcomes for minors, nor is there robust data on their safety or impact on development. In the United States, the Department of Health and Human Services last month released a peer-reviewed report titled Treatment for Pediatric Gender Dysphoria, Review of Evidence and Best Practices. This study concluded that harms from treatments, including these puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries, are significant, long-term, and frequently under-recognized in clinical research. The evidence for these interventions in minors is weak and insufficiently tracked, particularly for outcomes like fertility, psychological well-being, and quality of life.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to have protected the children of Utah and commend the 25 other states that have stood up for their kids as well. I urge all my colleagues to follow the scientific evidence and stop funding these horrific procedures on kids. I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes now to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, who's the ranking member of our Environment Subcommittee.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from New Jersey for yielding. This bill is the latest in a long line of cruel and calculated Republican actions to erase and endanger LGBTQ plus people, especially trans youth, by using fear as a political weapon. But let's be clear. Kids trying to live authentically are not a threat. Families seeking care are not political pawns. And the providers committed to their oath to do no harm are no extremists. Every major U.S. medical group agrees health care for trans youth is safe, effective, and necessary. This care can reduce anxiety, it can reduce depression and suicide risk, and help young people thrive. If any other treatment lowered suicidal ideation at the same rate, we'd call it a miracle. The ability is that we have an opportunity here to help our kids live as their true and healthy selves, and that is a miracle. Yet instead of us celebrating or expanding access to life-saving care, we're debating a bill that would prevent families from getting their children the care they need. It is frankly embarrassing. Politicians should not be telling parents how to raise their own children. I will fight bills like this with everything I have, because equality and dignity and justice are not up for debate. I stand with the trans community in New York 20 and beyond and urge my colleagues to reject this bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will yield 5 minutes to the sponsor of the legislation, member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, my good friend from the state of Texas, Mr. Crenshaw.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very proud to have sponsored this legislation and have fought this battle for many years. And I think we could actually get it done this time. I'm not sure that my colleagues even believe what they're saying. I think they know that their constituents don't believe it. Let's not forget, in the 1930s, the medical community believed lobotomies could cure psychosis. They also believed electroshock therapy could do the same. They even gave the lobotomy inventor a Nobel Prize in 1949. Then the science caught up with the ideology and medicine was changed for the better. Now, today's great sin in medicine is perhaps one of the worst that we've seen in human history. It's a sick and twisted ideology paired with a social media-fueled social contagion that has actually normalized the ultimate lie, which is that biological gender does not matter and can even be changed. But here's the greatest sin, that this lie also applies to children. Look, there are some very simple fundamental truths in life. Men are men, women are women, and children are innocent. They can't be told that they're in the wrong body. Mutilating children is wrong. Irreversible treatments on children who need therapy is wrong. These truths are very obvious to the vast majority of Americans, and it takes an incredible amount of propaganda and institutional coercion to get an entire society to even question these truths, and yet that's exactly what's happened. Mr. Speaker, polls indicate that more than 70% of Americans support a full ban on puberty blockers for minors. That's from places like the Washington Post. Now imagine if the question had been asked differently. That's just about puberty blockers. What if they had been asked about double mastectomies on 12-year-old girls? I think the number would be probably about 90%, maybe higher. I'm not arguing with my colleagues. I'm pleading with you to understand this. Your constituents don't want children to undergo gender transformations. They don't. Your constituents know that kids are too young to understand the consequences of permanent physiological changes. I think you know it too. And even if you're uncertain about that, I think you can rest assured that they definitely don't want their tax dollars to pay for it, which is all this bill does. This debate is so often buried under euphemisms. It's gender-affirming care. There's a medical consensus. There's a standard of care. Strip away the language, here's the reality. Healthy children are being placed on drugs that halt normal development, sterilize them, permanently alter their bodies before they're even old enough to vote or drink or get a tattoo. These are kids suffering from teenage angst, and I don't deny the existence of gender dysphoria, but psychotherapy is the answer to that, not permanent hormonal changes or surgical mutilations. That's not compassion, that's not medicine, that's an abomination. And we're told that questioning this practice puts children at risk, that if we don't medicalize a child's distress, they'll take their own life. That claim has been debunked. It is not supported by science. Studies from all over the world have proven it false, and those that continue to promulgate it should be ashamed. The highest quality medical reviews have consistently found no clear evidence that puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, or surgeries reduce suicide risk in minors. None. And yet we're told to suspend our moral judgment, suspend scientific skepticism, and accept irreversible harm as the default response to childhood stress? That's not how responsible medicine works. Puberty blockers are not approved by the FDA for treating gender dysphoria. They were never designed to interrupt normal puberty in otherwise healthy children. Cross-sex hormones can permanently compromise fertility. Surgeries irreversibly alter healthy organs. These aren't neutral acts. These are life-altering decisions imposed on minors whose brains, identities, and bodies are still developing. We're told treatments are reversible. That claim is very false. The international health authorities have concluded that suppressing puberty often locks children onto a pathway toward permanent medical transition. Nearly every child placed on puberty blockers proceeds with the cross-sex hormones, and so-called pause button that almost always leads to irreversible outcomes is not a pause, it's a trap. And while activists insist this is settled science, the rest of the world is pulling the emergency brake. The United Kingdom now limits puberty blockers. Sweden and Finland have sharply restricted their use. France's medical authorities warn of serious risks to bone development and fertility. Those lying, depraved activists reviewed the same evidence and they said, no, we're good with it. Children suffering from gender dysphoria deserve care.
The gentleman's time has expired, but the gentleman is yielded an additional 1 minute. Gentleman is recognized.
Children suffering from gender dysphoria deserve care and dignity and clinical compassion, but that compassion does not mean pushing them on a medical pathway that leads to irreversible physical harm. The answer is in evidence-based psychotherapy care, therapy, family support, clinical monitoring over time. So what does this bill even do? The Do No Harm in Medicaid Act draws a very clear moral line. The government will not participate in, endorse, or normalize irreversible gender surgeries and chemical interventions on minors. It's codifying President Trump's agenda to protect our children and keep them healthy. It says we won't be complicit. Medicaid won't fund this abomination. But contrary to many of the claims are, it preserves narrow exceptions for genuine medical conditions like early onset puberty, disorders of sex development, and treatment of complications. This was a very carefully crafted bill that addresses all of the concerns that have been made. It's not about hate. It's not about politics. It's about protecting kids when adults fail them. It's an easy vote. I urge my colleagues to support the Do No Harm Act, please. And I yield back.
Time's expired. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Ranking Member Pallone for yielding. I rise to oppose the deceptively titled Do No Harm Act. Healthcare costs are about to skyrocket for millions of Americans across the country, but instead of solving that crisis, we're here with a bill that has politicians interfering in personal healthcare decisions and outrageously putting into law provisions that will essentially ban a type of healthcare that Republicans have decided they don't like. Personal healthcare decisions should be made by patients and providers, not by politicians. This bill attacks the rights of states by banning Medicaid from covering any medical care for transgender youth, and it would put discrimination into law because it would allow the exact same care for cisgender youth. You know, the history of gender diverse people goes back to ancient cultures, and why this House majority is so obsessed with a very small group of vulnerable people baffles me. Transgender people deserve the same protections as everyone else, including the ability to access medically necessary care, and they certainly don't deserve this bill. Research shows that health insurance coverage for transgender people is affordable and cost-effective. This legislation is about discrimination, and we've seen this playbook time and time again. Republicans are fear-mongering about the trans community to divert attention from the fact that they have no real solution to make health care more affordable. Congress should be focused on fixing the expiring ACA subsidies, addressing the rising cost of health care, and addressing affordability issues, which is what I'm hearing about at home. We should not be working on this bill that would interfere in personal health care decisions that are between patients and their own health care providers. Mr. Speaker, this bill will cause, not prevent harm, and I urge my colleagues to reject it. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield now 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington State, Ms. Randall.
The gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I've been sitting here listening to the remarks on the floor, and I have to admit that I find myself torn between heartbroken tears and the urge to, throw something, which I will not do because I'm a professional human being. But I have to wonder how many actual trans people and the families of trans kids anyone on the other side of the aisle knows. How many conversations anyone has had with parents who are staying up late, worried about whether that night is the night that their child is going to take their life because they feel so unsupported and so unloved and are like taking in the hatred from the floor of the House of Representatives. The kids and the parents in my community live their lives in terror, and they have it the best because Washington State is a place where we have fought to protect healthcare access for LGBTQ kids and trans kids. We have fought to ensure that every young person has the ability to make healthcare decisions that are right for them in consultation with their parents and their doctors. And it is true medically directed care in consultation with a doctor. The American people have told us over and over and over that they don't want politicians in the doctor's office. They don't want politicians making decisions about what kind of medical care that they can access, but that is what is happening right now. They are trying to strip away life-saving care from children who are moving to my state at higher and higher rates. Almost every week I hear of a family who has moved from Texas or Idaho or Florida because the parents want their children to survive. And this effort not only to cut Medicaid coverage, but to try and ban access for children.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Gentlewoman, one additional minute.
The gentlelady's is recognized for an additional minute.
This behavior is appalling, it's dangerous, it's evil. It is evil to seek to deny life-saving care from children who are more at risk than any others. I spend a lot of time in LGBTQ clubs in high schools talking to young people who are shocked when I come in and tell them that as a queer woman, I'm a member of Congress. And they say, do you know any trans people your age? Because they don't believe that they will make it to 40. They don't believe that they will make it to 50 or 60. They don't believe that they have a future because they are watching the floor and they listen to the words that come out of our mouths and they know that half of the people in this chamber do not care if they survive. I think it's very clear that I'm not going to vote for this bill, and I would urge all of my colleagues to join me. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky.
I'll yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't need much time. The question was asked if we had ever bothered speaking to trans kids. The answer is absolutely yes. Maybe that's why I'm so passionate about this. Because it turns out there's hundreds and hundreds, thousands perhaps, of trans kids who were coerced by radicalized doctors. Their parents were lied to. Their parents were given studies that said there's a 1% remorse rate. These studies are based on nonsense. They're not even based on a pool of participants that are minors. They were told that these things are just a pause button, that it's reversible, that, this is just the standard of care. Standard of care based on what? Based on junk science. You cannot base standards of care on junk science. And now the science is caught up. The CAS review study, the systematic review, which is the gold standard of any kind of study, because it looks at all of the different studies methodically. And then the 300-page review that HHS just did. I've had them on my podcast twice to talk about their experiences. Chloe Cole just spoke at a department of HHS just now, about an hour ago. Chloe Cole, at 12 years old, was going through what a lot of 12-year-olds are going through. She's a tomboy. She has older brothers. She likes sports, and she's confused. And so doctors tell her that, well, you're a boy. And they convince her parents of the same. She's put on puberty blockers and soon on high levels of testosterone. And by age 15, a double mastectomy. She's not sure if she can ever have kids. And she definitely can't feed her children normally. So yeah, we have talked to them. And maybe you should too. I yield back.
Our reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes now to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to H.R. 498, the so-called Do No Harm in Medicaid Act. Yesterday, 4 Republicans stood with Democrats and signed a discharge petition to force a vote on a clean extension of ACA premium tax credits. But Republican leadership is refusing to immediately bring that bill to the floor. Now, 22 million Americans will see their premiums skyrocket, and our constituents will be forced to decide between health care and paying rent or afford groceries. Instead of allowing a bipartisan vote to lower health care costs, Republicans have chosen to bring forward H.R. 498, which completely ignores the affordability crisis and needlessly targets transgender children. And that includes my nephew, Lee, who is currently transitioning. He is a child, he is loved, and like every other child in this country, the healthcare decisions should be made by his family and his doctors, not by politicians. But H.R. 498 would strip Medicaid coverage for gender-affirming care for trans youth, care that is medically necessary, evidence-based, and supported by every major medical association in this country. This bill will endanger lives, and it will do nothing to bring down skyrocketing healthcare costs or address any real issues facing working Americans. Instead, it denies medically necessary care simply because that care goes to a trans child. As Vice Chair of the Equality Caucus, I will always fight to protect the dignity, safety, and humanity of the trans community. Lee deserves better, our children deserve better, and the entire trans community deserves better.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
So first, before I yield to my friend, I just want to say I've asked, I guess since we've been meeting this year, about the extension of the tax credits they keep bringing up. And remember, they're talking about the extension of the tax credits that they set to expire. And so the question I've asked, and nobody's been able to answer, Mr. Speaker, is why did you set them to expire? Remember, they were set to expire in the Inflation Reduction Act or the Green New Deal. Within the Inflation Reduction Act, tax cuts were made so-called permanent, although they were replaced in another bill, but they set these to expire. And nobody's ever explained to me why the Democrats made the decision to end the enhanced subsidies that they're talking about and calling on shut the government down for 43 days when they chose to end them, and then come in here today and talking about we need to have a vote on it when they chose to end them. They never explain why they chose to end them. I will yield 30 seconds to my, I'll yield 1 minute, 1 minute to my friend from Texas.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't need long. I'm just want to ask a simple question because the statement was made that all the science suggests that these procedures are medically necessary. Cite your sources. Show me the studies. I cited mine. Cite your sources. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this legislation. Every parent wants to keep their child safe, wants their child to grow without pain, to sleep through the night without fear or suffering. But when our children are growing up, it is inevitable that they will need medical care, a fall from a bike, a broken arm on the playground. Parents rush into the doctor's office, they bandage scraped knees, they hold their child's hand and wipe away tears while their pediatrician lays out a plan. And in these moments, that urgent question on that parent's mind is, what does my child need to be okay? A broken bone, asthma, gender dysphoria, diabetes, whatever the presenting issue is, a treatment plan takes shape. For some families, what their children need to be okay is access to gender-affirming care, care that is safe, evidence-based, and recognized as essential by every major medical association, care that for some children is the difference between despair and hope, between isolation and community, between surviving and thriving. And yet today, we are debating a bill that would tell parents on Medicaid that their child's pain is unworthy of care. that their doctor's judgment does not matter, that politicians know better than parents sitting in exam rooms. Cole, a young person from Massachusetts, wrote to me and said, transgender people deserve the same chance to thrive and live fulfilling lives as everyone else. Having the freedom to control our bodies and seek the health care we need, including gender-affirming care, is an essential right for all people. I agree. To Cole and every person who is trans or non-binary, let me speak plainly, you belong. You are enough. And you deserve to show up in this world as your full, authentic self. You deserve to grow up. You deserve to grow old. Healthcare is a human right, and parents doing everything they can to make sure their child is okay deserve support, not interference, and certainly not cruelty. I don't know what God y'all pray to, but the one that I know is a loving God. And he does not discriminate. His love does not discriminate. He loves all the children, including the trans children. Healthcare is a human right, and parents doing everything they can to make sure their child is okay deserve support. Shame on this bill. Shame on an agenda that strips healthcare away from vulnerable children. And shame on anyone who votes to deny care to families trying to do right by their kids. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next, I have for 2 minutes the gentlewoman from Washington State, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this incredibly cruel bill. As prices skyrocket, as Republicans strip away health care from Americans across this country, strip away basic support for American families, what are we using floor time for today? A cruel attack against trans children that does nothing to lower anyone's costs and does everything to put a target on the backs of our vulnerable kids and families. I understand that there is fear that has been promoted by the majority around trans kids and what happens and what this process is. And I understand that we have to explain this to people. But let me be very clear about something. The medical science is clear. The decisions that have been made by trans kids and their families are decisions that have taken months, years sometimes to go through. Consultation with parents, with medical providers, with therapists before ever providing the medical care. And the most common form of gender-affirming care for young people is medications that simply pause puberty and have been used safely for decades. So why do my colleagues across the aisle, so-called limited government people, suddenly want government to get in the way of the decisions that parents and their kids make together? Why do they want to stop children from getting medical care that has been proven to be safe and effective and helps them to live happily? Helps them to live, just live. Why is the majority attacking vulnerable trans kids and raising the level of fear and hatred towards them? We should be protecting every family's right to make the decisions that they need to make for their child's well-being. And let me tell you something. What is happening on this floor and in this Congress around this issue is so incredibly dangerous. Trans kids are walking around with mace in their pockets because they are being attacked by people because the majority is insisting there's something to fear from them. And I will not stand.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Thank you.
Give the gentlewoman an additional minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized for an additional minute.
I will not stand for these kinds of attacks. The condescension that is coming from the other side. Have you talked to your constituents? Do you really know? You don't really know what you're doing. Excuse me, we are represented. We are here to represent our districts, and I still believe I'm the member that gets the most votes of any member of Congress anywhere in the country. So don't tell me I don't know how to represent my district. What you are doing today, what this majority is doing today, is making life dangerous for kids. And what the majority is doing today is getting in the way of families and parents and kids making the decisions that they need to make so that they can live, so that they don't commit suicide. What parent in this body or anywhere in this country wouldn't do anything for their children? What parent doesn't want their kids to live? This is dangerous. You are putting our kids at risk. And I will not stand for it. The American people won't stand for it. Vote no on this horrific and cruel bill. I yield back.
I yield to
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from.
I yield a minute to my friend from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, it's been stated that these so-called treatments are safe and effective and save lives. And so I ask again, cite your sources. Cite your sources. You won't, because you know that I know all of the sources that you're going to cite. And you know what I'm going to say about them, about the problems with their methodology, about the pool of participants they used, about how short those studies were, about how most of them didn't even apply to minors. You know what I'm going to say, and so you won't cite your sources. But I'll cite mine. We have systematic reviews that have been published and accepted throughout the scientific community. That's why the rest of the Western world is reversing their stance on this, and the United States needs to also, because I couldn't tell if that speech about harming kids was about our bill or about the act of conducting irreversible physiological changes on children who are going through gender dysphoria. Yeah, we are trying to protect kids. We are trying to love our kids.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask how much time remains on our side?
11 minutes for the chairman, or the chairman from New Jersey.
All right, with that, then, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hadn't originally planned to talk about this, but today, December 18th, the anniversary of my grandfather's passing 51 years ago. My grandfather, Emil, and his wife, Molly, had 18 grandchildren. What made them extraordinary is that they saw the grace of every one of their grandchildren and wanted each and every one of their grandchildren to reach their full potential. What made them truly special is that love extended to everyone in our community and across the globe. As a father of two, I want nothing more for my kids than them to be happy and to reach their potential. And as a representative in this body, in the House of Representatives, we all should want nothing more for our kids than every kid in America to reach their full potential and be comfortable in their personal identity. And that's why I rise so strongly in opposition to H.R. 498. And I ask my colleagues on the other side, what are you afraid of? This harmful bill would prohibit state Medicaid programs from providing life-saving gender-affirming care to individuals under the age of 18. It not only bars the use of federal funds to states for this care, but prohibits states from using their own money to provide it. My Republican colleagues want to insert themselves into the practice of medicine and make families' medical decision from the halls of this chamber. Shame on them. My Republican colleagues want to veto in what health services are available to children and their families. Even if you live in my state, Illinois, where the state legislature signed into law protections for gender-affirming care, this body would still prevent that access. This bill purposely targets kids, children, and only kids. These are decisions that should be made by the patient, their parents and guardians, and the medical providers providing the care to give these kids the chance to reach their potential, to be comfortable in who they are as Americans. Without access to these services, my Republican colleagues are putting children's lives at risk, and it is despicable. I oppose this bill. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. I urge my colleagues, like I have done, to talk to people, to talk to families, to hear the stories of how this care has saved lives, and to get their noses out of the business of individuals, their families, and their medical providers. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad my friend from Illinois pointed out this only affects children, because adults can make their decisions We don't take any decisions away from adults. This affects children. And it's very specific. And I think my friend from Texas is going to talk about it, but I would like for my friend from Illinois or anybody to read through what's specifically identified as prohibited in this bill and say which of those saves someone's life. It is permanent surgery to change someone. It's not there. It's very limited what's in this bill. And I will yield 3 minutes to my good friend from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This claim is made over and over that allowing gender-affirming care, as they call it, is saving lives. The problem with that claim is that there's no evidence to suggest that. All of the reviews, all of the studies, all of the systematic reviews, which systematic reviews means a systematic review of all of the studies, show that there can be no clear line drawn between suicide rates and doing this kind of care. A paper published in the British Journal of Medicine examined the landscape. 61 systematic studies concluded there is great uncertainty about the effects of puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and surgeries in young people. And on suicide risk, there's no clear evidence that these medical interventions prevent suicide. A 2020 study analyzing trans-identifying patients of all ages over 40-plus years found that suicides occur at every stage of medical transition. A 2021 systematic review concluded that based on available data, no conclusions can be drawn about whether hormones, puberty blockers, or surgeries reduce suicide risk. Again, in 2024, another independent review found that Britain's post-2020 restriction of puberty blockers did not cause a rise in suicides, despite many of the lies told on social media by activists. They keep saying every medical society supports this, and so, okay, we just have to listen to them. While that's true, it's because of ideological pressure rather than scientific evidence. And we know that these studies that they're citing are based on low-quality evidence, small sample sizes, and very high risk of bias. A Johns Hopkins systematic review found that the evidence supporting claims that hormonal treatments may improve quality of life, depression, and anxiety among transgender patients was, quote, low. The study called for more research, particularly on adolescents. The same review concluded it was about impossible, this is Johns Hopkins, it was about impossible to draw conclusions about the effects of hormone therapy on suicide risk. Even a review published by the American Academy of Pediatrics, which institutionally has supported gender transition, admits that, quote, evidence regarding the psychosocial and cognitive impact of hormonal treatments for transgender adolescents is generally lacking. Look, I could keep going. The point here is you've got a problem, and it's a gender dysphoric problem. We know that a kid is going through something hard. And you want to take the most extreme possible medical intervention to deal with that, while the science says we have no idea whether that's a good idea or not. That's what the actual scientific consensus says. Now, if your argument was, hey, give them more fruit or something, that's not really harmful, so that would be fine. We wouldn't be arguing about it. But you're talking about double mastectomies. You're talking about puberty blockers and hormonal therapies that permanently change the physiology of a young person before they're old enough to even understand what they might want in 20 years. That is the most irresponsible type of policymaking one can imagine, the most irresponsible type of medicine that one can imagine. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, who's a member of our committee.
Gentleman is recognized for 120 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition today to H.R. 498, the so-called Do No Harm in Medicaid Act, and urge my colleagues to support my motion to recommit. H.R. 498 is an unnecessary ban on Medicaid funding. Instead, we see what Republicans are doing, a $1 trillion cut to Medicaid in the big ugly law that's going to mean a 15% cut next year in Florida that they're going to have to work on, and trying to insert themselves into deeply personal medical decisions. But, Mr. Speaker, there was a Christmas miracle this week. We saw 4 Republicans join us in a discharge petition to get at what the American people really want to vote on. They want us to vote on extending the enhanced premium tax credits for the ACA to stop a huge healthcare hike for 20 million Americans. That's what people want us to be talking about here today, before their premiums double, triple, even quadruple. They don't want us to be delving into these culture war issues when we have real work to do to fund Medicaid and to extend the ACA tax credits. Affordability, biggest thing in the nation right now. And my district has the second most Obamacare of any district. 275,000 people will see their health care double or triple. And so this should be the priority right now. Mr. Speaker, all America wants for Christmas is a 3-year ACA tax credit extension, and I'm hoping we could get it together. And so I've given us an opportunity. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would include a clean 3-year extension of the enhanced premium tax credits just in time for Christmas, and I ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back.
Request is made without objection. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield myself 1 minute. Well, maybe since that's the motion to recommit, maybe it'd be a good opportunity for my friends on the other side of the aisle to let the country know why they decided to let these tax credits expire. In the same bill that they have permanent tax credits for the Green New Deal. And so, I don't know, you'd have to think maybe they wanted to take the money from the tax credits and spend it on the Green New Deal. Unless there's a better explanation than that, that is exactly what the bill did. I will reserve my, how much time, may I ask how much time my side has?
Gentleman from Kentucky has 11 minutes remaining.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield now 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I just heard my colleagues across the aisle give a lecture about irresponsible policymaking. I want to remind this body that we are 7 days from Christmas, and we were scheduled to take votes tomorrow. But the Speaker and my Republican colleagues are in such a hurry to get out of town before the holidays that you have canceled votes tomorrow and are leaving town, and in many cases, many of you are planning to leave in the next several hours. And this is the bill that you're running? This is the bill that you're running. Not a bill to save the health care of millions of Americans. This is your bill, 1 week before Christmas, to take health care away from LGBTQ kids in the United States. I mean, it is hard to believe that this is what you're doing with your majority. This is one of the most powerful bodies in the world, and you have canceled votes to take away health care from LGBTQ plus kids. If passed, this bill would prohibit young people in communities all across the United States in low-income families from receiving life-saving care. And I want to say that I am proud to come from a state, from New Mexico, that has protected gender-affirming care and which stands with the LGBTQ plus and trans community and their families. And let me tell you that, yes, this is necessary care, and it is care that keeps kids alive. It's about mental health. It's about self-harm. It's about reducing suicides. It's about making sure that human beings, young people, have access to care that is essential for them to live their lives. In addition to this bill tramples on the so-called states' rights that you tell us every day you want to protect by penalizing states that would take their own resources to ensure that kids have access to care. And so I say, if you are actually concerned about the welfare of children, if you are actually concerned about health care in this country and its costs, and if you are actually sincere about your care for the American people, then bring a vote on the Affordable Care Act extension to this floor now. The American people are tired of these games. You all are going to get on a plane and go home in a couple of hours while millions of Americans lose their health care. And this is the bill that you're running on the floor before you do that. Shame on you.
Gentleman's time has expired.
It's disgraceful.
Members are advised to direct their comments to the chair. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will remind that we did have a bill yesterday that passed. I don't think it got any Democrat support. As you look at the enhanced tax credits that they're set to expire to pay for the Green New Deal, so the moral cause here that people are bringing up, they chose to put Green New Deal tax credits over extended tax premium tax credit. That's obvious. It's in the same bill. Wasn't like they voted for one bill then the other. It's in the same bill. But at the same time, yesterday we have estimated it could half the people on we know from a GAO study there's waste, fraud, and abuse in the marketplace, Obamacare marketplace, that we wanted to fix. It went to the Senate. It got taken out during the reconciliation bill. We put cost share reductions that estimated to lower premiums in the marketplace by 12.7% when it went to the Senate. The Democrats challenged that in the Senate and took it out. We also know there's another 163 million Americans that get their health care from their employer, which they did nothing, and offering nothing to assist and help, which we did yesterday. We know most of the people in the small business marketplace are small businessmen and women who we're allowing them who have to buy in the individual marketplace because they work for themselves and they don't have a big employer with a big employer pool. We allow them in yesterday's bill to band together so they can buy across their associations. So instead of being a car dealer with 20 employees, you can be 100 car dealers with 20 times 100 employees, and so they have a bigger pool so they can get cheaper rates for their employees. So we did have a bill that passed yesterday without a single Democrat vote that lowers premiums in the marketplace and premiums for every working American. And I will now yield 2 minutes to my friend from Texas.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I love debunking lies in real time. It's one of my favorite things to do. Chairman here just did a great job debunking a lie just told that this was the only bill we're doing this week. No, it's not. It's an important bill, but everything he just listed was also pretty important to lower people's health care costs. And I don't know why there was no Democrat support for it. But now I want to debunk some more lies. Again, that this idea of puberty blockers on children is safe and effective. Let me read you some more facts. The Center for Investigative Reporting found that the FDA received over 10,000 adverse event reports from women who took Lupron, which is a common puberty blocker, off-label as children to help them grow taller. Reported side effects included brittle bones and fractures, tooth and enamel loss and cracked teeth, spinal disc degeneration and chronic joint pain, seizures, migraines, suicidal thoughts. So it's actually the opposite, isn't it? Cognitive issues and fertility problems. The FDA ordered the manufacturer to add a warning label noting that children taking Lupron may develop new or worsened psychiatric symptoms. Trans-identifying minors are already 3 times more likely than the general population to experience anxiety and depression and neurodevelopmental disorders. So why would you make it worse? Stop talking about compassion. You're the ones doing the opposite of compassion by tricking these kids into thinking that this might be their answer. It's not. Therapy is. Look, there was another claim made that this tramples on states' rights, so I guess we need to have a quick civics lesson. We're talking about federal funding, Medicaid funding, provided by the federal government. And so the federal government can put restrictions on what that money is used for. It is not a trampling of states' rights. It's not a trampling of doctors' rights. You know, it would be like, let me ask you guys something. My daughter, she picks up my fake eyes. And she goes, I, she's 2. She puts it on. Maybe when she's old enough to talk, she might identify as somebody with one eye. Should I take her to the doctor and say, hey, will you enucleate her eyeball because, you know, she identifies as monocular just as I am? Just like her daddy. You would say that's insane. You would call that absolutely insane, and it would be insane. And here's the reality. The scary part about that analogy, it's actually a lot less troubling to lose an eye than it is to completely change your gender. Completely changing your gender is a far more invasive procedure than losing an eye. Trust me, I know. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'd ask for the amount of time remaining on both sides.
4 minutes remaining, sir.
On my side and
Gentleman, 4 minutes on the Jersey side. Gentleman from Kentucky has 7 minutes.
7, okay. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I just have to correct 2 comments that were by my Republican colleagues. First, the sponsor of the bill said that we're just talking about federal funds. Well, the fact of the matter is we're not just talking about federal funds, because this bill prevents states like Washington State, we had 2 people speak about this, to use state funds for gender-affirming care for minors. So it's not just the prohibition on federal funds. Also, my chairman from Kentucky kept saying that the health care bill that the Republicans put on the floor yesterday would lower costs and somehow address the health care crisis. It does not. It does not. Lower costs, and it certainly doesn't extend the tax credits that are necessary under the Affordable Care Act to lower costs, and those expire January 1st. Now, I just wanted to, I know the sponsor from Texas also mentioned medical professional organizations which oppose this bill, and there are many. But I wanted to enter into the record, I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from 4 of those organizations. One is the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, the American College of Physicians, and the American Psychiatric Association. I'm just going to read certain sections of it, but I'd ask unanimous consent to thank you. Now, they say that we, the undersigned medical professional organizations, write in strong opposition to the bill. Health care for transgender young people is individualized, age-appropriate, provided according to long-standing expert clinical guidelines and supported by leading American medical organizations. Our organizations are united in opposition to political interference in the practice of medicine. The confidential relationship between a patient, their caregiver, and a physician is the foundation of clinical care. Physicians and other health professionals should never be stopped from providing care consistent with evidence-based guidelines and best clinical judgment, and the government should not interfere. Physicians, not the federal government, are best positioned to work with patients and their families to address their unique medical and mental health care needs. And I will reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized. For 2 minutes? 1.5 minutes remaining.
Yes, I would yield now to the gentleman from Cincinnati, Ohio, Mr. Landsman, a member of our committee. 1 minute.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ranking Member. I've been watching this debate, and I wanted to say just one thing, which is, Mr. Speaker, I remember when the Republican Party was about small government and local control and personal liberties. Those were foundations of the party that I grew up with. I wasn't a Republican, but I admired those things about the party, and it seems as if you all have strayed, Mr. Speaker, from those core tenets: personal liberty, states' rights, local control, leaving people alone. And we're talking about children here, kids who get bullied, who have the highest suicide rates of any other group of kids, and now politicians are bullying them. They're saying, we're going to pick on you too. It's wrong. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Are you prepared to close?
We're prepared to close.
Do I have any time left?
30 seconds, sir.
30 seconds. All right. Look, I just want to say that I totally oppose this bill. I think these decisions should be left with parents and physicians. But more than anything else, I want to mention today that the Republicans need to do the right thing and bring up the Jeffries discharge petition that would extend the tax credits under the ACA for 3 more years. They should not allow them to expire on January 1st. It should be brought up now. I oppose this bill, and I ask that the Speaker bring up the discharge petition now. Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like for anyone to read through the list of the specific things that are prohibited in this bill from being performed on minors and say which one they think is good for a minor to have. Instead of reading through the list, I wish they would go through the list and say, all right, I think this is good for a minor to have. On the Medicaid, states, we have this issue with people, with states providing illegal Medicaid to people who are here illegally, is that the Medicaid administration, it's the same dollars, it's commingled. If you're gonna operate something through Medicaid, unless then you say, well, we're going to use federal dollars for this procedure, but state dollars for that procedure. It's the same administration doing them. We tried to fix that in the big beautiful bill. It was struck down by the Democrats in the Senate. We think that is wrong, and I will yield the balance of my time to my friend from Texas.
Gentleman is
You
recognized.
may ask how much time is the balance of our time?
The gentleman has 6 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, in closing, let's just summarize what we've heard today. We've heard that so-called gender-affirming care is necessary and effective and prevents suicides and helps vulnerable children. No one can cite any sources for that claim. You can cite letters from certain associations that are ideologically driven. Funny, because, again, I'll read you again the quote from the American Academy of Pediatrics when they did a review. They said, quote, evidence regarding the psychosocial and cognitive impact of hormonal treatments for transgender adolescents is generally lacking. So look, I get that their leadership is saying one thing, but the scientists are all saying something else. And so as responsible policymakers, we might want to take a pause before we just go on and assume that permanent physiological changes to children are a good idea because they're going through something tough, whether that's gender dysphoria or teenage angst or depression or anxiety. Keep talking about compassion. I'm talking about compassion too. And compassion is being a responsible adult in the room for that child who doesn't know all of these things. Compassion is not a doctor lying to a child's parents about junk science and studies that say, well, they won't have any remorse. They'll be fine. Puberty blockers are like a pause button. No, they're not. There was a study in Britain that showed 96 to 98% move on to hormonal therapies. It is not a pause button at all. Again, ask the thousands of trans kids who now vehemently regret their decision. They are in lawsuits with the doctors who did this to them. And that should just tell us, that alone should tell us, hey, let's just take a pause here, folks. Let's just take a pause on this ideology because there's no evidence that it works, and there's plenty of evidence to show that it's extreme in nature because it's permanent. And you wouldn't do this for any other body part. You can't just identify as one arm and just ask the doctor to cut off their arm. The doctor won't do it, just like the doctor won't take out someone's eye because they want to identify like me. They're not going to do it because that would be malpractice and it would be insane. Tell me how this is any different. I've asked you to cite your sources many times. No one has. I've cited all of them. This is about very simple common sense. The vast majority of Americans agree that these treatments shouldn't even be done on minors. And let me remind everyone, this bill doesn't even go that far. It simply says that your tax dollars won't allow this to be done on minors, just your Medicaid tax dollars. That's all it does. To not vote for this is to truly vote against your own constituents and truly vote against the American people's wishes. and vote against common sense. The science is settled on this. There is no benefits to what you're claiming. I don't know why you keep fighting this battle. It's a losing battle. I hope many of you will change your mind and come across the aisle and vote for this bill. This really doesn't have to be a partisan issue at all. It should be an issue of common sense and science and true compassion for children. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields his time. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 953, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend Title 19 of the Social Security Act to prohibit federal Medicaid funding for gender transition procedures for minors.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will read the motion.
Mr. Soto of Florida moves to recommit the bill H.R. 498 to the Committee on Energy and Commerce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. It's Resolution 951 and Rule 18. The Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 4776. Will the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4776, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969 to clarify ambiguous provisions and facilitate a more efficient, effective, and timely environmental review process.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 6, printed in House Report 119-410, offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on these amendments. Printed in House Report 119-410, on which the further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 1 by Mr. Clyde of Georgia. Amendment number 5 by Mr. Roy of Texas. Amendment number 6 by Mr. Roy of Texas. Right here. Right here. Yeah. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote that the first vote in the, after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 119-410 by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes have prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate this amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 119-410, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 205 and the nays are 220. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 5, printed in House Report 119-410 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 119-410, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 208 and the nays are 214. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 6, printed in House Report 119-410 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in House Report number 119-410, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 204 and the nays are 217. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendments, under the rule, the committee rises. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 4776, and pursuant to House Resolution 951, I report the bill is amended by that resolution and by House Resolution 953 back to the House.
The Chairman of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 4776, and pursuant to House Resolution 951, reports the bill back as amended by that resolution, by House Resolution 953, back to the House. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969 to clarify ambiguous provisions and facilitate a more efficient, effective, and timely environmental review process.
House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Lee of Nevada moves to recommit the bill H.R. 4776 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. Question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Remember to record their votes by electronic device. Members are advised that all remaining votes are 2-minute votes. This will be a 2-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 2-minute vote on the motion to recommit will be followed by 2-minute votes on passage of the bill if ordered, the motion to recommit on H.R. 1366, passage of H.R. 1366 if ordered, the motion to recommit on H.R. 845, passage of 845 if ordered, the motion to recommit on H.R. 498 and passage of H.R. 498 if ordered. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 206, the nays are 211. The motion is not agreed to. Question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from California.
Request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 221, the nays are 196, the majority voting in the affirmative. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 1366, offered by the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Fernandez, on which the ayes and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 1366, offered by Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 205, the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. Question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
What I saw in Apple.
Who's asking? The bill is passed. Gentleman from California.
The nays, Mr. Speaker.
The ayes and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the ayes and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen. The ayes and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. In this vote, the ayes are 219, the nays are 198. A majority voting affirmative. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 845 offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, on which the ayes and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 845, offered by Mr. Huffman of California.
Question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. In this vote, the ayes are 204, the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from California.
Request the yeas and nays.
The ayes and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the ayes and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen, the ayes and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. The ayes are 211, the nays are 204. Majority voting in affirmative, the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 498 offered by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, on which the ayes and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 498, offered by Mr. Soto of Florida.
Question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 204, the nays are 212. Majority not voting in the affirmative. The motion is not passed, is not adopted. Question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed vote no. Ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman
on
from
that
New
I would
Jersey.
ask for the recorded vote, the ayes and nays.
The ayes and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the ayes and nays will rise. Sufficient number having arisen, the ayes and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 201. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Woman from Illinois seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 1566.
The request is granted. The communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 18, 2025. I hereby designate the period from Thursday, December 18, 2025, through Monday, January 5, 2026, as a district work period under Clause 13 of Rule 1. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Lays before the House of Communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. On December 18, 2025, pursuant to Section 3307 of Title 40 United States Code, the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure met in an open session with a quorum being present to consider 3 resolutions included in the General Services Administration's capital investment leasing programs. I have enclosed copies of the resolutions adopted by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure on December 18, 2025. Signed sincerely, Sam Graves, Chairman.
Referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Chair requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Wyoming Highway Patrol dispatcher Chris McGuire, who served our state for 35 years. Chris handled split-second decisions, juggled multiple emergencies at once, and saved lives on Wyoming's highways. She coordinated responses during snowstorms, rescued stranded motorists, and managed Amber Alerts, all while training new dispatchers and supporting her colleagues. Dispatching is not a job for everyone. It demands focus, courage, and the ability to stay calm under intense pressure. Chris worked 60-hour weeks, often sacrificing time with her family, yet she never wavered in her commitment to keeping our community safe. Public service is more than a job, it is a calling, and Chris inspires all of us who serve and reminds us of the unseen heroes who protect our families every day. Wyoming thanks Chris McGuire for her remarkable career and unwavering service. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Virgin Islands is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Healthcare in the Virgin Islands is in crisis. The Medical Executive Committee wrote an open letter to the community and to CMS detailing adverse conditions in our hospitals, shortages of supplies, medication, equipment, staff, patient placement challenges. This crisis reflects systemic failures that compromise the ability to deliver appropriate care. These conditions did not develop overnight.
Our two hospitals still operate under Medicare reimbursement formulas from 1982 and 1996. While I continue fighting for Medicare rebasing, fortunately, we've secured permanent increases in Medicaid funding from 55 to 83%, and over $1.7 billion in FEMA obligations to rebuild our hospitals. But Congress and the administration must do more. Virgin Islanders deserve the same access, dignity, and quality of care as every American citizen. We will not stop fighting until our healthcare system receives the federal support required to deliver standard care. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker Goldman. You look good up there. Today, I have the extraordinary privilege of honoring Elias Sussman, a man whose life spans a century of American history and whose service continues to inspire and guide us. At 100 years young, Mr. Sussman's story began in Brooklyn, New York, where he was born on October 28, 1925. He was inducted into the U.S. Army in December 1943. Driven by dedication, he volunteered for jump school and rigor training, earning the rank of technician 5th grade and becoming a vital part of the airborne forces. As a member of the 17th Airborne Division, he saw heavy action fighting in the Battle of the Bulge and participating in Operation Varsity, the mass parachute drops into Germany. His heroism reached beyond combat. After landing, his unit liberated American prisoner of war camps, and moving to what he thought was a nearby labor camp, he freed Jewish survivors suffering from extreme hunger, sharing every ration that he had to sustain himself. This act of profound compassion is the true hallmark of his service. Returning home from the war, he was honorably discharged in April of 1946. Mr. Sussman's journey from the streets of New York to the front lines of freedom is an enduring inspiration to us all. Thank you, Elias Sussman, for your sacrifice, your bravery, and your incredible 100 years of life. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to hold Republican leadership accountable for their unwillingness to extend the ACA enhanced premium tax credits. I'm a proud co-sponsor of the Healthcare Affordability Act and Protecting Healthcare and Lowering Costs Act. Both permanently extend these credits. My colleagues in the Democratic caucus have fought tirelessly to extend these subsidies. But what has the Republican leadership done? They put out a 111-page health care bill that doesn't contain a single word about ACA credits. What their bill does do is cause 100,000 more people to become uninsured. Without extending these credits, a 60-year-old couple in my district will see their premiums increase by $13,000 and an average family of four by $17,000. You can pull all the stunts you want to make it look like you're working on health care costs, but Americans are not buying it. As we barrel toward the December 31st expiration date, the people of Westchester and the Bronx need to know that I, along with my colleagues, will fight for your access to affordable health care, something every American deserves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Liberty University women's soccer team on their 3-0 victory over the Missouri State Bears to claim the 2025 Conference USA Women's Soccer Championship. Ivy Garner was named the CUSA Player of the Year and Championship Offensive MVP. Lauren Little earned honors as the CUSA Defensive Player of the Year and Championship Defensive MVP, and midfield Bree Myers and forward Lauren Flax were selected to the CUSA All-Tournament team. This title marks Liberty's second Conference USA crown in 3 seasons and secures them an automatic advancement to the NCAA tournament. I commend these student athletes, their coaches, and the entire program that exemplifies excellence, dedication, and team spirit. Their success brings honor to Liberty University, who trains champions for Christ, Virginia's 5th Congressional District, and the Commonwealth of Virginia. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with deep concern for the recent anti-Semitic attack in Bondi Beach, Australia. This tragedy reminds us that hate does not recognize borders. Hatred towards the Jewish people is not confined to one nation or to one moment. It is a global threat, and it resurfaces everywhere. It demands a response from everyone. Anti-Semitic events in the United States has reached historic highs in recent years. In Florida alone, reports have increased from 269 to 353 within only 1 year. But what we need to realize is that America is an interfaith nation with Christian, Jews, Muslims, and people of all beliefs have helped shape this country. And when one community is targeted, all communities are at risk. Anti-Semitism has no place in Australia, no place in the United States, and no place in this world. We must condemn anti-Semitism loudly and reject all forms of hatred. We must respond to hate with unity. We must meet fear with courage, and we must choose to lead with justice and dignity for every single person, every single day. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek permission to address the House for 1 minute and advise and extend my...
Without objection, the gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor Steve Reeder, a dedicated local historian, the chair of the Social Studies Department at Monrovia High School. He has taught at the Monrovia High School for over 25 years. Steve spent nearly 2 years researching and writing Our Town, a book that chronicles the history of Monrovia and the surrounding areas in Morgan County. He first undertook the project to help his students with pride and have pride in their community. Our Town was published earlier this year. Steve and his students have also helped with the installation of several local history markers in the community. In addition to putting published, Steve has honored by the Wish TV with their Golden Apple Award, which recognizes exceptional teachers in Central Indiana. I thank him for his decades of educating children and for supporting Morgan County communities. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition?
And extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the important role interns and fellows play on Capitol Hill and in the district offices, and the important contributions they make each and every day to this institution. Every semester, young people from across the country come to intern and be part of democracy in action. Their enthusiasm, service, and optimism infuses our office with hope, energy, and much-needed help. Today, I lift up all my interns, but most especially my communications fellow, Claire Sakowitz, who has well served our office for the past 7 months. Her strong work ethic and multimedia talents have brought my team's messages to life, especially during the government shutdown when our constituents needed to connect with us most. She even had to step into our comm role when our comms director was absent for jury duty. She will soon return to Northeastern to complete her studies, but we know her future is bright. But in sum, to Claire and to all of our interns and fellows across the entire bit of Congress, we are thankful for your contributions, your enthusiasm, and heart for public service. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize 3 outstanding high school football teams from North Carolina's 14th Congressional District who brought home state championships. From my home county of Cleveland County, congratulations to the Crest High School Chargers, the 5A state champions. These young men showed grit, discipline, and heart all season. Also from my home county, Shelby High School, which earned the 3A title, continuing a proud tradition of excellence, proving that Cleveland County is a football home. In northern Mecklenburg County, Huff High School captured the 8A championship. This incredible achievement reflects the talent and determination in communities like Cornelius. However, these victories actually reflect much more than athletic skill. They reflect the support of coaches, parents, teachers, and communities who stand behind these teams. These young athletes made us very proud to represent the best of the 14th Congressional District. Congratulations to all three teams. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose is the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the wealth of our nation is the health of our people. And yet, Republicans are doing everything in their power to make families sicker. They want to deny children food, ban abortion care, and obstruct the extension of the Affordable Care Act subsidies. This is dire for folks in my district, where in a 3-mile radius, life expectancy drops by 30 years. For my constituent Paula, whose husband lost his job and became ill, the ACA has been their lifeline, carrying them through years of uncertainty as she became his caregiver. This is a health care crisis Republicans created, and it is intersectional. Abortion care is health care. The Republicans are using abortion, once again, abortion care as a political bargaining chip. The truth? Republicans will send premiums sky high just to stop families from using their own money on a plan that covers abortion. They're not just putting health care out of reach for millions, they're further restricting reproductive care. The shame and the sham of it all. Mr. Speaker, we have the votes to extend these subsidies and save health care for our constituents. The House must vote on it now.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose is the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the courageous men and women from the Indiana National Guard that are here to serve in Washington, D.C. On December the 6th, about 300 service members from Indiana deployed to our nation's capital. They've already started their mission in D.C. to keep our streets safe and free from violent criminals. I'm especially thankful to these men and women for serving during the holidays. These Hoosiers will miss cherished time celebrating Christmas and New Year's with family and friends to restore order in D.C. While these Hoosiers just began their mission here, this deployment is just another one of the ways on a long list Indiana troops have supported our country. In 2024, Indiana National Guardsmen deployed to Texas to secure our border, and earlier this year, 400 National Guardsmen returned from their mission in the Middle East. The Indiana National Guardsmen continue to pour out their time and talents to serve our nation. So to the Indiana National Guard, your dedication to serving our country continues to make all of us in Indiana very proud. Thank you, and God bless you. I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a great Rhode Islander, A.T. Wall. A.T. was a dedicated husband, father, and criminal justice leader. After a life-changing internship with the juvenile justice system in New Haven while an undergraduate at Yale, he dedicated his career to making the Rhode Island Department of Corrections more just and restorative. During his lengthy tenure, A.T. founded groundbreaking programs offering medication-assisted treatment for inmates struggling with substance use disorders and training service dogs for disabled veterans. He dedicated his professional life to fostering second chances. A man of deep faith and dedication, A.T. was always happy to lend a helping hand to anyone, including me. My thoughts are with his wife, Maria, his children, Harrison, and my dear friend, Ash, his grandchildren, and his extended family. He will be missed. I yield back.
The gentleman yield. For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition? Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I travel across Michigan's 5th District, I've heard from many Michiganders who are thrilled about the economic relief that House Republicans are providing. Earlier this year, we passed the Working Families Tax Cut legislation, which is pro-family, pro-worker, and pro-Michigan. This historic legislation empowers families by preventing residents of Michigan's 5th District from facing 27% tax hike and increasing take-home pay by up to $11,700. In addition, the legislation increases the child tax credit, strengthens paid family leave, and establishes savings accounts for newborns, allowing families to invest in their child's future from birth. House Republicans have accomplished so much this year, but we're only just getting started. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize a century of excellence by the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Chi Omega chapter located in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. The Chi Omega chapter was chartered under the leadership of Anna Easter Brown, one of the original 16 founders of Alpha Sorority Incorporated. The chapter is home of Ruth Anderson Smith, who has served as a member over 75 years and is 103 years old. She's a Chi Omega Diamond, 3 Chi Omega Pearls, who've served over 65 years in membership, with 12 over 50 years who are diamond, golden members. 100 years of membership, educational support, health advocacy, and steadfast commitment to our HBCUs and transforming lives and strengthening Eastern North Carolina. Congratulations to everyone who came to celebrate this amazing celebration of 100 years. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart to pay tribute to the life of Terence Franklin Banks, who passed away this week at 75. Terence was a gifted writer and was recognized for her contributions to preserving the history of Linville Falls and Avery County by the North Carolina Society of Historians. She's remembered by many as someone who had an impeccable memory, who believed that the preservation of local history was critical to pass on to future generations. Terence was a friend and someone I admired greatly for her talents and warmth. She, along with the entire Banks family, has a special place in my heart. May God continue to provide comfort and care to the Banks family during this difficult time. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate Norma Cynthia Simon on her 100th birthday. Her life exemplifies the power of education, of family, and service. She was born on December 15th, 1925 in South America, Guyana's capital, Georgetown. Ms. Simons devoted 35 years to learning and teaching as an educator. She taught her children that education is a pathway to opportunity. She is the mother of 5, grandmother of 10, and great-grandmother of 14. And I am very fortunate to have her great-granddaughter, Max Samoko Hines, in my office, continuing her great-grandmother's legacy of public service. So today, I say happy birthday to you and thank you for leaving us a great legacy. I commend Ms. Simon on the occasion of her 100th birthday, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and remember the life of Donald E. Olsmer Sr. of Sterling, Pennsylvania. Born and raised in Scranton, Don devoted his life to serving his country, community, and family. He was a U.S. Army veteran and served for 30 years in the Pennsylvania National Guard. He rose to the rank of Major, leading the National Guard units in Carbondale, Honesdale, Scranton, and the Tobyhanna Reserve Unit as a company commander. He was elected to public service twice as a Wayne County Commissioner, served as a township supervisor, and was deeply involved in civic and charitable efforts throughout his community. He owned and operated a local Christmas tree farm, founded a small insurance company, and was the co-founder of the Sterling Little League. But most of all, he cherished the time he spent with his family. It was an honor to know Don, and I know everyone who had the pleasure of meeting him feels the same way. My thoughts and prayers go to Don's family and friends, including his son, Pennsylvania State Representative Jeff Olsemer, as they grieve their loss and remember Don. He will be greatly missed. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose is the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for up to 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, happy holidays to everyone, but I rise because we have to do something about the non-immigrant visa process right now. I have several constituents who want to see their families for the holidays, but unfortunately, this administration has put in place a new social media policy for anyone applying for a non-immigrant visa. Essentially, they're scrubbing your social media to see if you agree with the president or not. That's essentially what's happening. It's not about dangers to our country. If it was, it would go a lot faster than the many months that it's taking right now. And so I have many constituents. I have one, for instance, who traveled abroad for a consular appointment, and when she came back, when she tried to come back, she was notified that because of this policy, they need 4 months to review her social media, including accounts that they had already deleted. And so as a result, she faced the possibility of losing her job. Her daughter, who's a U.S. citizen, is going to fall behind in school. And there are serious consequences for so many families across the country. And so we need to make sure we change this policy, make it better, and most importantly, we need to get these visas approved. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purposes, gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate William Bill Long on his retirement from MEMA, the Vehicle Suppliers Association. As the representative for Michigan's 4th Congressional District, home to many of those hardworking MEMA members, I can attest to the lasting impact of Bill's leadership as president and CEO. Bill Long has spent more than 40 years in the automotive and parts industry. Prior to joining MEMA in 2012, he held executive roles at Eklund Incorporated, Dana Incorporated, and Proliance International. Appointed CEO in 2019, Bill helped redefine MEMA's mission, uniting vehicle aftermarket and original equipment suppliers and positioning the association as a strong, unified voice during a period of major industrial transformation. His commitment and collaboration is evident in the partnerships he has built with automakers, technology leaders, research institutions, and government agencies and representatives. Over the years, Bill has served on numerous boards and has earned widespread recognition and remains a respected figure in motorsports, including leadership roles with NASCAR and IndyCar. He currently serves on the boards of the Automotive Hall of Fame and the Center for Automotive Research in Michigan. Mr. Speaker, please join me in honoring Bill Long's distinguished career and wishing him the very best in his well-deserved retirement. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. 'Tis the week before Christmas, and here on the Hill, to keep health insurance premiums from skyrocketing, we have just the bill. A majority of the House is ready to vote yes, but the Speaker is sending us home. Why? It's anyone's guess. ACA enhanced premium tax credits expire at the end of the year. Without them, millions will not afford health care, I fear. Small business owners and employees, gig workers, farmers, the self-employed too. Without those tax credits, they don't know what they'll do. The Speaker shrugged, saying, our work for the year is done. But there's one bill we should pass before heading home, just one. 218 House members signed a petition to bring a 3-year tax credit extension to the floor. We should vote on it now before we head for the door. We will vote in January, so don't give up the fight. In the meantime, may your holiday season be merry and bright. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding career, well-earned retirement for the Chief of Police of Biloxi Police Department, John Miller. A Coast native, Chief Miller dedicated more than 3 decades of his life to protecting the people of Biloxi, Mississippi. He joined the department in 1990 as a patrol officer and quickly distinguished himself through hard work and leadership. Just 5 years later, he was selected for a Special Crimes Unit, where he rose to the ranks of sergeant and lieutenant, serving in both the narcotics and criminal investigative units. In December of 2009, John Miller was named Chief of Police, a role he carried with integrity, humility, and an unwavering commitment to his officers and to the community. His compassion, dedication, and steady leadership were especially evident during one of the most challenging times in the history of the Department of City of Biloxi, Hurricane Katrina. Chief Miller set a tone for professionalism, resilience, and service that truly exemplifies what it means to be South Mississippi strong. On behalf of a grateful community, I thank him for his service and wish him and his family the very best in his retirement. Thank you, Chief, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose is the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Michael L. Friedman of Toledo, Ohio, a devoted public servant, proud veteran of the 180th Fighter Wing, an indefatigable community leader whose half-century of impact on Northwest Ohio will long endure. Mike Friedman embodied service. From his honorable duty in the United States Air Force and the Ohio Air National Guard's 180th Fighter Wing, to his tireless advocacy for working families through the American Federation of Government Employees, he lived by the values of responsibility, loyalty, and fairness. He believed deeply in democracy, serving for decades as an Ohio Democratic Party State Central Committeeman and Executive Committee member, a national delegate, and even a presidential elector, all these roles that he carried out with conviction, heart, and perseverance. Mike was also a storyteller. His unmistakable voice brought people together across neighborhoods, union halls, veterans' posts, and dinner tables. And guided by his faith, Mike was grounded in love for his beautiful family and unwavering in his beliefs. He gave generously of himself to others. America is stronger and more just because of citizens like Mike Friedman. He lived, served, and cared so deeply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I learned that the Kennedy Center Board asked or said that the Kennedy Center would be renamed the Trump Kennedy Center. That's a sacrilege to a martyred, heroic, historic American president whose name was attached to the Kennedy Center for his support for cultural excellence in America, and because he was an assassinated president who we all mourned on November 22nd through November 25 and thereafter, because he gave his life for our country. And the idea that Donald Trump would want his name to go before Kennedy's or even with Kennedy's is a sacrilege. It should not be changed ever. And it should go through this Congress, who named it the Kennedy Center on a bill sponsored in this House and signed by President Lyndon Johnson. Stop this, Mr. Trump. If you have any sense of dignity and honor, you would renounce this. Don't say that you're honored. You should renounce it. John Kennedy's name stands before all others, and the Kennedy Center should not be renamed. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair.
Mr. Chair, it should not be changed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about the new Republican health care legislation. Instead of extending Affordable Care Act tax credits and keeping premiums from skyrocketing, House Republicans are pushing a plan that would force more than 20 million Americans to pay on average twice as much for the same coverage they have today. And as a result, 4 million Americans will lose their insurance, while others are going to be forced to pay far more for far worse coverage. Americans are already facing an affordability crisis. The House Republican solution cut $1 trillion from health care, pass the largest cut to SNAP in history, and do nothing while Trump's tariffs raise costs across the board. And when families are struggling every day to keep their heads above water, House Republicans are cutting all lifelines and throwing them a bag of bricks. This is not how government is meant to work. We need to uplift the American people and give them a fair shot at a good life that rewards hard work. That is what House Democrats will always fight for, a government that works for you, the American people. That is why we are forcing a vote to extend the ACA subsidies. We should not leave D.C. until we have that vote. But irregardless of what Republicans do, the American people need to know that House Democrats, when we are back in the majority, will fight for a health care system that works for all Americans.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for 1 minute to address the House.
Without objection, the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, Brownsville native Seaman Angelina Petra Resendez was tragically murdered while serving our nation at Naval Station Norfolk. Angelina was a culinary specialist whose life and service to our country was cut short. Despite many warnings from her friends and family, her disappearance, the U.S. Navy mislabeled her as an unauthorized absence instead of the duty status whereabouts unknown. This was tragic. I was proud to honor Seaman Resendez by securing language in this year's NDAA to conduct oversight of the department's application of designation in cases involving missing service members who are later found deceased. This is an important step towards ensuring that any service member who goes missing receives the proper classification and investigatory response to assure their life has every shot of living. Today, I ask us to continue looking out for our service members at home and abroad to assure their safety and security, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Ms. Haragawane Matiku Ayelu, a beloved community member from San Jose, California, who passed away in November. Ms. Ayelu's life was defined by service, generosity, humility, and an unwavering commitment to uplifting the vulnerable. Ms. Ayelu dedicated her professional life to caring for those made vulnerable by illness, age, or circumstance. As a certified home care aide and home health aide, she provided essential care for our aging neighbors. Guided by her faith and deep compassion, her service reached across continents as she organized aid and support programs for families in her native Ethiopia, including raising funds to build a facility for elders and individuals living with disabilities and illness. Her volunteer energy and time commitment to the Makane Rama St. Gabriel Church was extraordinary and deeply appreciated by an entire community. I recall visiting that very church when I attended her memorial and was moved by the sight of more than 1,000 neighbors who came out to pay their respects and pay homage to this remarkable woman. May Ms. Ayelu's memory be a blessing. Her life's work and values live on through her two daughters, Aden Kasaya and Rebecca Kasaya, and in the countless lives she uplifted through her compassion and service. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Tomorrow at midnight is the deadline for Pam Bondi to release the Epstein files. That is what Thomas Massey and my bill calls for. It passed this body 427-1, passed the Senate 100-0, and the president signed it. Now, 3 federal judges have ordered the release of all of these files in Maxwell and Epstein's grand jury. Here is the reality. Any Justice Department official who does not comply with this law will be subject to prosecution for obstruction of justice. If Pam Bondi does not comply with the law, she will be held either in inherent contempt of Congress or subject to impeachment. We will not rest until the law is complied with and justice is served. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose is the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Christine Culberson of Spotsylvania County as Virginia's 7th District Constituent of the Week. Christine was recently named Teacher of the Year by the Virginia Technology and Engineering Educators Association, and for good reason. She was recognized for her unwavering passion of career and technical education. This work has enriched the learning experience for students across Spotsylvania County public schools. Educators like Christine take their time to invest in our students and inspire lifelong learning and restore quality in the education of our children. Christine's recognition isn't just a personal achievement, it reflects the innovation flourishing in Spotsylvania County schools. Her efforts uplift her colleagues and elevate the entire CTE community. I thank Christine for everything she's done for public education, and I'm proud to honor her today. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
To ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of us in Congress are calling for the immediate release of Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu, who is the mayor of Istanbul, Turkey. Istanbul is Turkey's largest city, one of the world's great cities, where 16 million people live and stands strong for democracy. They elected Mr. İmamoğlu as their mayor 3 different times, and he's focused on improving public infrastructure and serving nutrition and health to the millions of kids who live in that city. He was detained in March 2025, along with 106 other leaders in Istanbul. The Turkish government has now seized his family business, suspended his Twitter account, revoked his college diploma, and banned any public images or posters of him. I want to tell Mayor İmamoğlu that you have many people in the United States Congress closely following this outrage against democracy and the rule of law, and we are wishing your family happy holidays, and we are working and demanding to see that you be released. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the life of Miss Norma Moy, who passed earlier this week at the young age of 92. As a 4th-generation resident, Norma was Paso Robles, California, in the 19th Congressional District. She served her community in many ways, being on the boards for the Pioneer Day, the Historical Society, and of course as a leader in the Chamber of Commerce. But where she was most impactful was due to her work as the founder and executive director of the Paso Robles Main Street Association. Under her leadership, downtown Paso Robles transformed from vacant storefronts to a bustling hub of community. She was a champion for local businesses, supporting her neighbors, helping them thrive and transform the local economy. Thanks to her commitment to service, she lives on in every person who visits downtown, in the community, and in the energy that is Paso Robles. As we mourn her loss, let us celebrate Norma Moy, her legacy of service, and let us do that by enjoying the town of Paso Robles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kempter, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the minority leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, tonight it is a great honor to gather with our dear colleagues to focus on a modern-day conflict that will have major implications for this country and the world in the days and years to come. The United States, for over a century, since our hard-fought victories with allies during World Wars I and II learned the hard way, isolation is not our nation's security interest. Isolation is not in our nation's security interest. Our nation is not the most populous nation on earth, with 340 million people. But in every era, it seems, a constellation of dictatorships begins to upset world order. These aggressors invade smaller nations first to conquer more territory and for their own narrow self-interest. Dictatorships in today's world include Russia, with 140 million people, China, with 1,500,000,000 people, Iran, with 92 million people, and North Korea, with 26 million people. This group of nations is a developing spiderweb of tyranny with 4 times the population of the United States. Thus, alliances with free nations matter. That is why Canada, Australia, and the North Atlantic Treaty Organizations matter. Only together with allies can the free world offset predatory dictatorships. Following World War I, slowly and at great cost, a constellation of allies began to emerge. Leaders of surviving nations created what has come to be called the free world. But this alliance of liberty was very hard fought, and it champions freedom, not dictatorship. Foundational is the rule of law, with institutions of justice, ensuring individual rights, not repression by dictators or conquest by aggressors, thugs, and murderers. Our nation did not seek to be leader of the free world. Rather, our forebears grew this association with the realization that cataclysmic wars were not in the interests of humanity, nor the United States of America. President Woodrow Wilson created the League of Nations after World War I, which 3 decades later transformed into the United Nations, an institution to collectively assemble world leaders to promote understanding and peace so as to avoid war. Civil and political leaders of our nation in both major political parties, though reluctant to assume leadership in such a daunting undertaking, never before in the world, were determined to build a world of law, not conquest. The goal of lasting peace outweighed their own self-interest. A short distance away from our nation's capital rests the National World War II Memorial. It was dedicated in 2004 to the Allied victory in World War II. Over 100 million people, nearly 1/3 of our population, has now visited that hallowed site. This monument represents the 20th century's greatest achievement, the victory of liberty over tyranny. The monument stands as a timeless reminder of the moral strength and power that can flow when free people are united and bond together in the common, just cause of liberty itself. Following the horrific great power wars of the 20th century, across Europe alone are laid the bodies of 500,000 U.S. veterans who rest in military cemeteries and fields from World Wars I and II. From Flanders Field to Normandy, their enormous sacrifice, along with the millions of veterans who returned home, bequeathed to us the moment to build the umbrella of alliances to push back tyranny. Extending liberty and achieving democratic governance peacefully served as examples to other nations. What the World War I and II generations yielded for us has been the longest era of peacetime among great powers in the history of the world, until now. Not only is Russia at war in Europe, But the United States of America is acting peculiarly and dangerously out of step with our forebears' resolve. Let me just for a moment focus on Vladimir Putin and his evil aspirations as dictator of Russia. Let us recall Putin's imperative is to reconstitute the Soviet Union that collapsed in 1991 of its own criminality and dysfunction. Its border extended across 13 time zones then, all the way through most of Germany. Through force, Putin aspires to rewrite the structure of Europe again and end democratic practice across the continent. Meanwhile, the United States appears absent. Liberty is under threat, and America seems to be wavering on the sidelines, playing off liberty and dictatorship. The increasingly collaborative coalition of Russia, Iran, North Korea, and China, the spiderweb of modern tyranny, are enemies of liberty. See it? They collude to upend American and global security. Chancellor Merz of Germany, a NATO ally, recognized this reality when he recently stated, and I quote, "The threats are real. We may not be at war, but we no longer live in peacetime," unquote. Ukraine has become the front line for liberty's fight in our time and generation. See it. In 2014, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine, an ally of the United States. Together with our European allies, we partnered to achieve Ukraine's accession to the European Union of Free Nations, and clearly Putin invaded Ukraine in 2014, just after Russia's puppet dictator, who had become president of Ukraine, Viktor Yanukovych, was driven out of that nation after his treasonous betrayal of the democratic aspirations of the free people of Ukraine. He stole millions and committed crimes against its freedom, and he found his way back to Moscow. Vladimir Putin knew his control of that puppet and of Ukraine had been thwarted, so he chose to invade Ukraine in 2014, starting in 2014, against all laws of diplomacy. Putin snuffed out liberty in his own country, and now he intends not just to end liberty in all of Europe, he seeks to replace it with tyranny that traces its bloody lineage across centuries of Russian aggression and murder of innocents. There can be no compromise with Putin. He violated the Budapest Memorandum, which allowed Ukraine to prosper starting in 1991 after the fall of the Soviet Union, when it promised to let all nuclear weapons be removed from Ukraine with the promise that they would not be invaded, that others would protect them. Russia signed that agreement. The United States signed that agreement. That agreement has been violated. Why should we trust Putin now when he couldn't even keep his word on the Budapest Memorandum? Let us not forget that the great betrayal that allowed Putin to invade Ukraine in the first place. As the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, a newly independent Ukraine had become the third largest nuclear power in the world. However, as a responsible nation, Ukraine signed the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons Treaty at the behest of the United States of America and the demand of Russia. In exchange for this security, Ukraine was to be guaranteed under the 1994 Budapest Memorandum, signed by our country, Russia, and Ukraine. However, Russia invaded Ukraine in 2014 after his puppet was driven out. Russia always betrays its commitments. Look no further than the decades before, when the Ribbentrop-Molotov Agreement during World War II was signed and then violated, and Poland was invaded, We must not betray our commitment as leader of the free world to Ukraine's liberty. Ukraine is fighting valiantly against Russia. It is holding the line at the front. The Ukrainian people have fought so astoundingly until the current president and his party here in Congress decided not to send the funds to allow Ukraine to procure the weapons it needs. So there has been a pause during this year, which makes it harder, but the Ukrainians have held the front. Ukraine has one time zone and encompasses a landmass less than 3% the size of Russia's vast territory, which stretches across, are you ready, 11 time zones. They have enough. They ought to deal in their own country. Russia's population equals 4 times as many people as Ukraine's. Putin was the aggressor. He invaded, as I said, in 2014, and he has kidnapped tens of thousands of Ukrainian children. Why? Because in Russia, the birth rate is going down. And so by murdering tens of thousands of Ukrainian civilians and reinstituting the Gulag system of prisons to torture Ukrainians, he's attacked religious communities and buildings, broken families apart, murdered and tortured scores and hundreds of clergy, killed Jehovah's Witnesses and any other religion that attempts to prosper in that part of the world, and summarily executed prisoners of war and civilians alike. This is what Putin promises the rest of Ukraine and our NATO allies should we let him succeed in Ukraine. See it. See it for what it is. Russia's history is marked by repressive expansion and murder throughout the centuries. There is no liberty nor desire for any liberty. Russia kills at will. Freedom advocate Alexei Navalny, a Russian, was imprisoned last year and left to die in a frozen Arctic prison. Putin's goons murdered a young Ukrainian journalist almost 30 years ago when Ukraine became free. Why? Because Gangadze was telling the truth about the corruption and the underhandedness of Russia inside of the free Ukraine. He was killed and then buried with his head in the ground and his legs in the air right before people would enter the town of Lviv, just to be a lesson to behave yourself. And don't ever put a word in a publication against Vladimir Putin. Putin murdered countless Catholics, Mormons, others who wanted to freely practice their religion in that part of the world. And why were they murdered? Because they weren't Russian Orthodox adherents. If Putin is permitted to conquer Ukraine, he will not stop there. This is not speculation. This is history. We already see Russian troops concentrated at the borders with Baltic states. They're hitting the fly zone in Poland, the border, Finland, Russian violations of NATO airspace and territorial waters. A Polish diplomat once advised me, if you pay no attention to foreign affairs, then foreign affairs will find you. What a true statement that is. Surely the Poles know. America has tried in the past to stick its head in the sand. That doesn't work. Isolation doesn't work. Partnership works. America can repeat the mistakes of the 1920s by withdrawing our support. But we've already lived through that. We don't want to go through that again. Inevitably, that myopia will force the free world to pay a higher price for freedom as tyranny deepens its roots in the world. Or America can take a stand now to provide further assistance for Ukraine to advance liberty for this new generation. And remember, only 20% of the world is free now, according to Freedom's House and Freedom's Index. This means that 80% of the world lives under some form of tyranny. We are very privileged in our country, if we can hold it. In our privileged place in the world, America cannot forget that around our globe and throughout history, liberty is extremely rare and precious and utterly vulnerable. The Trump administration is failing to meet the moment. My dear colleagues, we'll talk about this in just a moment, but what this administration is doing is just not ignoring the problem. They are actively complicit in tyranny's march across Europe. This administration's new and adolescent national security manifesto, they call it, is a retreat. During his campaign, President Trump frequently repeated that he will end the war in Ukraine on day one. Well, that surely didn't happen. And yet, 1 year into his return to office, the war in Ukraine rages on, and his actions have been favoring Russia's dictatorship. In February and March, President Trump made his first real effort to negotiate. But what is he negotiating? Not liberty, but Ukraine's President Zelensky came to the table and agreed to President Trump's mineral rights deal. Trump responded to Russia's growing strikes, but granted Putin with several weeks' warning to end the shooting or face new sanctions. He did not implement the sanctions, even as Ukrainians were being murdered every day. In August, President Trump literally rolled out the red carpet for dictator Putin to step foot in the land of the free during his visit to Anchorage, Alaska. Putin conceded nothing then, he concedes nothing now. Trump whined at Putin and again threatened sanctions. Finally, in October, the president did sanction two large Russian oil firms, Lukoil and Rosneft, but then reinvigorated a negotiating process with several decidedly Kremlin-friendly provisions, even as Putin showed no signs of compromise. Now, 4 months later, we are waiting on the Trump administration or Republicans in Congress to move additional sanctions. And up at the desk, we have only on a discharge petition to move a bill to enforce sanctions on Russia. We only need 2 more signatures to get to 218. 218. Where is the majority in this House? 2 more signatures on the discharge petition to move Russian sanctions forward. Liberty is calling. Can you see it? Can you hear it? This October, the Trump administration started issuing Russia's threats to Ukraine for Putin. The Russian-drafted 28-point peace plan asked Ukraine not to negotiate peace, but to capitulate. They cited a recent corruption scandal in Ukraine, not for what it is, Russian interference and corruption in Ukraine through their emissaries, but as evidence that Ukraine is weak and must surrender. This is Russian infiltration of Ukrainian institutions that has been going on for centuries and has plagued Ukraine from the first day it became free in 1991. Ukraine has had to build a nation on the corruption and infiltration of the corrupt, calculating, interfering Russian regime. Then just last week, the Trump administration stood shoulder to shoulder with the Russian dictatorship. Never in my life did I imagine I would live to see the day when the United States of America, as a founding member of NATO and the United Nations, would vote with the dictatorships of the world. This happened on December 10th, this month, 2025, when the United States joined the dictatorships of Russia, Belarus, China, North Korea, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Niger in a 97-8 vote to oppose a United Nations resolution that aimed to strengthen international cooperation and coordination of efforts among nations. This shameful vote of 97-8 does not express the values of the United States of America. It does not express the values of the American people who place liberty above all. We value our closest allies, especially when Europe is at war. You don't side with the dictators. The Trump administration publicly holds that the ultimate goal is peace. I agree. Everyone wants peace except Putin. Do you not see it? Putin doesn't want peace. He wants Ukraine. Putin does not want peace. He wants Ukraine. The Ukrainians prove to us every day liberty is worth fighting for. We best not forget that here in America. Frankly, I haven't found anyone in the Trump family who has ever fought for the cause of liberty. There is no record of military service or public service in his family's history. In fact, Trump famously avoided service in Vietnam by faking bone spurs. No one in my family ever had that luxury. They fought for over 100 years for this country, and we are proud of their service for liberty. What seems clear to me is that too many people like Putin judge others by the weight of their wallet rather than the weight of their conviction for liberty. As peace negotiations ensue this weekend in Miami, let us pray the negotiation is not about squeezing every business deal out of Ukraine for the Trump organization. That outcome is not in America's interest. Stephen Witkoff and Jared Kushner, two former real estate businessmen from New York, should negotiate peace and liberty, not business deals for themselves or the president they serve, business deals of a Russian-occupied Ukraine. The free world must push back Russia's aggression and greed, or Putin's appetite will grow to spread Russian repression across all free peoples, which he has been trying to do since the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991. Our late colleague John Lewis observed, "Freedom is not a state, it is an act. It does not sit on the floor, but must be elevated by the steady diligence and attention of citizens who sacrifice to remain free. Liberty is not simply bestowed upon a people, but fought for and defended." History instructs us. In the 1770s and 80s, a revolutionary generation of men and women rose up to secure liberty across 13 otherwise disconnected coastal colonies here on the American continent. Roughly 80 years later, a subsequent generation was called upon to fight and die in America's internal Great War for liberty. The American Civil War, still our most costly war, with over 600,000 deaths. That generation ended the original sin of slavery and extended the hope of liberty across the American continent. And then in the 20th century, generations rose to the renewed call for sacrifice. Called the greatest generation, I call them the most unselfish generation. They fought, died, and successfully preserved and extended liberty here at home and to subjugated people around the world. They did it for us. Americans believe that the history of their struggle against global tyranny ended with the defeat of Nazi Germany and the fall of the communist Soviet Union, yet today that history is still being written. Free nations face not a new enemy, but an old one. It is our turn now. Our free world must never play footsie with an axis of dictatorships like Russia, North Korea, Iran, and China to unleash their aggression on our world again. How not only stupid that would be, but how un-American. America's foreign policy must promote liberty, not bow to tyranny. Free nations must support those who are willing to fight and die for liberty around our world. And Congress must assure our nation is always ready. Our National Defense Authorization Act just passed, providing for military readiness for our nation as well as assistance to Ukraine to assure NATO's eastern flank is secure and Vladimir Putin moves back his troops inside his own country. He has plenty of it he needs to attend to. Congress can do more by passing a discharge petition that has been sitting in the well of this House since July. It would unlock the most significant legislation introduced in this Congress to place economic sanctions on Russia for its war crimes against Ukraine. And our petition only needs 2 more members' signatures to bring forward the vote to the floor. Every Democrat and 2 Republicans have signed thus far. In closing my formal remarks tonight, I would like to quote the poet laureate of Ukraine, Taras Shevchenko. In our country, we must defend liberty first, last, and always, and it must never accommodate dictatorships. And we are reminded of this by this astounding visionary poet of Ukraine who, on Christmas, December 25th, 1845, penned the following words about a country that at that point was only imagining through its greatest citizens a future that they could not live in their own lifetime. And he said, "O bury me, then rise ye up, and break your heavy chains, and water with the tyrant's blood the freedom you have gained. And in the great new family, the family of the free, with softly spoken kindly word, remember also me. He was so prescient. He was so prescient. I would like now to turn the podium over to the Speaker Emerita of the House of Representatives from the great state of California, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi.
I salute Marcy Kaptur and the Ukraine Caucus for inviting members to come together to raise concerns, to speak frankly about the need for strong sanctions on Russia, and to insist that any peace must be just, durable, and centered on the Ukrainian people themselves. Mr. Speaker, for nearly 4 years, the people of Ukraine have stood on the front lines for freedom, defending their democracy, their sovereignty, their right to live in peace on their own land. But in fighting for democracy there, they are fighting democracy writ large. Madam Congresswoman Kaptur spoke beautifully, historically, geographically, chronologically, in every way about placing this conflict in time and place. I wanted to pick up on two parts of it in the time that I have. One is this. In the conversation about peace, we hear people talk about Ukraine giving up land. Now, what we're saying to Ukraine is, Russia came in, stole your children, as Congresswoman Kaptur mentioned, tens of thousands of your children, taking them into Russia. Imagine if that ever happened to your family. Secondly, they rape the women. They rape the women, sometimes in front of the children, sometimes in front of their parents. I said to some Russian friends, isn't it sad how the Russian troops have become brutes and are raping women as a weapon of war to demoralize the people of the country? And they said, make sure you understand one thing. Russian soldiers follow orders. They are doing that because that is what they are told to do. In addition to that, we've seen evidence of their killing families in front of family members in such a brutal way. Kidnap our children, rape our women, kill our civilian families, and ask us to give you land in return. What a ridiculous request. The other thing you hear sometimes people say in our country, well, why should we be spending all that money when, in fact, we have needs in our own country? I don't think people realize 90% of the security that we send to Ukraine is spent, of the 100%, 90% is spent in the United States, creating jobs in our own country. Secondly, there are other forms of assistance, humanitarian assistance across the board. At least 60% of all that we spend on Ukraine is spent in the United States of America, creating jobs. So again, Marcy spelled it out. It's no use. Some things bear repeating, but she said it so beautifully. But this is awful. And again, who do you trust? Who do you trust? The Congresswoman spelled out very clearly the ridiculous notion that Ukraine should trust us, the Russians, after the Budapest Agreement. Give up your nuclear weapons, and we will come to your aid should you need that. Forget about it now. So Ukraine has been treated with great disrespect. Its people have just been subjected to such horror. They have fought valiantly. The least we could do is do the sanctions. And what we should be doing in this House, which had overwhelming bipartisan support in support of the people of Ukraine, is to get some more people to sign the discharge petition. So I thank you again, Congresswoman Kaptur, for your relentless, persistent, dissatisfied advocacy for Ukraine, and the fact that we know, those who have visited there, that if Putin takes takes Ukraine, what country is next? That's what we hear, the fear we hear from people in the region. Would you trust Putin? And the only person who trusts Putin is President Trump. I don't know what that's about. I know when I had a picture coming out of one of his cabinet moves pointing to the president, I said, I'm leaving this meeting because, Mr. President, with you, all roads lead to Putin. This is awful. The richest man in the world, they say Putin is, a villainous person, and somebody who uses rape, kidnapping, family killings in order to demoralize a country. Well, you haven't succeeded, and you're a loser because you thought you were going to win on the first week of this war, and now it's 4 years later. With that, I yield back the time to the distinguished Marcy Kaplan.
Thank you, Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, for your unrelenting support of liberty and the people of Ukraine. May God bless them, and may in our lifetimes we see their consequential victory. We must not abandon them. Thank you.
Just one more thing. Right before Christmas a few years ago, when President Zelensky came here and spoke, and this body just rose up in support.
Yes.
We need more than applause, though. We need a discharge petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much for joining us tonight with all of your duties. Okay, I would like to yield time to the very, very distinguished former and future majority leader of our caucus, Steny Hoyer from Maryland, who has just distinguished himself in his career with a total commitment to our alliances globally, including our precious European colleagues. Thank you so very much for joining us here this evening, Congressman Hoyer, from the state of Maryland.
I thank the gentlelady who heads the Ukrainian caucus, has ties to Ukraine, and is deeply tied to America, to democracy, liberty, and freedom. Mr. Speaker, I adopt her remarks as my own. I will add to that, but it will be surplusage, because everything she said, and all the dangers she referred to, and all the atrocities of the Russians, we could repeat. As I was sitting here, with the exception of Mr. Vindman, who's a young man, it occurred to me that the speakers who have spoken so far are of a generation who were children at the time of the Soviet Union, who understood the viciousness of the bear, who understood the enslavement of the Russian people and the captive nations. Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the people of Ukraine, for the people of America, for the people of Europe, for the people of Asia and Africa, South America, Australia. Because all of us are at risk if dictators like Putin prevail. Ukraine. The question is, will America and this Congress allow it to become a nation betrayed? I've said it before and I'll say it again. President Trump, Vice President Vance, Secretary Rubio, negotiator Witkoff, Secretary of Defense Hegseth, and others have done everything to express support for Vladimir Putin's and Russia's position and to exonerate them from their aggression and from their war crimes. Earlier this year, Trump said that the Russians have all the cards. Mr. Speaker, someone ought to remind our president, and I do so tonight, that NATO has a combined defense expenditure of $1.58 trillion. Together, we field 3.5 million troops. Our combined GDP is 25 times more than Russia's. Europe holds some $246 billion frozen Russian assets. I suggest to all of us, to the President, and to the world at large, those are a lot of cards. But we need to play them. As long as they're in the deck, they won't make a difference. Every day we do not, we look weaker in the eyes of the world. That is a danger for us and a danger for the international community. Every day Russia slaughters more Ukrainians. At least 43,000 Ukrainian soldiers have already given their lives in defense of democracy, and many more have been wounded. The Ukrainians will continue to fight valiantly, as the gentlelady pointed out, with or without our support. But our decision will determine whether their fight is in vain or will prevail. The other day, a Ukrainian soldier on the front lines told a reporter, and I quote, "They kept withholding military aid, couldn't agree on how to respond, and we keep paying for their indecisiveness with our blood, the blood of our children." He was referring, of course, not just to the United States, but the world at large. Ukraine may be paying the price for our negligence today, but we, the free world, will ultimately bear the cost if we let Putin prevail. When we fail to show our strength, our adversaries doubt our resolve. And when our adversaries doubt our resolve, they are assuredly more likely to test our might. That's the mistake that Neville Chamberlain made. That's the mistake America and the United Kingdom made when we did not honor the Budapest Memorandum when Putin annexed Crimea. In my view, Crimea is the mother of this war. The failure to act decisively in the face of that war crime, of that theft, of that international law that was broken, led Putin to believe he could do this, the invasion of Ukraine, with impunity. And that is the mistake Donald Trump is making now. This Congress must not do the same. And the good news is this Congress has not done the same. There were 12 votes between 2022 and July of 2025. The good news, America, is that on both sides of the aisle, the overwhelming majority of members voted to support Ukraine. Mostly it was unanimous on this side, but it was also unanimous on the Republican side, save one vote. And then it was 110 to 117, just a small minority. Those votes averaged 80% of the members of Congress voting to support Ukraine. So it's not as if there is division in this House. And as the gentlelady said, there's a discharge petition, which lays in that desk behind me. Every Democrat, 213 Democrats have signed it, and 2 Republicans have signed it. 216 signatures in all now. We need 2 more. To say to Ukraine, to say to the world, to say yes to our administration, we are in support of liberty over tyranny. We are in support of a people that has shown extraordinary courage. Fortunately, we have a winning card to play. Ranking Member Meeks and I have that bipartisan discharge petition to force on the Ukraine support. 2 Republicans have signed that. But that means there are another 100 who support Ukraine, and all they need to do is sign that petition. And we will vote in January on that bill that says we're going to support Ukraine and freedom and democracy and liberty and international law. Every House Democrat and 2 Republicans, as I say, have signed. Our legislation includes both sanctions to undermine Russia's war economy and direct financial and military aid for Ukraine's defense and reconstruction. There are 80 United States senators who have signed on to a bill imposing sanctions on Russia. Some 6 months ago, and it has not moved. What do you think that does to the psychology of Ukraine and Ukrainians and their soldiers? If we report out this bill, in my view, it will change this war not only materially, but psychologically. It doesn't matter how many concessions you give to Putin, and this administration has given him many. He will keep fighting this war so long as he thinks he can outlast the free world. This is an issue of resolve. I mentioned how much superiority we have with respect to Russia, in size, in money, in resources. I know we can do this, Mr. Speaker. Since the Russian invasion in 2022, the House has had at least 12 votes, and I mentioned them. 80% of our people have supported them. Mr. Speaker, now is not the time to fold. Now is the time to call. If we play our hand correctly, we can still ensure Putin suffers a defeat that will make other dictators around the world think twice before violating international law and creating war crimes. We must, Mr. Speaker, because make no mistake, Vladimir Putin is playing for keeps and for empire. Our European allies know that to be the case because they have been at the point of the enemy's spear when Chamberlain said we were buying peace in our time. We then had World War II. Let us act. I urge my Republican colleagues and friends who have signed on and voted for supporting Ukraine to sign this discharge petition. And I yield back to Ms. Kaptur.
Thank you very much, Congressman Hoyer from the state of Maryland, District number 5. I wanted to ask the Speaker for the time remaining, please. Okay. Be proud to yield to the really extraordinary Congressman from the state of California, Jim Costa from District 21, who has just been unwavering as a freedom fighter here, not just for our country, but for countries around the world that are trying to liberate themselves from the type of tyranny that Ukraine is facing. Congressman Costa?
Thank you. My colleague, Chairman of the Ukraine Caucus, Marcy Kaptur, for your leadership, and for my other colleagues who have spoken this afternoon, the Speaker Emeritus Pelosi and Representative Steny Hoyer. I rise today to address the ongoing threat Russia poses to Ukraine, to Europe, and the United States, and the broader international order. On February 24th, I think all of us can remember, 2022, Russia, in a pre-planned and unprovoked attack, Ukraine. And at that time, there was broad consensus among Republicans and Democrats what we needed to do. And that was to stand up for democracy,
Senator Lindsey Graham said it quite well at the time, that this was about good versus evil. Well, I submit to you today it is still about good versus evil. And since that day, Russia's continued its assault on the rules-based international order. From the illegal annexation of Crimea in 2014 to the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, Russia has shown a blatant disregard for international law, national sovereignty, and fundamental human rights. Sadly, I believe that modern-day Russia today is a syndicate masquerading as a country with a mob boss called Putin. That's Russia today. President Putin has violated, as any mob boss would, every international agreement he's ever signed, period. And that's why a peace deal must be backed up by strong military deterrence and strong commitments from Europe and the United States to back Ukraine with NATO-like defense guarantees. It's very clear. Otherwise, Putin has no intention of keeping any agreement. This is not a conventional war. It's a hybrid conflict, combining military force with cyber attacks at all different levels and fronts. Disinformation campaigns, economic warfare, alongside deliberate efforts, mind you, deliberate efforts to weaken NATO and undermine democratic institutions. And they go on attacking civilian neighborhoods, bombing schools, hospitals, and churches. Clearly, Putin is a war criminal. And when the United States hesitates or sends mixed signals, we do not create stability. We invite aggression. Let's be clear about that. History is replete with examples of those who hesitate or send mixed signals. Therefore, American leadership remains the cornerstone of global security. President Trump, Putin respects one thing and one thing only, and that is strength. By supporting Ukraine, the United States is sending a clear message. Authoritarian regimes cannot invade their neighbors without consequences. So I ask the President of the United States to be strong and stand by the brave people of Ukraine and our allies. Any sustainable resolution to this conflict must include Ukraine at the negotiating table. How else could you reach a peace agreement? The country under attack must have a decisive voice in shaping its own future and determining the terms of peace. Otherwise, it's illogical. So, ensuring that agreements respect its sovereignty and the will of its people. Therefore, we must continue to strengthen our alliance, develop agile and region-specific strategies, and ensure that we are prepared to respond across all domains, including cyberspace, informational warfare, and economic coercion, because economic sanctions can work. The President has the leverage with continued military support, economic support, and sanctions, using the sovereign wealth of Russia to repay the damage and the harm that they have created with our European allies. We have the leverage. We cannot allow this aggression to go unanswered. We must stand firmly with Ukraine and defend democracy and the international order that we helped create, that has created prosperity since World War II. The economic prosperity that democratic nations have shared because America stood strong. That same order has brought peace and economic prosperity, think about it, throughout the world for 80 years for democratic nations. So therefore, this is a seminal moment in American and world history that we are facing. I urge my colleagues to act as we have, as Representative Steny Hoyer indicated, 12 times in an overwhelming bipartisan fashion to stand up for America's values, to stand up for human rights, to act collectively in the bipartisan fashion. Why? Because our security and the security of free nations everywhere depends on it. My colleagues, my friends, the world is watching and looking for American leadership. This is the test of our time. Slava Ukraine, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Congressman Costa, for your fervent leadership on every level and for all you've done to continue relations with our closest allies that fight at our side and push back the edge of tyranny wherever it exists. Thank you so very much. And could I ask on remaining time, I have to divide it up among two very talented colleagues.
The gentlewoman has 8 minutes remaining.
Okay, well, I will give them each 4. I'll yield to Congressman Vindman from the state of Virginia, a great patriot, and Virginia District Number 7, Congressman Eugene Vindman.
Thank you, Congresswoman Capter. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to reaffirm my commitment to peace in Ukraine, a peace that acknowledges the massive sacrifice of the Ukrainian people and that secures perpetual sovereignty and not just a reprieve, a temporary reprieve that the Russians will use to rearm and reattack. We must continue to stand firmly with the Ukrainian people in their fight for freedom and sovereignty. I've traveled to Ukraine extensively since this major phase of the war started in February 2022. 15 trips, the first 14 between June of 2022 to October of 2023, investigating war crimes and trying to help the Ukrainian people. And the last one as the only bipartisan House delegation visit to Ukraine this year, which frankly, I think that is a shameful statistic that only myself and Congressman Mike Turner managed to make it to Ukraine this year, a year where the Ukrainians faced enormous pressure. And in those trips, I visited places like Bucha, Irpin, Hostomel, places where Russian soldiers executed civilians, brutally executed civilians, places where Russians attacked Ukrainian infrastructure, attempting to freeze and starve the Ukrainian population. And I tell you that what I saw was a war crime. And those crimes are perpetuated almost daily by Russians, including attacks and killing of POWs. And it is in the United States' national security interest to secure peace between Russia and Ukraine, but only when that peace comes with dignity and security for the Ukrainian people. We've seen Russia's playbook. They use time, they buy time to rearm so they can attack. They sow discord throughout the neighborhood in Moldova and in Transnistria, in Georgia, and in Ukraine. True peace will never be achieved by the world by appeasing Putin, and that's why we must stand together. And so this peace proposal that we've recently seen, the 28 points, the Dmitriev, who is the leader of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, and Witkoff, a real estate investor, I call the dimwit peace proposal. This dimwit peace proposal is nothing more than a giveaway to Vladimir Putin. It does nothing to achieve peace, and frankly, it would have made Prime Minister Chamberlain blush after Munich, that level of weakness and appeasement. Let me be clear, a just and lasting peace in Ukraine could not be achieved by the United States alone. It could not be achieved without transatlantic unity, and it could not be achieved without European support. We must stand with the Ukrainian people. We must stand on the right side of history and not support a shameful and weak appeasement deal. Slava Ukraini, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Vindman, for your service to our country and also the cause of liberty globally. Congressman Greg Landsman of Ohio's 1st District in the greater Cincinnati area. Let's be kind to him, and he's been waiting a long time. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Congresswoman, for your incredible leadership and remarkable remarks. I rise today on behalf of the children of Ukraine. More than 35,000 children from Ukraine have been stolen by Vladimir Putin. These children are being hidden in Russia, sent to indoctrination camps. Some are even being trained as soldiers to fight against their own country. We can't wait for a peace agreement to reunite these children with their families. They're not bargaining chips, and Putin must release them now. As a father of 2, I can't imagine the terror of having a child taken from our family, from our home. Earlier this year, we uncovered a State Department program to track these abducted children had been terminated. We were able to get it back up and running. And our bill, the Abducted Ukrainian Kids Recovery and Accountability Act, will restart this program so that we can keep tracking every single child. This bill was included in the NDAA and will be signed into law tonight. We can't stop until these children are back where they belong, which is home. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Landsman. You're such an outstanding member, and thank you for being here. Mr. Speaker, thank you for your deference and ability to allow us to speak. I just want to end this evening by saying that this special order is really not just about this generation, but those to come. And for our children, for our grandchildren, the kind of world that we leave them. And we simply cannot appease dictators, because we will leave a very ugly world to them in the future. The last thing I wish to place on the record, if you would allow me just a couple seconds here. In 2014, when the Olympics were going on in Sochi, for the first time in Russia in modern history, Vladimir Putin used the Olympics, where most people were distracted, to cover up the fact that he was going to invade Ukraine, which he did, but the Olympics were the shield from a public relations standpoint, but what had just happened was that his stooge, who was the head of Ukraine then, Viktor Yanukovych, had to flee the country because he was such a crook and was totally a tool of Putin. What the American people need to understand is Ukraine had to dig itself out from under decades, centuries of Russian imposition and corrupt leaders that held down the ability of this country to flower into a free nation. So what we are fighting for is for the ability of people to have liberty first, last, and always, in the place in the world where Stalin killed more people than any place else in the history of the world. Thank you so very much. God bless America. Slava Ukraina. Thank you so much. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to be here with you this afternoon as we talk about the need to promote accountability, flexibility, choice, and allow small businesses to galvanize together to find the best options for their employees in the changing health insurance market. I want to start today by ceding some time to our friend from the state of Montana, Representative Downing, who has great experience in working with these marketplaces in his home state of Montana. You're recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and to my colleague from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos, thank you so much. You know, I rise today to discuss or to comment on what I see is the biggest fraud this body has ever put upon the American people. Let's go back to the beginning of the Unaffordable Care Act, Obamacare. How was this sold to the American people? You can keep your doctor if you like it. You can keep your plan. Your insurance premiums are going to go down. And I'll tell you, all of that, this is one time that both the Republicans and Democrats agree it did not deliver on that. The Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, has been one of the biggest drivers in increasing not just the cost of health insurance, but the cost of health care. And to continue this deception, it was clear that this plan would not work. You don't have to be a PhD in mathematics to understand why. As you start to add things, the essential health benefits that you added onto these policies, these required benefits, as you started to add things that had to be covered, and I'm not saying whether those were good or bad, but you add expenses, you can't make prices go down. It'd be like saying if you went to a fast food restaurant and ordered a soda, and the price is going to go down, but they have to give you a free cheeseburger as well. It just doesn't make common sense, doesn't make mathematical sense. And so to further this deception, they realized that it only worked by subsidizing it. So you had to levy a tax to subsidize it. And the architects, on the other side of the aisle who put this together realized that the American people would rebel against this if they were given a tax to pay for it. So how did they hide that? Well, let's just tax the payers. Let's tax the insurance companies, and then they can pass those expenses down to the American people through higher premiums. And that's exactly what happened. And so then let's look at another phenomenon. As these prices start going up, people start to question whether they're getting value for what they're paying for. And for some folks, the answer was no. They didn't want to pay those higher rates. And so some folks came off. And as we see, the people who come off tend to be the people who least need services. So the healthy, younger people tend to be the ones that come off. And as they do that, that concentrates the risk. That makes the prices go higher for the insurance companies, for the payers. And so as that happens and you get into the next policy year, they have to raise the rates again. And as they raise the rates again, you lose more subscribers to those policies. And so you further concentrate the risk. And this is known as adverse selection. And so what happens in adverse selection, every time you see that raise, those prices rise, you start to see more people come off. They look for alternatives like healthcare sharing ministries, they look for something else, or they go uninsured. And you start this endless cycle of these prices going up. One other thing I just want to point out, this is kind of economics 101. The more money you put into a system, the more expensive things get. And we've seen that in so many different areas. We've seen that in subprime lending. We've seen that in student loans. We've seen that in so many. You put money into a system, and it starts to push prices up. And one of the other contributors we have is not just adverse selection that is concentrating the risk and making it more expensive for the insurance companies, but we put so much money into the system that we're seeing rises in actual health care. And it's important to make the distinction between the rising costs of health care and the related rising costs in health insurance. And so we've just come to this, death spiral of this becoming more and more and more unaffordable. And in my personal opinion, this entire system is going to collapse under its own weight. And you've got, two solutions. The other side thinks that we should just write a blank check from the federal government, no matter how big that check is going to be, so that we can hide the fact that this is failing. I mean, let's face it, this is this is seen as a landmark piece of legislation that the Democrats have pushed over the last couple of decades. It's important to them to protect this landmark legislation. And I'm sorry, the emperor's not wearing clothes, and in order to hide that, they're doing these smoke screens with these increased subsidies. So now let's look at the subsidies that have really gotten a lot of attention, these Obamacare subsidies that we've been talking about that the Democrats brought in response to COVID. So these are subsidies to folks that are on the individual market. Now, it's important to note that the individual market is a small percentage of the insureds. This is not the entire market. This is not small group. This is not large group. This is a small percentage of folks that are on the individual marketplace to get their health insurance through healthcare.gov or through one of the exchanges. So it's a very small part. And when the Democrats first put this, it was in reaction to the chaos during COVID. And it was by their intent and by their architecture, it was a temporary solution for a temporary problem. So it was designed to expire. It had a sunset. And then when it was coming up to a sunset, when the Democrats still had control and had the ability to make this permanent, they still put an expiration date on it. So these enhanced premium tax credits, or these Obamacare credits, were designed to expire at the end of this year. So essentially January 1st is when they were designed to expire. And that was entirely policy brought by the Democrats. This was not a Republican policy. So this smokescreen that there are estimates between $300 and $400 billion to pay for it over the next 10 years if they are expanded, like I said, are a smokescreen. And as folks start talking about whether prices are going to go up or go down or what these subsidies do, let's talk about that for a second. Because these subsidies are a very small part of the increases that we're seeing in premiums because of what I've already talked about, because of rising costs of health care and because of rising costs of health insurance that are due to those health care increases as well as that adverse selection. And so this small percentage, let me just put it in perspective. In Montana, we've got a number of payers, a number of insurance companies, but the one with the largest increase on the individual market was about 25%. It's a high number. I agree. But that 25%, it was a single-digit amount. It was about 9% of that was attributed to the enhanced premium tax credits, to the Obamacare credits. So even without that, the price is going up. And independent of these Obamacare credits that we're discussing, it's going up in the small group, the large group. It's going up in every other part of insurance. So that part without the enhanced premium, so I said that delta between 25 and 9. So let's say that's 16%. Everybody else is still seeing that. They're still seeing that increase. One of the smallest increases we saw from our major payers, was about 10, a little bit over 10%. And it was about 3 or 4% of that was attributed to the Obamacare premiums. And the reason I'm bringing this up is it's a very small percentage of this overall costs. And one thing that I want to point out is if these tax credits are allowed to expire on the 31st, premiums are going up. If we extend them, premiums are going up. It's happening either way. And just one thing I want to end on, just so that people understand, how this process works, is if this body decides to extend those premiums, let's say it's for 2 years or 3 years, arbitrary amount, what happens? The way that insurance rates are filed is they go to the states, the payers, the insurance companies bring them to the state, they file, they're approved, they get filed with CMS, with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and then the open enrollment period starts, which is usually mid-November to mid-December. And during that open enrollment period is when you buy your policies for the following year. So we just closed that open enrollment period a couple of weeks ago for the 2026 policy years. Those rates are already baked in. So if we were to extend those credits, the rates are already baked in unless we go to extraordinary measures of allowing the payers to once again refile their rates and then having another open enrollment period, which I would guess would be March or April by the time you got all that through. And so then what do you do with that? Make those rates ex post facto, have them go back to the beginning of the year, or do you allow it to go through its normal cycle, in which case those rates affect the 2027 year? So the point that I'm making is by extending those Obamacare subsidies, you're not affecting the 2026 rates without going to extraordinary measures to unroll everything that's already happened. And so what will happen is those insurance companies that filed higher rates with the assumption of those premium tax credits staying in will get the benefit of having a higher rate plus having that tax credit. Going back to how I started this fraud was put onto the American people to hide the taxes so that the American people weren't taxed directly. They taxed the insurance companies that are getting these tax credits to change those rates for the people. This is not going to affect what's happening right now without extraordinary measures. What we need to do in closing, and I thank you to my colleague from Florida for allowing me to speak here, what we need to do is we need to start looking at alternatives on what are the core drivers of the cost of health insurance. How do we rate insurance so that younger, healthier people are still willing to pay for it? So we have spread risk there. What are the things that we can look at for driving costs down to stopping this endless cycle of adverse selection so that people can actually, as was promised on this big fraud perpetrated on the American people, have the doctor they want, the plan they want, and have their rates going down. And this Obamacare premium debacle is not the answer, but we do need to get to work and figure out how we can get to the root causes of these rising prices. Because, as I said, this is either going to collapse under its own weight, or we're going to be forced to write an unlimited check from the federal government, which me and many of my colleagues are unwilling to do. And with that, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Herodopoulos, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your expertise and understanding of these issues as we take it on towards the future. I want to read one comment before I call up the congressman from Colorado. This is from the Washington Post, maybe the most liberal major newspaper in America. Their comments were simply, many honest people will feel this squeeze next year, but any serious effort to extend Obamacare subsidies would need to include lower income caps, require some out-of-pocket premiums, and impose additional anti-fraud protections. Washington Post says it. They recognize the reality that this has been a broken system that has been covered up for years at the expense of other taxpayers and the overall cost of health care, and that's why we're having this discussion today. I'd like to allocate some time now to the congressman from Colorado, Congressman Crank. Thank you for joining this conversation today. We look forward to your comments.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Florida for yielding this time to me. And we heard so much from the gentleman from Montana who knows a lot about health insurance. You know, health care is more than these enhanced premium tax credits. The Democrats have tried to make it about enhanced premium tax credits, but health care is more than that. As the gentleman from Montana pointed out, enhanced premium tax credits, these credits would cover 7% of the American people. 7%. That's what we're talking about with their solution, would be 7%. And even if we were to fix that 7%, what would the fix mean? Well, let's talk about who these people are. These are folks in the enhanced premium tax credit who make, for a family of four, over $128,000 a year. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about people who are making $40,000 or $30,000 or $50,000. Those tax credits continue under this broken, failed, affordable Care Act system. Those continue. What my friends over here want to do is pull money out of our pockets and give it to people who are making, for a family of four, over $128,000 a year. That's their solution for 7% of the people. That doesn't make sense. That's what it would do. And what would what effect would it have? It would reduce premiums by 5%. 5% for 7% of the population, all making over $128,000 for a family of four. That doesn't sound like much of a solution to me, because it's not a solution. The solution is free market reforms. And the fact of the matter is that the enhanced premium tax credit is a Band-Aid on the gaping wound of Obamacare. It's a Band-Aid on the gaping wound of the Affordable Care Act. You know, the left, they love to mislabel things. We know that they called the spending package that they passed 4 years ago, they called that the Inflation Reduction Act. What did it lead to? 22% inflation. 1 year, 9% inflation in 1 year. We're still dealing with the effects of their misnamed Inflation Reduction Act. Well, they called this the Affordable Care Act, and it's been nothing of the sort. It's anything but the Affordable Care Act. My friends, on the other side of this aisle created this mess. No one over on this side, not one person who is here serving in this body on this side of the aisle voted for our current healthcare system. Not one. Not one voted for the Affordable Care Act. Those who did, on the other side of the aisle, those who did vote for it, they promised a few things. What did they promise? Lower premiums. Where are the lower premiums? This is the Obamacare system that we're living under right now. They promised lower premiums. We're not getting those. They promised better health care. Are we getting better health care? I don't think most Americans believe that we are. They promised that, oh, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. Sure, if your doctor takes the insurance that they force you into. We're currently living under Obamacare, under the Affordable Care Act. So if you don't like our health care system, newsflash, you don't like Obamacare, you don't like the Affordable Care Act. The fact of the matter is that this law was written behind closed doors in a backroom deal here in this building and down at the Obama White House with and by insurance companies. There you go. With and by insurance companies. That's a fact. The scam is this. The scam is that the money's taken from average Americans and sent as a subsidy not to other Americans, but to big insurance companies. That's the scam. That's the scam. Their profits, these big insurance companies, their profits are at an all-time high. United Healthcare profits are up 1,200% under their plan. I always get lectured all the time that we're the ones that are for, we're the ones for big business. We're the ones that are cutting the deals. But they're the ones that cut the deal with the insurance company, and they put it to the American people when they did. And those same insurance companies, they're denying the claims of the very same taxpayers who pay taxes to subsidize their profits. What a scam. A government-sponsored scam. Under the ACA, the government colluded with insurance companies to insure customers for themselves, for the insurance companies, and to profit from subsidies provided by the government. Government intervention does not work in health care. Medicare and Medicaid, government sets reimbursement rates that underpay doctors and cause access issues. So what are the solutions? Very quickly, and then I'll yield back my time. We're $1 trillion, we're $37 trillion in debt. We've got to fix this system. We can't throw money at the problem. We can't just continue to throw more money. We have to fix a broken system. And how do we fix that? We need long-term solutions for health care. What are the real solutions? There's lots of them. I don't have time to go through every one individually today, but the bottom line is we need to get the government out of dictating health care to the American people. We need to return to a patient-centered, market-driven solution in healthcare that doesn't pick big insurance companies over the American people. The American people should have a choice about who they see and who they pay for their insurance. That's the solution. It isn't this scam. It isn't this election year gimmick that some are trying to make it out to be. It isn't the solution that fixes a 5% fix for 7% of the population. It's real, honest healthcare reform for all of the American people. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Crank. I'd like to now allocate some time to the congressman from North Carolina, 13th Congressional District, Congressman Knott.
Thank you, Congressman Herodopoulos, for hosting this special order on one of the critical issues that we face as a nation and have faced for the better part of 20 years now. I'm referring, of course, to Obamacare, a deceptively named bill, the Affordable Care Act, which has, of course, been a disaster for Americans all over the country. Before it was passed, Democrats essentially allowed big insurance companies and federal bureaucrats to craft an extremely regulated patchwork of rules and cloudy regulations to enrich themselves at the expense of the American patient and the American physician. They then jammed it through Congress without a single Republican vote, ushering in a new era of high costs, restricted access, and lower quality health care. As is the case far too often, this law is now harming precisely the groups of people that it was designed to assist. At its core, Obamacare is a redistributionist program that empowers a public and private bureaucracy rather than patients and physicians. In various medical fields that are not part of the Obamacare web, the harmful effects of its policy have not been seen since the law's passage. For example, over the past decade, the cost of outpatient services rose between 80 and 100% on average. Prescription drugs are up at times 200%. Meanwhile, as a counterexample, the cost of LASIK surgery, which is not covered under the Obamacare policy or subjected to its onerous regulatory framework, has decreased by 30% over the same time. Free from bureaucratic suppression, more providers have entered the LASIK market, and innovations like bladeless lasers have made operations safer, more efficient, and more available. Another example, cash-pay diagnostic imaging is often 75% cheaper than the Obamacare-approved MRIs. Direct primary care providers offering wholesale labs can be at times 15 times cheaper than doctors who are required to fill out government-mandated paperwork. The examples could continue on and on. Sadly, Obamacare has succeeded in blocking free market innovations from reaching the broader American healthcare system. Rather than reform the broken system that they designed, the Democrats are committed to throwing more money at the problem, literally subsidizing a framework that has elevated costs so much that they are even willing to subsidize households earning $600,000 per year. It's time to reintroduce competition into healthcare by removing handouts to corporate titans. We must cut the layers of red tape that hurt patients and providers, and we must build a common sense system that enables the patient to have choices, which will, of course, bring about more quality care and increased access. In a very basic sense, we should not make healthcare a DMV-type experience. Congressman Herodopoulos, I thank you again for holding this special order. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Knott. Now I want to allocate some time from the at-large member from the great state of North Dakota, Congresswoman Fedorchak.
Thank you, my friend. Really appreciate your leadership on this issue and organizing this special order, inviting all of us freshmen and a few other non-freshmen here to talk about an issue that is so important to our country and to all of our constituents. Mr. Speaker, our healthcare system is broken, and my constituents in North Dakota know it. The law that was supposed to make things better the Affordable Care Act has definitely not lived up to its name. If you like your plan, you can keep it, they promised. A typical family will save $2,500 a year, they assured. The ACA will help bring down health care costs and even reduce the deficit, they claimed. Well, none of that is true. Here we are, fixing the Obamacare mess Democrats created 15 years ago. Families today are paying higher premiums, facing fewer choices, and watching Washington throw money at a problem that needs to be fixed immediately. And yet somehow, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to paint this as a problem that Republicans created. The reality is, Democrats passed Obamacare without a single Republican vote, not one. And they also set the enhanced premium tax credits to expire this month. Ask them why. They had the votes. They could have extended this. They could have made it permanent, but they didn't. They set the expiration date for this month. This was completely their doing. The COVID-era enhanced premium tax credits expanded eligibility far beyond the ACA's original design, including households earning well into six figures. In North Dakota, that means a family of four earning over $125,000 a year. Making those temporary subsidies permanent would cost taxpayers $350 billion over 10 years. And for all that money, it still won't fix the problem. Since the enhanced subsidies were enacted, premiums have increased 31%. 31%. And these subsidies don't show up in people's wallets. They go straight to the insurance companies with no incentive to lower prices or improve care. Even worse, massive fraud plagues the marketplace. A recent Joint Economic Committee study found roughly 35% of marketplace enrollees are now considered phantom enrollees. These are people who exist on paper but generate zero medical claims. The chart on my right shows a massive growth of these types of claims, all the way up to almost 11 million of those types in existence today. Regardless of whether they have a single claim in a year, insurance companies still get paid anyway, and while working families pay more and more and more for their premiums. Democrats call that affordable. North Dakotans sure don't. That's why Republicans offered a different path last night, one that focuses on patience, affordability, and real competition, not endless subsidies. The Lower Health Care Premiums for All Americans Act takes practical steps to lower costs and expand options. It creates cost-sharing reductions that will actually stabilize the market. These will reduce marketplace premiums by 11% after the first year of implementation. That's nearly twice as much as the impact of extending the Democrats' credits. Our plan also cracks down on pharmacy benefit managers, the middlemen who drive up drug prices. Our plan requires transparency so employers and workers can finally see where their prescription dollars are going. It also expands association health plans, allowing small businesses and self-employed workers to band together and increase competition. This could lower premiums by as much as 30%. Our plan also protects employer-sponsored insurance and strengthens flexible tax-advantaged options like choice arrangements. These reforms give workers control over their coverage dollars and lets employers offer benefits for the first time. Most important, this is just the beginning. We have many more policy reforms coming. Republicans' vision for health care is putting patients, not insurance companies, in control, with greater access, more choices, lower costs, and good quality care. These are common sense reforms. It's past time we move beyond temporary patches and tackle the problem head on and fix what's broken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Representative Fedorchak, and for adding your voice to this very important debate. Next, I'd like to call up a representative from the 3rd District of Missouri, Dr. Onder, as he allocates time and, more importantly, ideas of how we reform our system. You're recognized.
Thank you. Recent polls show that the top issue on the minds of Americans today is that of affordability. Whether food, education, childcare, energy, or healthcare, rising prices are resulting in more and more Americans feeling less secure about their economic well-being. And indeed, prices have been going up. Under President Biden, inflation hit 9% in June of 2022. Cumulatively, over the Biden presidency, inflation is up 21.3%. Things have improved since President Trump and Republicans have assumed office in January. Energy prices are down by 6.3% and inflation has moderated. But since, with the exception of energy, we have not had deflation, prices are higher than we'd like them to be. But nowhere is the issue of affordability more acute than in healthcare. We must address America's healthcare affordability crisis. As a physician, I will tell you, though, the first step in solving any medical problem is getting the correct diagnosis. Because if you do not know what the problem is, you will not formulate the right treatment. You may make the patient worse. And that's what's been going on. What is the problem then? Our problem is that big government, anti-free market, anti-competitive, anti-consumer policies have made our healthcare system more and more expensive by the year. This has been a problem for a long time, but it was made much worse after the passage of Obamacare in 2010. How did Obamacare, the Unaffordable Care Act, make healthcare more expensive? Quite simply by removing what market forces there were in our system and expanding the role of government. The Unaffordable Care Act literally outlawed the private insurance market. Remember Barack Obama saying, if you like your plan, you can keep it. They lied. They outlawed your plan. What were the results? The ostensible rationale for the Unaffordable Care Act was to get more people insured, but we know that in many cases, workers lost their private insurance and have been, if you will, dumped by their employers onto Medicaid. The Foundation for Government Accountability has estimated that if non-Medicaid expansion states all expanded and added able-bodied working-age adults to their Medicaid programs, an additional 3.6 million Americans would lose their private health insurance. Similarly, enhanced COVID-era Obamacare credits, and remember, that's what we're talking about today, the COVID-era Obamacare credits, crowded out employer-based insurance. According to the Paragon Institute and the Congressional Budget Office, extending the COVID credits would reduce employer-based coverage by roughly 4 million people. In addition to crowding out employer plans, the Wall Street Journal's Alyssa Finley recently highlighted that the ACA and its subsidies even led many Democrat-run cities, including Chicago and Detroit, to offload public sector retiree health care costs onto Obamacare. These cities moved their retirees onto ACA exchanges, eliminating their unfunded health care liability. Finley correctly argues that COVID credits make this dumping of public sector retirees' healthcare obligations onto the exchanges even more likely, as few governments have set aside, especially in blue states and cities, have set aside the money to pay their retirees' future healthcare costs. So through Obamacare, you are paying for the financial irresponsibility of some of our biggest city governments, blue cities especially. And the Unaffordable Care Act has resulted in skyrocketing health insurance premiums. In 2014, the first year that subsidized ACA marketplaces were in effect, premiums increased 47%. That's right, 47% in 1 year. And over the next decade, premiums increased another 96%. The only reason that this is not more obvious to Americans today is that the healthcare consumer is is not only paying the premiums, but the taxpayer is paying extensive subsidies, accounting for 90.3% of the increased premium. So healthcare affordability is critical. Therefore, we need to look at the issue that has received a lot of attention these days, the expiration of the COVID-era Biden Obamacare credits, enhanced Obamacare credits. The expiration date passed by congressional Democrats was part of the misnamed Inflation Reduction Act, passed without a single Republican vote. As mentioned, this scheme, known as Obamacare exchanges, resulted in skyrocketing insurance costs. At the same time, we need to address some false assertions about what expiration of these enhanced super subsidies would mean. First, the vast majority of Obamacare subsidies are not expiring at all. What's at issue are these temporary COVID-era subsidies. And even if these enhanced COVID super subsidies were to expire, the federal government and the taxpayers would still be covering 78% of premiums, compared to roughly 88% right now. That is a relatively small change, nowhere near doubling. And in fact, if the COVID subsidies were allowed to expire, only 4.3% of the projected premium increase would be attributable to that change. Again, less than 5% of the increase. And here's the key point the other side does not want to talk about. Obamacare premiums are going up regardless, even if the COVID credits are extended. Obamacare premiums are expected to rise about 18% in 2026, driven by higher medical costs, labor shortages, economic uncertainty, inflation, and other conditions. But these increases are structural. They have nothing to do with the expiring subsidies. What Democrats are doing is conflating premiums with out-of-pocket costs. Premiums are not doubling, and out-of-pocket costs are rising only because of the expiration, and out-of-pocket costs are rising only because the expiration of these enhanced subsidies is exposing a deeper truth that the Unaffordable Care Act is, for many families, anything but affordable. According to CMS, the projected average premium after tax credits for the lowest plan should the COVID subsidies expire is $50 per month. That's about $20 less than they were in 2020. In the year 2026, most enrollees on healthcare.gov will have access to plans priced at or below $50 per month. To put that in perspective, compared to the years prior to the COVID pandemic, Marketplace enrollees this year will have access to, on average, lower plan premiums and more choices. But this debate isn't just about premiums. It's also about expanded eligibility and widespread abuse. The COVID expansion dramatically broadened eligibility far beyond the middle class and lower middle class families and significantly increased the subsidies. Under this system, households earning $500,000 a year or more can qualify for subsidies. In 2024, nearly 42% of the enrollees, on the other hand, paid nothing at all. But these subsidies don't go to individuals, they go directly to insurance companies. That's why many Americans see these enhanced COVID subsidies for what they really are: welfare checks to large health insurance corporations. Worse still, the system incentivizes fraud. People are encouraged to misreport their income in order to qualify for larger subsidies and $0 plans. As a result, insurance companies collected an estimated $35 billion in taxpayer subsidies for phantom enrollees. An estimated 6.4 million individuals were improperly enrolled in Obamacare in 2025, often fraudulently taken off their private insurance plans to do so, costing taxpayers $27 billion. Among households claiming incomes between 100 and 150% of the federal poverty level, roughly 62% were not actually eligible. And it gets worse. In 2024, insurance companies received at least $35 billion in subsidies for about 12 million marketplace enrollees who made not a single medical claim, not a single checkup, not a single prescription. About 40% of these people fully subsidized under the COVID credits never used their coverage at all, often because they didn't know that they were enrolled or they didn't even exist. One Social Security number, according to the Government Accountability Office, was used to purchase health insurance 125 times. That is massive fraud. So when fraud estimates from the exchange subsidies alone range in the tens of billions of dollars, it is not unreasonable, no, it is responsible to ask people to contribute something. Even a small copay, insurance payment per month, say $10 or $20, promotes personal responsibility, discourages fraud, and helps ensure that the system serves the people who really need it, not those gaming it, and not the corporations cashing the checks. That is what this debate is about. Facts, accountability, sustainability, making coverage more affordable for all Americans, not the fear-mongering of my Democrat colleagues. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Onder. I want to allocate some time now to the Congressman from the 14th District of North Carolina, the former Speaker of the House of North Carolina, and my fellow colleague on the Financial Services Committee. Congressman Moore, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Herodopoulos. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before giving my remarks about the Affordable Care Act, I do want to mention a couple of things. Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I mentioned on the House floor the tragic passing of Greg Biffle, his wife and 2 children in an airplane crash that happened just a few hours ago in North Carolina. Just wanted to, on behalf of this body and all North Carolinians, express our condolences to this wonderful family on this terrible tragedy, and just knowing that this family will be in our thoughts and prayers of so many around the nation. Also, Mr. Speaker, wanted to let this body know about the passing of a great leader in our state, former Governor Jim Hunt, who passed away today. The news came out a little bit ago from his daughter, who currently is our state's lieutenant governor. A great man, a great leader in North Carolina, one who loved and cared a lot about public education in our great state, a man who I came to know during my time as Speaker of the State House, and someone who loved his state. So our thoughts and prayers and condolences are with his widow and with his family, particularly as we go into this Christmas season. Mr. Speaker, it is, I appreciate the gentleman from Florida affording some time to not only myself, but to a number of our colleagues today to talk about the legacy of Obamacare that we find ourselves inheriting here in this Congress, a program that passed some 15 years ago before I believe any of the members who have spoken so far today were even serving in this body. But here we are in a situation where we are having to try to clean up this mess. And why would I say it's a mess? Well, I can think back to a time before Obamacare, back before this passed, and health care was less expensive. Health care was more accessible. You could go out and you could afford to buy health insurance. Prescription medications were more affordable. There was, in fact, when I talked to colleagues, when I talked to business owners, when I talked to folks, it was easier to be able to get good health insurance. So Obamacare passes, and what happens? We see health care costs spike. We see prescription drug costs go out of control. We see total inefficiencies in the system. We see a lot of wasted money. We see these phantom insured folks, people who aren't really insured, but insurance companies are receiving billions of dollars every year for coverage that simply does not exist. And look at the premiums. Look at a lot of the sticker shock that a lot of Americans are getting right now during this time of the year as we're in the Christmas season, where they're being told they're going to have to pay more. They need to understand
Obamacare is what has caused all of this mess. When you move away from a free market system where you're allowed to have greater efficiency, when you have a system that strives for cost containment, but at the same time, great health outcomes, it works better. Today, you hear stories of denials, delays, everything on insurance, and it costs more. That, my friends, is unfortunately the legacy of Obamacare. And it's why this body is not going to continue to throw good money after bad. It's an investment that is not paying off economically, and it's an investment that is not paying off for the health of Americans around this country. Some of the stats, get this, on the plan premiums, the actual cost, the premium cost, Obama plan premiums have risen 2 times faster than employer plans. Got a chart, probably can't see it on TV, but got a chart, and where you see this thing spiking up right there, out of control, those are the Obamacare resulting premium increases that are happening. This is not acceptable, and it's not appropriate to keep throwing money after it. These surging premiums are also driving a higher federal subsidy cost. So what do we mean? So from the ACA subsidy grew from $18 billion in 2014 to $92 billion in 2023. Now, how many people out there think they've actually gotten better health care in that period of time? I don't think many are going to speak up and say they are. Get this, this year, then I've talked about, went from 18 to 92. This year alone, in 2025, costs are projected to reach $138 billion. Again, it just keeps going up. My friends on the other side of the aisle, the only thing they know to do is keep throwing money at it, keep throwing money at it. Nothing to try to improve efficiency, nothing to try to improve coverage, nothing to try to improve the system, nothing but wasting more and more money in a system that is not working. If we were to expand, so the COVID extension, that's what a lot of talk's been about. There was a temporary COVID extension that when Democrats were in charge, they solely passed, right? They passed to put that in place, and the Biden administration put that in with an expiration date. Well, they knew it could not continue. They knew it wouldn't sustain. I think, frankly, they knew it wasn't going to work. But get this, let's say we went along with extending that, it would cost right now $335 billion over 10 years, which is going to, again, only put the budget more out of balance, is going to affect our national debt, and is simply not sustainable. The other thing, and I alluded to this earlier, is what's called the zero claim enrollment. That is where folks really aren't even insured. I think they're called phantom insured. It's not real, but it's money being paid to an insurance company. These zero claim enrollments have more than tripled, rising from 3 to 4 million in 2021 to nearly 12 million in 2024. And get this, in 2024, about 35% of the marketplace enrollees had zero claims, up from 20% before the subsidy expansions. At the same time, these insurers received billions in taxpayer subsidies for enrollees who received no care, including, and this is real numbers, $21 billion in 2023 alone. So to those folks watching, those folks who are genuinely concerned about improving access to health care and affordability, know that Republicans are serious about this. We passed legislation this week to deal with that, to look at some marketplace reforms, to look at association health plans, to look at PBM reform and transparency, to do things to drive those costs down and to make health care more accessible. Also look at the bill we put in a few weeks ago to put $50 billion into rural health care that will help all of America. It'll help my state, North Carolina, but it'll help all 50 states, because there are areas of our country that simply they do not have access to health care because of the rural location, distance to hospital, distance to provider, you name it. Putting those funds in there to make this more available. Don't believe a lot of the hype on the other side out there of just spend money on a system that isn't working. Republicans are serious about improving health care for all Americans. The bills we've passed this week, the statements we've made are clear to that. I appreciate Congressman Herodopoulos, my good friend from Florida, for doing this. And I got to say, Congressman, you helping bring attention to this. You did a great job in Florida when you were in the state legislature, the work that you all did to help there. Bringing this issue to the forefront here in Congress. Sir, as a colleague, I appreciate what you're doing, appreciate the time to speak today. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Before those generous comments, and we're going to bring up Congressman Nutt, the congressman from the 13th Congressional District in North Carolina, for comments.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in order to commemorate the extraordinary story and mission of one of my neighbors and her family in North Carolina, someone by the name of Olivia Wooten. Olivia is currently suffering mightily in a battle with ALS. I have watched in admiration as she has remained a constant source of robust encouragement and joy despite her debilitating illness. Her circumstances have only brightened because of the eternal hope that she has in the Lord, her Savior, Jesus Christ. I spoke to Olivia earlier today, who fearlessly and joyfully awaits entry into eternal life, where there shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, nor shall there be any more pain, as stated in Revelation 21:4. She helped me draft these remarks, knowing that they would be heard by all of you today. Olivia Wooten's parents, Robin and Elizabeth, met while attending college in Raleigh, North Carolina. Robin attended NC State and Elizabeth enrolled at St. Mary's. They were married shortly after graduating in 1989 and returned to Robin's hometown in Kinston, North Carolina. Robin and Elizabeth passed the years enjoying all that makes East North Carolina so special. They, with their loved ones, enjoyed hunting, fishing, time at the Crystal Coast, and a community that is more of a family than a neighborhood. In the greatest blessings of all, Robin and Elizabeth became parents to two girls, Olivia in 1992 and Carrington in 1995. In 2016, Robin was tragically diagnosed with ALS. Up to that point, Robin's faith in the Lord had been more ceremonial. While his wife Elizabeth regularly attended neighborhood Bible studies and prayer groups for years, Robin had not. However, that fully changed as Robin came to grips with his diagnosis. Rather than indulging in fear or resentment of assured physical suffering here on earth, Robin encouraged anyone he met to look up and to consider Christ. He pushed others to focus on eternity and to rely on the Lord rather than the fleeting things of this earth. Robin helped others grow in their faith until entering his heavenly home, 1 year after his diagnosis. Tragically, in July of 2023, Robin's daughter, Olivia, would herself be diagnosed with ALS. Since that time, Olivia has surpassed every expectation in how long and how well she has fought this vicious disease. And yes, while she is weakened, she remains buoyant and inexplicably joyful in a manner that can only be called inspirational and miraculous. It was my honor and my privilege to speak with Olivia today. In spite of her physical limitations and her suffering, which are unbelievably real, she will likely not walk unassisted again. She cannot go out with friends today. Absent a miracle, she will no longer be able to travel far from home. Absent a miracle, she will likely never meet her nephew, who will likely be born in the next few weeks. Despite this very real suffering and the limitations that she is currently experiencing, her joy and her hope remain palpable. Olivia knows that her earthly departure is not the end, but rather her new beginning in heaven is with her Savior, Jesus Christ. When I asked her what she wanted me to share with all of you, she simply requested the following for your consideration. She did not bring up policy. She did not bring up new types of ideas for Washington, D.C. She simply said the following: this earth is fallen, and it offers afflictions for which there is no remedy other than in the Almighty. My faith in Jesus has become more vibrant and real than anything I could have ever imagined. To anyone who hears this message, if you do not know Christ, I urge you to consider him. Where this earth offers temporary solutions, it cannot and it will not offer durable and lasting ones. Only Christ can offer real peace, real healing, real rest, and an eternal home. Olivia closed our conversation with a verse which she aptly described as her life verse. It's Romans 8:28, and it simply states, "And we know that for those who love God, all things work together for good, for those who are called according to his purpose." In Olivia's testimony, I can see firsthand, and I have seen firsthand, the truth of this passage. As we enter the week of Christmas, when we celebrate the birth of Christ, I stand in awe and in gratitude for Olivia and her family's witness and example. And I urge each person who hears this to consider her Savior, the Savior of the world, Jesus Christ. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Congressman Knott, and she will not be forgotten. I want to thank Congressman Knott, Congressman Crank, Congressman Downing, Congressman Onder, Fedorchak, and also Congressman Moore for their comments today about the broken Obamacare system. It's simply that. It is broken. It is the reason why they've been subsidizing a broken system for a long time at the expense of so many Americans and so many potential innovations as well. And as this issue has been talked very well today, I want to just remind people of where we were versus where we are. The Democrats had the opportunity to make this a permanent plan. They did not have the votes or the will to get it done. They had the opportunity also to reduce taxes on tips. They had the opportunity to reduce the taxes on overtime, and they had the opportunity to reduce taxes on Social Security, all of which are earned. Those are not welfare programs. Those are programs that are earned, and when they had the power, they chose to do nothing. This year, when we were passing the big bill back in July, we had the opportunity again to reduce costs for this broken system. The Republicans put forth in this body a CSR. And what happened here? They used the Byrd rule in the United States Senate to fight what would have reduced rates by 11%. So let's break away from this discussion about affordability. Let's talk about reality. This is purely politics. Their votes have been shown throughout the year. They care nothing about result. They care everything about politics. And candidly, maybe Republicans aren't as good at politics as the Democrats. But we are pushing policies that work and are based in reality. And that's what this push has been about today. Laying out the facts for the American public to say, this system is untenable, and it only undercuts what could be the best system in the world. And there's been so much discussion about the 22 to 24 million people on Obamacare, which we all found out today, half of which might be phantom enrollees. We found out that the future is not bright when you look at the contrast of what it's doing to the remainder of the people who are paying for their own health care system. There are 165 million people who have employer-based systems that they most likely contribute to or pay out of their own pocket, that they're paying $1,500 to $2,000 a month, and they have to subsidize a broken system on top of it and crowd out a medical system in the process. All we're asking for from the other side is to say, let's start doing some common sense things. And the number one thing I'd like to see us do is simply do income verification, so that those people who pay full freight and subsidize the system know that the people who are being helped are actually people truly in need who qualify for a program instead of giving it away. It's simple identification checks, just like we've asked the Democrats to do on things like voting. Just like we've asked the Democrats to do on simple ideas to make things work again. And when you pay your taxes, which are quite exorbitant, in my opinion, that people know they're actually going to help people. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate your indulgence this afternoon as we get ready to celebrate the holiday season. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the California State Auditor, the nonpartisan official auditor for the state, has just released a report that updates its assessment of the state's high-risk agencies. And the contents of this report are truly stunning. Not really that stunning, actually, for those of us who have experienced the California state government at work, but even given our very low expectations, what the auditor has just reported is truly troubling. And this comes, by the way, as our state's governor, Gavin Newsom, has recently boasted that California is the original Doge. Newsom held out California government as a model of, quote, efficient, responsive, and accountable government. So let's juxtapose that very notable statement, very surprising statement, with the clear-eyed fact-finding of the state auditor. So in this new report, which is issued annually, the auditor identifies high-risk state agencies. What does that mean? It means they pose a substantial risk of serious detriment to the state or its residents. To be considered high risk, an agency must not only exhibit serious waste, fraud, abuse, or mismanagement, but must also have failed to take adequate corrective action. So in this new report, the auditor has identified 8 separate California agencies as high risk. 4 of those 8 have joined the club, this dubious distinction, during the Newsom administration, including the newly added this year Department of Social Services. Among the findings as to why these various agencies are considered high risk are that massive payment errors in our CalFresh program could now cost the state $2.5 billion in federal funds. With Medi-Cal eligibility, ongoing problems in determining who's eligible, continuing to make payments, say to people who don't meet the income threshold or who have left the state entirely, is also putting billions of dollars at risk. Continued fraud and overpayment with our uninsurance benefits, the unemployment benefit, insurance benefits, are costing the state, continue to cost the state billions of dollars. This, of course, after the massive $32 billion fraud in unemployment benefits during the COVID years. Incredibly, the state has missed 6 straight deadlines for its annual comprehensive financial report, which puts in jeopardy our credit rating as well as federal funding. The auditor's report documents IT projects that languish for months, for years, as antiquated systems beleaguer our bureaucracy. This despite Silicon Valley being a stone's throw away. You have state entities that continue to, quote, fall short of minimum standards for information security, for cyber security, putting our state, our data, our privacy at risk. But alarmingly, it is more than just cybersecurity. It's also the security of our physical infrastructure. For instance, the auditor finds that there are 49 dams that pose, quote, an extremely high hazard to life and property. And it's getting worse. In just the last 2 years, the number of dams rated either poor or unsatisfactory has increased by 73%. The quality of government service is also unacceptably low. With the EDD, for example, not only do we have continuing ongoing massive fraud and overpayments, but the folks who actually deserve to get paid benefits have a heck of a time getting the benefits they're entitled to. The auditor found that on average, the typical claimant has to call the EDD 2 to 5 times per week just to get assistance. And the EDD has consistently failed to meet federal benchmarks for timely payments to those who are actually deserving of benefits, whereas those who are committing fraud against the system seem to have no trouble getting their hands on as much money as they would like. There are other examples that just truly boggle the mind in this report. For example, the aforementioned EDD during the COVID years decided to order thousands of mobile devices, 7,224 to be exact. This is cell phones, hotspots, so that employees who aren't going into work can continue to do their jobs. Well, these mobile devices, even after they were no longer being used because the pandemic was over, the state continued to pay for them. For thousands of them, continued to pay service fees, costing the state millions upon millions of dollars. Another illustrative example comes from CARB, the Air Resources Board that is responsible in many ways for the very high gas prices that the citizens of California have to pay. The report found that there was one particular CARB employee who was paid $171,446 in salary on an annual basis. So pretty decent salary they're getting paid. Here's the problem. It was for nearly 15 months after the employee had stopped working and continued to get paid. On top of all of this, the auditor found rampant nepotism at the Department of General Services and Caltrans when it came to hiring. They'd hire their family members. They'd hire their friends for these state jobs. They'd even find instances where managers gave the candidates questions, interview questions in advance in order to help them get the job. Now, all of this is in addition to the very well-known examples of just mind-boggling fraud and waste that exists in the California government. We, of course, have high-speed rail, now estimated to cost $128 billion, which is several times more than initially anticipated, where after nearly 20 years, we still haven't seen any track laid. We have homelessness, where there was another state audit that found that the state spent $24 billion, lost track of the money, couldn't tell us where it went, couldn't tell us if it did any good. Meanwhile, the homeless population in California increased substantially, to the point where half of the unsheltered homeless in this country reside in California. Or more recently, we had the 911 system, where taxpayers were charged on their phone bills for years. $650 million was spent to build out a new 911 system, and then the state had to scrap the whole project because the technology doesn't work. Mr. Speaker, this is absolutely unacceptable. Californians sacrifice so much paying the highest taxes in the country, and yet our citizens also get the least in return. I will continue to call for accountability for the agencies and, more importantly, the political leaders in California who refuse to reform our state government in a manner that more appropriately and effectively serves our citizens. And I'll also continue to use every tool we have here at the federal level to insist upon the state giving our taxpayers a higher return on their investment. And I will make sure that everyone is aware that when the governor says that California government is a model of efficiency and responsiveness, nothing could be further from the truth. Mr. Speaker, they've done it again. I rise today to recognize an extraordinary achievement by the Folsom High School Bulldogs football team, who captured their sixth California State Championship with a very impressive 42-28 victory over Cathedral Catholic. This championship run was defined by resilience, preparation, and leadership. None more evident than the performance of junior quarterback Brody Rudnicki, who stepped into the spotlight and delivered a truly remarkable performance. Brody accounted for 6 total touchdowns, throwing for 2 scores and rushing for 4 more, while compiling 117 passing yards and 186 rushing yards. This title marks the second state championship in the last 3 years under the leadership of head coach Paul Doherty, whose commitment to excellence has continued to elevate the Folsom football program as one of the premier high school programs in the entire state of California. The Bulldogs championship capped off an outstanding 14-1 season, highlighted by a 12-game winning streak that showcased consistency, teamwork, and competitive excellence throughout the year. Equally impressive is the program's success in preparing student athletes for the future. 7 senior players have committed to continue their football careers at the next level, earning opportunities at some of the nation's most well-respected institutions and programs, including the United States Military Academy at West Point, Dartmouth College, Brigham Young University, the University of Southern California, Stanford University, the University of Nevada, and Oregon State University. These commitments reflect not only athletic talent, but also academic achievement and character. I had the chance to visit with the team a couple years ago when they won the state championship. And when I was in the state legislature, because they were winning championships back then too, I actually had the chance to recognize the team during a session where they were there in attendance. The coaches were on the floor with us. The team was up in the gallery, and that was a lot of fun. I'm sorry they can't be here in the U.S. House, though certainly welcome to visit anytime. But at the very least, I look forward to seeing all of the players and hardworking coaches in person very soon, and extending my congratulations, because this team means so much to the city of Folsom and to our entire community. So congratulations once again to the state champion Folsom High School Bulldogs. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 13 of Rule 1, the House stands adjourned until 2:30 p.m. tomorrow.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources or services, visit our website at www.canmichigan.com.